Klatek Grimjak. Går Ash. Compute Hack. Sick eye. Klatek Grimjak. You old god. Axkopsek, Sarculius. Solus, Tekjak, Solus, Ice, Sovtek, Goreslas, Hydrobas,
Tekjak,
Sarjak, Sorsus, Teklotol, Kulas, Soros eats, Uncanny Tech, Goddess Luz. Sorgax. Mavjak. Dr. Cash. Volk. Uncanny Dog.
See, Chuck Cusack.
Zoras. Yes. Talk. Uncanny Cake.
Chuck Azons.
Vortex Deodorant. Sorsus. Talk. Asuras. Goddess Luz. Good eye! Sultanax! Fuck! Sorsus! Thoras! Dumas Blizzard! Joktator!
Chuck Azons. Piltook. See, Chuck Cusack. Tleok, Chuck.
Source Ora! Grok Garmundi!
The Ralph Retort has been kicked off YouTube for profiting off of hate speech.
All right, let's hit it right now. Hello and welcome to Kill Stream. I'm your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of the Ralph. They're problematic, gentlemen. Gator, Zidane, what's up?
Very problematic.
Oh, problematic. What is going on exactly? I don't understand.
You know the day destroys the night.
That Ralph guy.
Such good. Tried to run, tried to hide.
148.
Well, that's problematic.
Gang. Can we make a difference?
To the other side.
Go ahead.
You're living the dream.
To the side, yeah.
Can someone tell me what gay ops means? I'm out of the loop.
Who fucking cares what this split dick motherfucker has to say? No one cares what these retards say. Nigga, all you do is talk about Ralph. They're complete trash. They're jealous, boring, unintellectuals, IQ of fucking peanuts.
Alright, sorry, man, relax. Crying like a little fucking bitch.
Peace, please, sunset journalist.
Ralph hates
me.
What, Ralph?
Enjoy the kill stream.
Wait, what?
Everything's gone to shit tonight. Look at this stream. All hell Ralph Mel. You're a cock.
Problematic. Subhuman. Posting vitriolic, troublesome content. Problematic chats. We can't have this.
If you're doing it, stop it.
That activates the old arm. I'm still not slowing this down.
Stop fucking around. 10 seconds, bitch
Hey,
boy.
what up, Ralph? No faith. What's going on?
He loves the kill stream.
Everybody loves Ralph.
Watches it all the time. Now you can sit there and be mad about it. You can cry about it, or you can just pick yourself up off the fucking ground and do what you need to do. They owed me this. This was my time. They sent my mother some mean memes. Motherfucker, you don't know shit. You don't know about real hardship. I hope you do. LARPing fake faggot from the start. Motherfucker, I went to jail. Nothing in life is guaranteed.
You know the day destroys the night.
Just being honest.
Ralph retort.
Humble YouTube, man. I dedicate this song to Jared Hall. You're in my heart.
It's not a sexual fetish.
To the other side.
Come on. Say it, Ralph. Say it. Holy fucking shit.
Oh, couldn't resist. Couldn't get mad.
God believe what I'm saying.
Dirty little snake.
Wow. Faggot. Those are called faggots.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Get over it. That's what you have to offer the world. Fuck you.
I'm not sure what that's worth. I couldn't resist just kicking.
What is happening? I don't fucking know.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck all this.
I love it. How are these guys still allowed on YouTube?
We have the goofy stuff, we have the drama stuff, but we also...
When people get pissed off, it's almost just fuel for the fire for y'all. I want these fucking faggots, this group of retards, to take the hardest fucking shots they can at me. I'm just a liberal. Why are the conservatives coming after me? When I'm looking at a group of people assemble on the other side of me, and it's a bunch of fucking crazy hormone-taking trannies, dick-chopped academics, failed politicians, and shit like that, then I know I'm doing something right. I live for this. I fucking live for this. Nothing makes me happier, so... swing away, Jim.
It's been a wild fucking couple of weeks, man.
It really has. Almost as surreal as Gamergate 2.0.
Oh, those greasy gravelers.
Motherfucker, pretty entertaining, to be honest with you.
The chat.
There's no secrets to be had.
We're taking over, motherfucker.
Likes are 10s for the kill stream.
Hey, let's get next.
It's exciting, you don't know what's gonna happen.
And, you know, we are goofy sometimes.
We also talk about some serious stuff, too.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Guys, I don't give a fuck about these bombs. You stupid cocksuckers. You telling me I'm blue-pilled? Fuck you, you motherfuckers. I'm black fucking pilled. I am black as fuck. I'm the blackest stairs took us in the dark night. You fucking sheep. You sheeple, you're the NPCs, you stupid pricks.
Found an
You gotta stream.
Oh, yeah.
Banana stream.
Banana stream.
Tacos and burritos from now on.
Alright, fuck you.
Now what? The Wall Street Journal?
Oh, man. Fuck me up.
Oy vey!
Fuck the optics. I'm going in.
Shut it down!
The biggest late night show on YouTube. Let me just say something.
Make some nigger jokes and...
Okay, I'm gonna go.
And you could all thank the kill stream.
You ruined it. Fucking bada bing club.
We out here, Ralphie. Killstream, Gator, Sedan.
Burn it all down.
Jim, where you at?
I started gagging. She vomited all over my
Robin Cox!
More Vespian gas. I don't know what this is, bro. I don't know.
Is this real life? Damn high, man, yeah!
I am Monday mad and I hate the Jews.
It's not even because I'm drunk. Okay, maybe it's louder because I'm a drunk.
Where the fuck was the outcry?
No, wait a minute!
They make these rules to shackle the strong. Getting banned by a fucking bunch of pothole faggots.
Sorry, little Timmy, that wheelchair has to go back.
But we must resist fucking Ralph retort and all these other faggots out here.
You can't abort the retort.
Fucking fuck! Where the fuck were you?
How can we allow this?
Fucking right-wing celeb cocksuckers!
Dance, bitch! Dance for me, puppet! You motherfucker! Dance! Kill stream! 1001 PB! Fucking bang! Stream
exclusive vote.
Yeah!
Hello, and welcome to the Kill Stream. I'm your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of the RalphRetort.com and the host of the Kill Stream. I cannot get over this intro. It is a little long, but goddamn, it is perfect. I hate to cut this down any because it's so fucking good. All right, let's see. We do have a few super chats. Somebody said, "How do you do super chats?" There's a little donate button, and that's basically the super chats on this service. Frazzleface says, "My name is Ethan Ralph, and I'm a pansexual Peter Puffer." Ghost of a Small says, "I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Rest in peace, Ghost." Dirty D disagrees, says, "This month's public bread is provided by the Guild of Millers. The Guild of Millers uses only the finest ingredients. True Roman bread for true Romans." Yeah, the intro really is. It's perfect. And I was playing it as the outro, and somebody suggested it needs to be the intro. I think that's true. Code Goy says, "I've only heard that clip video. Now that I've seen it, and it's just Fear and Loathing clips, it's kind of ruined. HST fanboys drink bleach." I actually like Hunter S. Thompson myself, too. Some of his old stories, so... Oven Dodger says, "Best intro." Pragmatic Culture says, "Y'all are the best. Night always gets better. Also, can I get a hearty laugh at Sargon's damage control vids stream on the Thinkery?" Laughing my fucking ass off. 1488 Forever says, "Holy fuck, that intro is amazing. Where can I get that link?" I think Zidane might have the link. I don't have it up right this second. I actually downloaded it and played it through VLC just there. But it's awesome. I've actually talked to this guy about possibly doing some more stuff for the show, so we'll see. Gators, Zidane, the other 2/3 of the Kill Stream trio. How are you gentlemen doing this evening?
Pretty good.
Oh, nothing. Just doing this Kill Stream thing on stream.me/the Ralph Retort. How's your day been? What about you, Gator?
There's been a lot of stuff happening.
Oh, yeah. There has been. So, first off, I know Worski just did a show talking about Corinne. I won't spend too much time on Corinne, but I called her last night, or yeah, it was last night. I was doing a rerun stream. I'm not going to do those on this channel, probably. Probably going to set up another channel, perhaps in combination with Worski. That's what we were talking about, at least. But last night I was just kind of testing it out. Did a replay of the Baked Alaska stream. We didn't get all the way through it because it was 8 hours long. But at certain points throughout the show, I would pause and give some thoughts, and talk. One of those points, I called Corinne on air. I don't know if everybody heard this. Probably not, since there was only about 300 or 400 people watching. But I called her last night. And do you have the link, gentlemen? Let me know. How about this? I put it in the chat earlier, but I'll go ahead and toss it in there again. Here's the link. I called her last night. It got a little heated. Let's listen to this phone call for those who didn't hear it. Oh, before I do though, a couple super chats. Bill Spacey says, "Code Hanger Nationalism. Press S to spit on Sargon's Ghost Child. Check my DM on Twitter. I will check that." Vesamid says, "Is it true that Sargon had his dead baby stuffed and mounted for display next to his Star Wars figures, or is that just an urban legend?" I'm not sure. I cannot confirm or deny that. All right, let's play it. Oh, shit, this is wrong, though. Let's play it right now. Oh, the poll's kind of close. So if she said, all right. Don't do it, Ralph. I was a little drunk last night. This is the number Bobo gave.
Just a little?
Just a little bit. I don't have to switch. Actually, the one they banned, I can still use. For some reason. Unless it's on YouTube. That's true.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Oh, wait, I thought I skipped this part.
3252.
Oh, that's lame. Do we have any other numbers for her? We were trying to call Aaron at first, but evolved into something else entirely. Oh well, I tried it. Let's see. Somebody say they had. How about, you know what? How about it? Let's do it. 1314. Let's try it. 917-287-1314. Okay, let's call it. See what Corinne's up to.
Man, she picks up the first fucking ring.
Corinne, you know good bitch. I saw you celebrating my deplatforming.
What did I do to you, baby doll?
I heard you celebrating my deplatforming. You actually messaged to Dan the other day.
I don't think anyone knows who you are. Who is this, please?
This is Ralph, man.
Oh my God.
I still get about
Oh my
like.
God, Ralph. Oh my God. Wait, let's talk slow. I'm a Christian.
No, you're not.
Let's talk. I am a total Christian. I've been with my
Since
Christian
when?
girlfriend all day. I am a born again Christian. You never knew anything about me.
Okay, when were you born again then?
Are you streaming me right now?
We're on the air, yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed, when you call people on the phone, it is a copyright strike or illegal to stream people.
I'm
without
not
their
on
knowledge or
YouTube,
consent.
cunt. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not on YouTube.
You just called me the
and
C-word.
I'm
You
in
called me
a
funny.
one-party state, so good luck with that. So I can
Okay,
record
and you're
anybody I
the
want.
one- And you just called me the C-word, and you wonder why you're banned from YouTube.
I don't give a
You're an
fuck about
idiot.
YouTube
You
now,
don't
Corinne.
ever
Fuck
call a girl a
YouTube.
cunt.
You're the one who gives a
Okay.
fuck about that.
All right, I don't care about you. I don't care about anything but Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Oh, is that
God
right?
Only.
Since when?
Only Jesus. Only Jesus rules
Okay.
planet Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, you're demonic.
Well, that's good.
I would love you.
Demonic Ralph.
I love you.
Oh
and
God,
you
it's
ended
a
up being
shame you didn't
evil,
get taken care of
and
in
you're
Compton.
A racist, and why do you like
It's a
to
shame.
use me as content?
It's a
Why
shame
did
you made it out
send
of
me to
Compton alive,
content?
Corinne.
Yeah,
It's a
you
shame.
wanted me to get shot in Compton.
Yes.
You're
Yes,
so evil.
that was
Watch
clearly.
what
If
happens
only
to
you
in
would
your
have
life.
listened to us, we would have had
Watch
5,000
what
people
happens
watching
to
that
you.
show instead of 2. You fucked it up.
I had 48,000 people watching, and do
No,
not
you
say bad
didn't. Those
words
were
of me.
views,
Do
Corinne. Not
ever.
those
Do
were
not-
views.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Do not say bad
By the way,
words
you
to
don't
me.
you don't have
I
a
had
video
only
with
been streaming-
48,000
I had only
on it.
been streaming for 3 months. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I didn't
how's
know
your
what the
streams
fuck
doing
I was
nowadays,
doing.
Corinne?
What?
How are your streams doing nowadays?
I'm on 7 channels. I don't
Okay,
care
that's good.
about
Behind
that. I'm
7
on,
proxies.
I
Okay,
make
good.
money on Patreon. Corinne, Corinne,
Okay,
forever.
good. I'm sure everybody will look you up.
Corinne,
How many patrons do you have?
N-O-W. Corinne,
has one
C-O-R-I-N-N-E, Corinne now, and Corinne forever on
You know what? I'm about to
Patreon,
look you up on
YouTube,
Patreon. Let's
on
see.
every channel. On YouTube, on Twitch, on Patreon, on every channel. Join my Discord.
I don't even see. By the way, you
Corinne,
linked the wrong
Corinne,
Patreon. I'm just gonna. God, you're a dumb cunt. You're a stupid cunt. You're a
Corinne,
stupid cunt.
C-O-R-I-N-N-E-N-O-W.
You're a stupid cunt. Stupid cunt at patreon.com. Stupid cunt at patreon.com. Stupid cunt at patreon.com. Stupid cunt on YouTube. Search stupid
You are
cunt.
totally
Search stupid
a
cunt.
racist and a sexist.
Yes.
And you're
I hate dumb
demonically
cunts.
possessed.
I hate stupid
And
bitches.
you're
How about
going-
that?
You and
Yeah.
Zidane or
Yes.
Zidane or whatever the
Me and
guy's name
Zidane
is, are
still killing
liars,
it. Yeah,
and you
we
use me
still
for
killing it.
content. You
By the
use
way,
me for content.
Can
I
you
hope
even give out
succeed.
the right
It's
fucking
up to
Patreon,
God.
you stupid cunt?
Corinne now. C-O-R-I-N-N-E-N-O-W. Corinne now. My phone number.
drops her phone number, too.
I know your number, bitch. I just called you.
917-287-30.
Gotcha, bitch.
You call me cunt. You call me a bitch.
Yeah, because you're acting like a dumb cunt and a bitch.
What
Like, I
else?
mean,
The fact that
by the way, you have
You're
here.
in jail for beating up a police officer.
No,
You're
I missed.
Not a
I
good
missed.
American,
I'm out of jail
and you
now.
are racist. And
Yeah,
you're
well,
sexist, and
you
need
were
to
trying to
take
fuck that
Jesus
Mexican.
Christ.
He looked like
You
he had
need
done
to
some
take
time in jail
Jesus
too,
Christ
Corinne.
as your Lord and Savior.
Yes.
You need to turn your life to Jesus.
Yes.
You need to get on your hands and even worship Jesus and apologize to all the women you've ever
Yes,
been
I'll get
offensive to,
right
and
up to
all
that.
the
Yeah.
racists and
sure.
sexist things you've ever said, and all
Why
the
were you saying
anti-gay,
nigger on the phone to me?
anti-lesbian.
You were saying
need
nigger
to-
this, nigger that. You
need
denying
to
that now?
turn
You
yourself
know I
to
have that
Jesus.
recorded, right? Should I play
Jesus
that?
Only God. Only
Should I play
Jesus
it where
will.
you were saying
Only
nigger
Christ.
this and nigger
Only
that on the
Jesus.
phone?
Only Jesus. I love the fact I'm honored that you use me as content.
Should I play that?
Corinne,
Should I play that for everybody? You just want to
Corinne
admit
now,
that you said
Corinne
that?
Forever.
Do you just want to admit you said that or what? Corinne, would you rather admit you said it or would you rather me play it? Say it! Say it again, Corinne! Say it!
Corinne
Say it, Corinne!
C-O-R-I-N-N-E
Say it!
forever. I
You
love
lying
Jesus,
bitch.
Jesus only.
Get
I
the
love
fuck
black,
out. Go
white,
back to
red,
obscurity.
yellow,
Get
green,
out!
blue,
Get
purple.
out! All right. Let's get back to the broadcast. Let's get back to the broadcast. Oh my God. Worski wants to jump on for a sec. Andy Worski, stream.me/Andy Worski. How you doing, sir?
Good. I wanted you to let me in there. I wanted to fucking. Oh, I tried calling her a bunch of times. Oh, fucking.
Yeah, she answered last night on the first ring at like I don't even know. Well, it was earlier on the West Coast, but it was
wait,
like
was that
2 or 3.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was old. Yeah.
Oh,
that was
I
from
was like, let me in.
That was
Look
from
at all your
yesterday,
DMs.
and she was
Look at all your
threatening to put a copyright strike on me yesterday. And then I guess she, obviously she couldn't, and then she woke up today and put one on you.
Yeah. So this fucks me up for a little bit, but whatever. I'll survive. Fuck. I thought that was from today. So like right now, I'm like, why aren't they letting me in? I want to fucking shit on her.
No, this is last night. I clipped that up. Yeah.
Fuck. It's so stupid. I was just saying before we did like a impromptu stream where I'm like, it's just like a fucking crackhead just walks by your fucking job and throws a Molotov cocktail in it. Oh yeah, and walks out. Fucking miserable cunt. While we were looking at her Instagram, it went private like halfway through. Like she blocked her Twitter, all that stuff. Fuck you. We're gonna fuck you up, bitch. You stupid cunt. Oh, I hate her.
She is. By the way, I couldn't find the recording that I had with her dropping the N-word, but apparently there are other recordings. So I want to post this in the lounge. We will. We're not going to spend too much time on Corinne, but I just wanted to go ahead and get it out of the way at the beginning,
Yeah, I just want to say, I just thought she was on. I wanted to come on for a minute and just yell at her, but fair enough.
Yeah, she's not here, but
yeah, well, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, and I'm obviously fighting the fucking.
Oh yeah, you'll beat it. The only thing is it'll take it'll take a week or 2 or so.
And if it does pass through, she'll get a strike for making the claim, because the copyright claim is.
She went in because on Twitter I kind of threatened her that I was going to put one on her, and then all of a sudden, which I didn't even do, but all of a sudden she went and took down all of her videos in response to that, which I thought was interesting. But.
Which actually was better for YouTube in the long run.
Yeah, I was going to say we're cleaning up YouTube, even though I'm no longer on the servers, so I'm helping them out. So
of loose skin hags. Oh, she's dirty. Anyway, yeah, that's all I want to say. All right, guys.
All right, man. Peace out.
All right, peace out. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Stream.me.
I just really wanted to return Paul Danino's iPad.
Fucking thief. All right, by the way, look in the lounge. I also posted this in our chat, gentlemen. We'll go ahead and play this. There's 2 Corinne clips, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. But I just thought I couldn't find. I have our conversation recorded somewhere, but I couldn't find it. These will have to do, I guess. Let's play this first one.
Oh shit! Well, type in the chat, bro.
Why do you want to mod him? He doesn't need a mod.
No, because Cam likes timing out people.
Don't time anybody else. Just let it go. It's fucking fun.
I just gave you your wrench, nigga.
Where is my wrench, nigger? Nigger.
Wait. Oh, no, you can't say that. Black people are a big part of the culture.
Not me, bro.
Oh shit! Well, type.
Okay, I think that's that clip. The second clip is even a little more interesting, I would say. She continues on in this same vein. Let's play the second clip. Remember, she doesn't say things like this, chat. She doesn't partake in this type of language. By the way, we have a poll running right now. How many STDs does Corinne have? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. More than 5. More than 5 is the runaway Victor so far, but I see 3 has 100, so that's number 2. All right, let's go ahead and play the second clip. You guys have it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's play it right now.
They said
I like the EX network.
they said Corinne saying nigger was just posted on Reddit.
Shut up.
They clipped you. Oh, they got you, Corinne.
Who the fuck wants to hear me say that?
CXEX
I wanna fuck a nigger.
I'm sorry.
I wanna fuck a nigger. I only fuck nigger.
No, we can't say that, Corinne.
Yes. I wanna fuck a nigger. I wanna fuck a nigger. Niggers turn me on. Yes. Yes.
What's the biggest dick you've ever fucking fucked? Come on, easy.
I don't know. That's so weird.
So that's Corinne weighing in. Just want to knock that out early. You know, she said she didn't talk like that, so I just wanted to just show you that she did. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on the call or the clips or anything like that?
She really wants to get blacked, apparently.
What about you, Gator? Gator says we should just ignore her, never talk about her. I actually agree with that, but I figured tonight we kind of had to talk about it a little bit.
Well, you have to slam her for being a piece of shit, fat ugly cunt that nobody likes, and then you just never talk about her again. You know, she tries to dick ride any show, any stream that has more than 1,000 people watching.
Well, that's why she was mad in the first place, because we started ignoring her after she, you know, fucked up the Corinne and Compton stream. So that's why she's salty. And then we kind of talked shit about her, but we really didn't. We hadn't talked about her in months. But we stopped bringing her on the show, so I think she's a little salty about that we stopped bringing her on. And so she decided to take it out on Andy, which is pretty lame. Apparently she was looking for my channel on YouTube all day today, according to some leaks from her Discord that I was given. But she didn't find it because we're not on YouTube. Super Chats Tits In says, found the donate button, cocksucker. Thank you. Churchy McBiscuit said, be gone, thought.
The goddess will
and
an audience.
There are also some subscribers, by the way. Thank you.
Have you spoken to my cousin?
The subscribers: Louis Filet, Grave 3737, Code Goy, Stalin did everything wrong, and Morkant Bluk. Should probably fuck it up, but all right. So I don't know. We'll see what happens to Corinne. How much longer does she have to live? I don't know. She's living pretty hard.
With all those STDs, don't know. All I gotta say is Keemstar just avowed her as well in the chat.
Yeah, I disavow Corinne as well. She makes me sick. That type of language, I just. It's a shame. It's a shame. She's born again Christian though, guys.
Yeah, totally. That's why she's hanging out with a married guy, right?
Yeah, that's why she's fucking married dudes. She's born again. I don't know when that rebirth took place, but that's what she said. Also, we have some Sargon clips, have a few stories. The Lauren Southern thing. I actually haven't seen this yet. Have you seen this?
No, I have not.
You guys have the link?
Yes.
All right, by the way, I'm not signed in, so I can't use I can use Iridium. Okay. All right, let's play it. By the way, this is Lauren Southern. Undercover NGOs teaching migrants to lie. Let's watch it.
So one of our producers, George, he's in the Greek islands right now, specifically Lesbos, infiltrating NGOs who work with the migrants to try and bring them into Europe. And we're expecting a call from him any minute now to give us an update on the situation. So keep you posted. George, you there? Yeah, I haven't heard from you in days. What's going on?
Lesbos!
I've got so much stuff, so much criminal stuff, I can't say much, but just hang on. I will bring these cards to you, the stuff that I've got. It's going to blow the whole thing wide open.
Okay, so how did it go?
Incredible. You're gonna love this. So, Advocates Abroad.
Yep.
Really, really serious NGO operating in the Greek islands. 17 countries in total, but primarily based in the Greek.
What do they do?
They do legal aid, representation, coaching for refugees before they have their asylum interview. So
with the Greek government.
Yeah. So once they get to Moria, they have their interview. That's where they decide: are they going to go to Athens? Are they going to go to Europe? Are they sent back? 380 staff. They've had about 15,000 people go through, more at the moment.
So it's not just a couple
No,
sob
like
stories.
this is industrialized.
They're going deep.
It's huge. So their support, they take support and volunteers from like University of Cambridge, University of Oxford, University of Denver. It's massive. They're linked with the International Bar Association. Al Jazeera, Huffington Post have all written about them, done interviews. So these are the guys that, these are the guys
really
that people go
connected,
to for their information. So the last 6 days I've been with Ariel, who is their CEO, their executive director, and she's literally told me everything. All the stuff that we shouldn't be doing. All the stuff that, worse stuff than we might be doing. So I've got all these recordings, because obviously I want to do everything so that we can use it. They're cheating the system. Massively cheating the system to get
You talk.
Just listen to
Joke taker.
Sometimes it's like as simple as this, and then how to tell the story, like how to frame it, how to literally explain it, and how to just like keep their private emotions in their private time. Because all of this acting is a real.
like not to coach people on like physicality.
Yeah, I see it like I tell them that this is acting. All of this is acting. All acting is this is good. So for them to get through this,
just acting.
And that is refugee trauma because these Yazo officers are so fucking stupid that all they know is what is written on the paper. Yazo says this is refugee and trauma. They have these characteristics. So we coach people how to have these characteristics.
They're admitting that.
Yeah, she literally keeps talking about these refugees as actors, as a theatre production.
So the government have created a process to try and find real refugees amongst tons of people that are trying to illegally migrate to Europe, and they're making it into a theater class so everyone gets in.
Yeah, essentially.
Even if they're not a genuine.
Essentially, they've worked out what the interviewers are looking for, and they're teaching how to do that.
That is incredible.
Let me find you this other one, actually.
So like there's a formula we came up with. It's ironic because I stuck the formula, but it's like significant events and location. So the way we answer all these questions is the same way. In December 2017, in Turkey, I was threatened to be a Christian because my boss and his friends got me and I'm using my church. This is the Bible they tried to tear up. This is the crucifix I was wearing that they tried to
threatened,
and they made me feel observant Christian church. But boom. And that way you have the event and the location. So you give them a very specific answer and expect it to be a tight, short answer as well. Rather than rambling. Exactly right, yeah. And it's much harder to repeat because you have to put all the elements in there. Like our narrative timeline format like has control the mindset.
Hold on, let me pause right there. That's the voice of Ariel Ricker. Nick Monroe found something interesting on their Facebook, which has been deleted as of now, of course. Here's a passage from her Facebook. November 2016, first time I had seen a boy be gang-banged a few feet away. I did nothing to stop it. I shot this photo later in the night when the scene had ended and the men were asleep or gone in order to remember not to forget. So she was sitting right there while a small boy was being gangbanged just a few feet away. Of course, I guess she's saying that she was just documenting things, but that's it. I would say that's how would you describe that factoid, gentlemen?
Why didn't she call anybody? Like the police or guards or something.
Or an airstrike.
Oh, let me just watch this kid get fucking spit roasted by these fucking migrants.
She just wants to help them, Zidane. They just want jobs.
Jobs raping boys, apparently.
Oh my god.
The fat ugly bitch just wanted to watch it happen.
Oh god. She just wanted to have it saved for her personal library, apparently. I hope the FBI doesn't search her hard drives. Oh my god.
Lunatic in the chat said she was holding the camera.
No. Ugh. Anyway, I thought that would be interesting. Let's play. Should we play the whole video is like 10 minutes. Let's skip let's just play it. 4:35. Let's play a little bit. 4:35.
And then we have like 2 examples where we have country being probably significantly. So consistency is the most important thing. Even if you find yourself in a position where you have to lie because you suddenly remember something else, that's just what you need to say.
So they've got experts that have made a list of refugees will act like this. They'll have these things that they'll say. They know what actual persecution happens under these governments. And these legal advocates are teaching people the words to say. Oh.
Yeah. She's been very explicit with me. They have literally lists. So if you're vague, if you're uncertain, any of that stuff, those are buzzwords that if the interviewer writes those down, you don't get your asylum. But on the other hand, there are certain words that if the interviewer writes down, certain characteristics, literally emotion, if you're emotional, then they will wave you through.
Putting the decision whether or not you're acting with emotion. So you have to be like, or crying, or stopping, or throwing up, or asking for a break. So it's becoming an actor.
You have to tell people to ask to take break.
Oh, we do. We actually do role playing. And so like we prepare for the folder. So like the first role playing activity we do is like us being
tell those kids to shut the fuck up! I can't hear the video!
How should I introduce myself? How should I give them the folder? And then how do I sit down? And then when do I stand up? When do I show them how to pray?
Why would you need to show them how to pray?
Well, because it's a good way to show honesty. Done in other places too, like not good places, to see if you're truly what you say you are. You can't show how you pray.
Oh, so you're saying like playing.
They probably know how to be, praying that way. They also ask like what's your favorite holiday. So like some people just say like Christmas, but like we explain you can't just say this because it's not sufficient answer. You have to say. And you have to say it in a certain way, which is like December 25th, which is Christmas, which is the birthday of our Lord and Savior.
What this organization are doing, they're not.
Now wait, let me pause at 6v5. So basically, they're telling them to pose as Christians. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
Yeah, pretend that they are, so they can get us out.
Oh wait, I'm running a poll. Lauren or Jess? Lauren is actually ahead right now, which I'm a little surprised by, because the chat does usually seem to be pretty pro Jess. We'll see how that poll ends up turning out. 6:55. Easy for me to say. Let's continue.
Not just teaching refugees how to make it through the system. While I'm sure there are genuine refugees that are trying to get to Europe and go through these requests with the government, this group, Advocates Abroad, they're looking for a 100% success rate. They are trying to get every single migrant that comes across those borders, illegally or legally, criminal or not, they are trying to get them through to Europe under refugee status. There is a process in place to determine who is and who is not a genuine refugee. And the government, they have made checks and balances for that. They have made sure they can determine who that is. And this group, they are trying to skirt that process. They are trying to make a mockery of Europe's borders and get every single person through. One of the craziest things in that reporting is the fact that they are teaching people who could very well be, many who are likely Muslim, who are perfectly safe in many Middle Eastern countries, how to pretend to be Christian, how to pray, how to say that Christmas is their favorite holiday. I mean, that is insane. There are Christians who are being beheaded, that are facing jail, that are facing just complete and utter persecution, that are now being put at the back of a line for support in Europe because Advocates Abroad are teaching people perjury, how to lie to the government and pretend to be Christians so they can get through. It is making an absolute mockery of Europe's borders. It is making a mockery of the proper system put in place to help genuine refugees, and it is hurting both genuine migrants and the European people who now have to deal with a mass influx of people that are entirely unvetted. We spoke to the migrants on the camps in the Greek islands, and they were
glasses, Lauren.
One of the biggest things they fear are ISIS in their camps and criminals in their camps that have just gotten through and come to Europe. And there is a very good chance that Advocates Abroad are coaching those people as well are coaching criminals, are coaching ISIS how to skirt the system, how to get by and lie to the government and get into Europe. Of course there are people, who need legal help. Of course there are genuine refugees out there, but what they need is non-partisan, real legal help, not like actual activists that are trying to do illegal behavior, not advocates abroad. So that was just a very small snippet of some of the amazing content we have with our project Borderless. There is still so much we have yet to expose and so much more we want to expose that the government and the media are trying to cover up. Unfortunately, so far, we have come to the end of our budget for the Borderless film, but we're looking to you to help us continue this project as there's so much more we want to investigate and bring forward. If you want to help, please check out the links below or go to borderless.movie to do that. And a huge thanks to everyone who has already supported making this possible. We'll see you guys in the next expose.
All right, there we go. There's the video. Borderless.movie. By the way, some people said it wasn't fair because I haven't shown a picture of Jess, and you know we just had a 10-minute video featuring Lauren Southern, so it's not fair unless I show Jess apparently. So I'll put her on the screen so maybe we can get a fair result here on the poll. I've showed her on this program before, but just so it'll be fair, let's just show a couple pictures of Jess and we'll see how the poll goes. All right, I just want to be fair here. And then there's one more picture. I mean, actually, there are a lot more pictures, but let's see, there's one. I'll show one more after this. You know, it's all, you know, we don't want a rigged poll, right, gentlemen? It's all about fairness, right?
Yeah, fairness in elections.
Yes, exactly. We're not Democrats here. We want an honest vote. All right, here goes the third one. She appears to be really reading that book pretty hard there. What book do you think that is?
Mein Kampf.
By the way, the poll just got a lot tighter there. All right, we'll see how it goes. There's the poll. Should we try to take some callers?
Yes, we should.
I'll post the Discord link again shortly. Let's see. Let's take a caller. Oh, before we take callers, let me catch up on the super chats. The Wrong White 666 says Corinne and Sargon are going to team up to take the stream down. You shouldn't have done that, Ralph. Davik Quest says Corinne is born again like a Soygon fetus. Donut Meister says is Corinne Aaron's mom. Ash Gassam says Vespine for Lesbos and Lesbos. Churchy McBiscuit says keep the retort alive. Locate that donate button and use it. Literally nobody says hello, Lauren. I just raped you. Thank you for checking in, David. Much appreciated. Let's take a caller. First off, let's look at the poll again. It's 708 to 668. Not sure how much time's left. How much time's left on this poll? 3 minutes to go. It's getting closer. All right, let's take a caller. General Jack D. Ripper, you're on the air on the kill streak.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you been?
Ah, pretty good, man. How you been?
You know, just chilling. All right. So who do you think talked to Corin? Who got her to go and do all this shit? She didn't just come out of the blue and be like, hey, you know, let's go fuck with all these guys.
Sorry to interrupt you. Speaking of Corinne, she just DM'd me.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
She was like, so yesterday after you called her, I actually DM'd her and went back and forth a little bit. And the last thing I said is, she was talking about how she dates younger people, and this is what I said. The only reason they date you is because you pretend to be rich and they leave you when they find out you're a broke. And now she says, who are you? You have no idea who I date? She's typing right now.
Oh, wow. So she's...
It's live. You are banned, not me. Stop using me for your content. She's trying to ban me in DMs. Like, that's what she said. She was like, you are banned.
But I had some people on Twitter speculate that possibly, you know, some liberalists or skeptics, whatever you want to call these faggots, were actually the ones behind this, putting her up to this stuff, and that wouldn't exactly shock me. Let's just put it that way. I mean, we don't have proof of that, but she's not the brightest bulb in the box, so for her to have these kind of ideas,
that was
does
an
activate the old
complex
almonds.
plan. She didn't, you know, she couldn't have come up with that. to go in. She didn't even know what a DMCA is or a copyright strike. I guarantee that until somebody talked to her.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Again, we don't have evidence of that, but
Oh no, I'm just speculating. You know, you can never say anything without evidence, but something to look into. All right, you guys can sunset me now.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you for calling in.
No problem, guys. Have a great night.
You too.
Later.
Let's see. I don't think this person's called in before. Kit, you're on the air on the kill stream.
Oh fuck! Let me wait a second.
Like the car from Knight Rider.
The car's actual name is Kit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
He kind of sounds like the
I just
car.
want to say shortly, fuck you, Rob.
Go ahead, Kit.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say fuck you, Ralph. I didn't. I assumed the Jess was like mental Jess from the lawsuit, and I wasn't sure.
No, it's not Jess from the Dick Show. It's Jess, Lauren's sister.
So yeah, that's all you can such at me now. Autistic Slavs.
Thank you. All right, let's try another car, then we'll bring it back. Let's see. Coldotha, you're on the air on the kill stream. Go.
Okay, 1 second. There we go. Okay, yeah. So, oh man, a lot of fucking bullshit has been going on. Holy shit. So I caught most of Sargon's fucking meltdown the other day. It's like the guy keeps coming back. He's one of the worst fucking spurts at this point. He's not even a walkout. He's not, well, I don't know. Debatable whether he's not funny anymore. But he keeps coming back. He won't fucking go away. He's so desperate. He won't fucking go away. But, you know, I feel like reckoning is coming. I feel like the reckoning is coming. I feel like all the skeptics are going to get free helicopter rides here before too long. I'm really hoping. And I don't know if you saw, Ralph, the fucking lore with this this kitty, what's his name guy? There was some fucking, did you catch that?
I have seen a little bit about that. Yeah, apparently he was spurging out. I was actually, the first day I was here, I went and saw, apparently he covers like the news on streaming or whatever, like through the other streams and like checks them out and stuff. And I mean, he seemed chill, but apparently he was kind of like spurging out last night. I don't know the whole deal on it, but
he spurred out again this afternoon. He had a stream, and then I got on there. Some other people got on there, and then he went on Cognificent's stream. I don't know if you know him, and he was screaming at Cognificent about being harassed. And then he was like, "Oh, I've been sexually abused," and all this other shit. It's pretty amazing.
What is that today?
So, that was just a couple hours ago, about 3 hours before he came on here.
Why is he doing
Then
this?
He banned everyone. He was doing it on his own stream. So he had a stream going, a bunch of us were on there, then he left his own Discord and went on to Cognificent's Discord while he was streaming, and then yelled at Cognificent for about an hour.
I don't know, I just heard he was spurting out. I didn't see that. I did see one clip where he was talking about, I heard the trolls are gonna attack our stream, we gotta get ready for guerrilla warfare and stuff, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, he thinks we're the troll army that's been sent to assault him sexually.
It was a little strange, man.
It's fucking a whole new chapter of lore, dude. And fucking ongoing trilogy at this point. Yeah, the last thing I'll say, where do you think this is gonna all end? Because Sargon's not going away, the skeptics aren't going away.
You mean life itself or this skeptic thing?
The skeptic cabal, where are they going to meet their end? How does this all end? How does the trilogy end?
I mean, they're already kind of a laughingstock besides anybody that says their own cult. So, I don't know. They'll probably still have their fans. At least people like Sargon. Look at Crowd. I mean, he's busted and disgusted. He's already been left laying. I'm not sure where it'll end for all these people. I assume Sargon's at least got, a couple more years of rolling along, but.
Yeah, I imagine so. It's, the sad thing is that even now, even at this point, he could still use all of the subscribers he's got left, all the clout that he has left. If, he really actually wanted to do the things he's talked about doing, like, be like a big politician, big brain suit guy, if he wanted to do that, even at this late stage of the game, he could still fucking do it. But the problem is that he cannot get out of his own way. He is so he's so desperate to shut you guys down. And it's interesting because it ties back to the whole thing that happened with Andy, where they tried to like false flag him as a pedo or whatever. He came on and he told y'all, or actually no, I think it might have been his own stream. He came on and he said basically he thought what was going to happen was they were going to go after all three of y'all and pretty much everybody they consider to be a big alt-right celeb. And then look what happened. Within the space of maybe a week of that happening, everybody was getting either deplatformed or there were attempts at deplatforming y'all. So it's fucking I don't know, man. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for calling in, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Ralph. I'll sunset myself.
All right. Where do you think it's gonna end? I mean, I think Sargon's already made himself a laughingstock. And I've heard other people put this out there before. I don't want to act like I thought of the the theory or whatever. All he had to do was pretty much just leave the alt-right alone and not just the alt-right, but people like Medicare and us. He perpetuated this. We would laugh at him every once in a while, but he's the one who took it to the extreme level. He's like, oh, Jim doesn't even own a suit, and going further and further, attacking the Wall Street Journal in tweets, trying to attack Andy, going at me and him and Andy both, saying, I hope you get deplatformed. I'm laughing about you getting deplatformed, Ralph. I think that he's the one who's kept the snowball rolling, whereas if he would just, ignored it. Oh, and in the summer, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but I remember covering it during the summer where he said, he posted this on Facebook. He's like, well, here there's a plot among JF and Medicare and other IBS, quote unquote, echoes, parentheses types, to take me down, and just full tinfoil. He talks about other people with their conspiracy theories. Well, he's been doing conspiracy theories all fucking year long, and he's the one who's kept this ball rolling. Where, if you're so busy with in real life politics, and you're such a big man Sargon, why are you even involving yourself in this? You don't see real public intellectuals doing stuff like this. It's because he's a fraud and a phony, and you saw him get bitch slapped around yesterday by Christy fucking Winters, who he's gotten slapped around by before. Maybe that's Peach Face, I'm not sure. But Christy Winters and Kevin Logan were just owning him left and right. It was a disgraceful showing. But real intellectuals, real people who are doing, big. I don't claim to be. I'm just talking shit on the internet. But people who are real activists or real politicians, really involved in moving the political needle, don't have time for this type of superfluous behavior. Does anybody disagree with that, or?
No. That was fucking fantastic. Spot on.
Well,
Christy Winters owned him twice, though. This is the second time she fucking slapped his shit down.
Yeah.
The first time he had to make a video and apologize for losing. Is he gonna do that this time?
I don't know. I really don't know. What was he even thinking? She was mocking him in the description. It's like, wow, he's desperate. Why is he even coming on the show? And then he comes on the show, doesn't even have any type of grasp of the topics. It was about the midterm elections here in the United States. That's another thing. I love our international viewers, and if you know what you're talking about, you know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter where you live. But this guy clearly has no real idea what the American political system or the political paradigm over here is all about. He has no clue. He's tried to latch on to the Trump stuff when he was a Bernie Sanders supporter beforehand. He really has no clue about how our system works, what makes people like Trump tick. He was going on and on about the game.
I guess I'll go play Red Dead Redemption soon.
For Trump to do that. Yes, Trump does troll all the time, but he trolls for votes. He trolls to gin up the base. It's not
when
just
you finish, you'd
mindless
play
trolling. So it's just, I don't know. I just think he's a fucking brainlet.
I'll do a couple games so I can try to get that destroyer, and we'll see what you're at when
he's gonna have is that all of the far left people that he goes against constantly are going to use him trying to get rid of us and everybody he doesn't like as ammunition later.
Is that you when you pick
him? And then he's gonna throw up this huge stink about
the Starkiller's picture. Is that you?
Got me kicked off of YouTube, and I'm just gonna
Who's that
like,
with you?
see faggot. That's what happens when you do that.
From IPC.
They're 100% going to go after him next. The people who try to.
How recent is that?
I have a feeling he was actually involved with that. So maybe that's why he's not too worried.
So sexy, Jaeger.
Not sure.
You'd like me now because I'm growing my beard kind of like you. Like I've always had a handlebar mustache and a goatee and a soul patch.
Yeah,
but
I didn't see
I'm
that.
growing my chops in with it now, so I'm kind of getting the way you're at.
Well, Gator digs that up.
I shaved my head though because I'm going bald bad.
First off, this
But I
is
like
what
it. It's the Bruce
Sargon
Willis look.
fears public humiliation. You guys have this clip already?
Yes.
Okay. Let's hit it right now.
So the question is, what passions are influencing you to rationalize your actions? In the spirit of fair play and honesty, I will tell you mine first. Mine are for the protection of my ego. I fear public humiliation and disgrace, and I do everything I can to avoid it.
Yeah, I'm like 600,000 away from that Tier 7 destroyer.
Can be, and as ethical and moral.
Yeah, I'm using the Scan Horse. I got all the flags and skins and shit. I still got a shitload of economic flags from when I signed up for premium and all that.
This will not
When I bought the Scan Horse, I bought a flag pack for like $5 and got like a shitload of fucking economy flags.
And then I will move forward with my reputation.
You know, this is one of the very few times in games like I was happy to give money to this premium store, you know?
Which is very short but very funny.
You get thousands of hours out of this for free, like to give back.
Well, let's play the second Sargon clip. Did you hear that already?
Well, he sprinkles.
I can't, on my next day off, Wednesdays, I gotta work half a shift and then I have Thursday off because I gotta go to something at April's school, so I have to switch shit around. But I got Thursday off, so on my way home I'll probably get a, I think I need a, just HDMI to HDMI, but it's gonna be like 15
I
feet.
like Andrew.
Probably try to pick one of those
He
up.
keeps making dumb mistakes.
And then my computer's on the floor near where I sit to use the TV, so I think the mouse and the keyboard, if I hook them up to the forward
What
boards,
is
will
this
reach right
4/7?
over.
Like, what is it that I've done? I mean, the chances are, whatever the false evidence is, it's probably only a beyond
Real-life
like
warships.
technological ability to actually manufacture. Just saying, I'm pretty incompetent.
I hope in the next year the 1080 Ti drops like 100 or 200 bucks. That'd be sweet. I think I get taxes back around, like you file them in January, but I think you get them back near the end of February. So that'd be around the time I'd be looking at a video card.
It's just that I understand how time works.
Target, I am sorry.
It's gotta do 4K at Ultra, at least 60, and I want it future-proof to do like the next generation of games decently too. Oh no, I think the 1080 Ti is pretty. I think those new cards, until like the ray tracing standard, are just a waste. And by the time it is standard, there'll be a better generation of cards tailored to it. You know, like jumping on the first gen of a technology that's barely used.
Does it seem to anyone else that Jim has a massive inferiority complex? Yes.
They're just too fucking
Yes,
expensive.
exactly.
It's
That's exactly
something I couldn't even consider.
Jim doesn't even own a student.
He probably doesn't. He's probably cheaper.
Can't justify $1,000 on one thing, you know, one component.
He's an absolute legend.
It's like putting a fucking, you know, a V12 twin turbo engine in your fucking Toyota Corolla.
Emotionally stable.
This computer's been pretty decent though. It's holding its own. The 16 gigs of RAM seems to be fine. The process is pretty good. It's like an i7K or some shit.
And if I ever seen you in real life, identify.
It's the K series, the fucking series.
Don't call me fucking ridiculous.
It's not the fastest, but it's pretty good. And I've never really thought it was a bottleneck for anything. RimWorld's a good game to really test your CPU well to see when it starts slowing down. And I haven't gotten slowed down in RimWorld since I upgraded to this computer.
He appears to be planning some kind of shooting rampage. Andy Worski's planning a shooting rampage. Let me take in law enforcement.
Find someone doing something in real life, and it's having measurable results.
All the smug chuckling.
Fucking got him.
Got him. He got him. Sargon wins again. Do we have the, by the way, that video was excellent. I don't know who made it. It was sent to me.
Oh shit, on your mini map now, it shows a little circle of exactly where your mouse pointer is looking. Like your aim cursor. That's pretty cool.
Do we have the Dan Schneider thing? I don't know anything about this. Let me look into it.
Sure as ice.
Dan Schneider. We talked about him during the summer. A creepy pedo type person. I think of the episode we talked about. Interesting. Dan Schneider is demanding that YouTube take down my video about his firing because of copyright infringement. Here is the video in question.
I'm not up tiered. I'm the highest tier in a Scan Horse. I'm against a Nagato and a King George. 5.
Wow, this video did very well. While it's small as a boss. All right, how long is it? It's not that long. 7 minutes. Okay, let's watch it. You guys got it pulled up?
The idea that people in Hollywood have been exploiting aspiring acting talent has been around as long as the craft itself. Throughout the lifetime of Hollywood's titanic influence on the entertainment industry, there have been many people who wanted to shy away from the industry after discovering that it was not the place of meritocratic excellence that they thought it was, but rather a sleazy casting couch with promises for the lucky. There have been rumors about the casting couch even being present in children's entertainment, and the best example of this would be a man named Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider is a man who used to write for and executively produce popular Nickelodeon TV shows, and he was recently fired.
Dan, no!
Article, breaking news, Nickelodeon...
When's the range to switch to AP against cruisers and Scan Horse? 10?
Multiple complaints of abusive behavior against Schneider, filed by members of his staff. He was also, quote, under a cloud of suspicion over the treatment of some younger stars, and also well-documented temper issues for years. You are likely to be, at the very least, familiar with some of the shows that he has created, which include All That, The Amanda Show, Kenan and Kel, Drake and Josh, iCarly, and more. This man's influence within the industry has been something hinted at for more than a decade, with horrible accusations made from anonymous sources on various sites on the internet. It doesn't help his case that there are many pictures of him inappropriately grabbing some of the girls in the photos. A skeptic might say, there's no way that this can be true. No one would ever let their children be exploited by powerful executives. But I would then ask them to ask themselves, what happened to Heather O'Rourke? With Schneider, the accusations have not been made public and everything has been kept behind closed doors. Some speculate that there is a legal gag order preventing people who have witnessed anything or experienced it firsthand to come forward. However, with this recent revelation of the reasoning behind his firing at Nickelodeon, there is now weight to some of these accusations. Some of the people who used to work in that industry, say Amanda Bynes, for example, who is perhaps more known for her meltdown than she is for any of her shows. Pre-sworn affidavit is signed. Counsel, you ready to read this up? Yes. Some might think that this connection is a flimsy one at best, but she is not the only person who once worked very closely with Dan, who had a similar meltdown that went viral.
Hey, Dan Schneider. I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Fine. Fine. Look what you've done to me.
That was Jeanette McCurdy, who worked directly with Dan Schneider on Zoe 101 and worked on many other Nickelodeon TV shows as well. Here's another clip of somebody else talking about working with Dan Schneider, and he doesn't really get into detail about the working conditions, but he does mention that Dan Schneider just happens to be one of God's chosen people.
Am I Jewish? No, I'm actually not Jewish. I'm a Christian. So, but I definitely respect, Jewish culture and everything about the Jewish people. And actually, a lot of the people that I work with are Jewish at iCarly. Our executive producer, the guy who makes iCarly, Dan Schneider, he's Jewish. A bunch of our producers and directors, they're all Jewish too. So I'm actually
let me pause it at 3:33. I mean, that's not exactly. I mean, Schneider isn't exactly a show. Anyway, it's like, wow, breaking news! No way, I didn't understand. I mean, he's Jewish. Hold up. Let's see. Let me read these real quick and we'll finish up the video. Mr. Problematic says the poll isn't the only thing tighter. Can't believe there's so many N-word lovers in the chat. N-word lovers in the chat. Orange Juice Nut says, Ralph, you nigger, I want to change my vote. That was a super chat, by the way. J-Rock 1982 says, Jess does not skip leg day. Mine 1001 says, Corinne to appear on the morning Kumite win. Probably soon. Sargon Makad says, can confirm the Southern Tapes was the waiter. By the way, Gator, you outside? What is it?
Yeah, I think he's got his mic on his phone, perhaps.
Okay, all right, I was just checking. Sargon Makad says, can confirm the Southern Tapes was the waiter at that Applebee's. I apologize for my wife's screaming son disrupting the audio. Ethan the Hobo says, can abort the retort, unlike Sargon's baby. Sargoy's baby, actually. Keep doing what you're doing and fuck these sanctimonious septic cunts. Gordacura says, these skeptics are like the YouTube atheists of the early 2010s. Their life cycle has expired and their content is dated. They just need to let go, move the fuck on, and most importantly, stop being massive faggots and ruining the internet. Doom Guy 1 says, Rax the hero is a soy-filled cuck and his taste in anime is trash. Woke Center Left says, Amanda Bonds used to be my fat queen. What the fuck happened to her? And with that, I'll continue the video at 3:33. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yep. All right, let's do it. Right.
There's, a lot of Jewish people in there, which is really cool.
Oof. Well, I'll go ahead and let you figure out how that plays into all of this on your own. But perhaps the cherry on top of this is Schneider's apparent foot fetish, which has seeped into the content of the shows that he has been producing.
Have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth?
Dan Schneider, what are you doing?
Check this out.
The hell?
This would be strange if it involved adults, but it is even more strange, to put it lightly, when it involves children. This is certainly not entertainment I would want to have my child watching. There is a lot of foot imagery with Nickelodeon, and it is starting to become crystal clear why that is. The rabbit hole is as deep as you can imagine. Here's a clip from a Revenge of the Cis video, where they interview a man who claims to have worked in the entertainment industry and claims that many knew what Schneider was up to.
I worked in the entertainment industry for almost 10 years, and Schneider came up quite a few times with some of the people that I worked with. And this guy is just an absolute scumbag. It goes far beyond. He would have pool parties and invite all the kids over, and be like, "Oh, we'll take care of the kids. No adults need to come over." So he was having pool parties.
When you hit a battleship with like incendiaries and you take out planes and it shows a number next to it, what's that number mean?
One of my friends that used to work on a couple of shows they did. I mean, this goes back to the early 90s. This is,
I thought it meant you destroyed like his spotter or his fighter.
All that, and Keenan and Kel and all that. And he would spend.
That's what I thought I had been killing this whole time, was spotters and fighters, not AA emplacements.
And without any adult supervision in there either. He would get mad if you went and if the talent wrangler, the person who would usually handle all the talent, make sure they were on set when they needed to be. If they were going and whichever actor or actress needed to be on set, if they went to go get him and he was in the middle of talking to him, he would just berate the poor PA that was just trying to do their job for interrupting them. He was just he's just a sick dude, and people have known about this in the industry for a long time. This isn't anything that's new to people within there, and it's not anything new to Nickelodeon either. I don't know why Nickelodeon continues to put up with this guy.
This new scandal surrounding Schneider is very similar to the Me Too movement in many ways. He is sort of the Harvey Weinstein of Nickelodeon. The difference is, however, that this involved children, and what's horrifying is that people knew about this and kept quiet. This wasn't about an adult woman being propositioned with the aspect of a career if she gave in. These were children who were manipulated. Even after a decade of internet sleuths trying to piece the stories together and validate them, nobody has come forward officially on the record, and nobody has gone to the police. Is this because it didn't happen, or is this man's influence so deep, or the money was too good, that no one was willing to open up to authorities? Just like with Me Too, the people who were complicit in allowing this to happen and did not do anything are partially responsible for allowing it to continue for so long. If so many people were willing to turn a blind eye for Schneider, who else are they willing to turn a blind eye to?
Because I will tase her if necessary.
What the fuck? What?
I said lots of nice things.
Maybe it's just me, but this girl looks terrified in this picture.
Felt uncomfortable right
Felt
there.
like pointing that out.
Oh, God. So anyway, here's the copyright claim. We've received the copyright infringement notification below regarding your video. We believe your content is protected by fair use, fair dealing, or a similar exception to copyright protection. We are writing to let you know we do not plan to remove your videos at this time. You have control over the availability of videos on your channel, including the ability to delete them if you choose. Please be advised that it is possible the copyright owner will approach you directly to request removal or take other action. This email is not intended as legal advice. If you are interested in more information regarding your options in this matter, you may wish to consult a qualified attorney. Please note the complainant's physical address and phone number have been redacted from this copyright infringement notification below. This information will only be shared if you intend to file a lawsuit against the complainant. Excuse me. Let us know if you choose to do so. Username Dan Warp. Email address blocked. Secondary email blocked. He says, describe the work allegedly infringed. My company, organization, or client's artwork. Title of artwork. Misspelled. Multiple personal photos of Dan Schneider. Type of artwork photo. Where does the content appear? 28 seconds to 40 seconds. And then this is what he claimed was copyrighted. These pictures here. Maybe these pictures hold a special place in his heart. Maybe that's one of those. I'm not sure. But these are the photos. Look at this.
I think they hold a special place in his basement. I think that's the problem.
Oh my God! Look at these photos, dude. What in the fuck? These are the ones he claimed. Oh God, this last one. So, well, we'll give YouTube some slight kudos for keeping the video up, but.
Kids. Oh, young.
This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this guy, by the way. We did a show. I don't know if it was a whole show on him, but...
A carrier gave the actual objective no support and was just fucking around with the people on the edge of the world doing
nothing. Hot tub? Is that what he was doing in the hot tub?
And their carrier was putting all his torpedoes and bombers at the objective, so we just got fucking picked off and about it.
Just for context, if you can find that, hand it to me and I'll post it. Also, we did the recount on, they demanded a recount in the chat. Lauren or Jess. Jess won 613 to 305. Lauren did take the first poll. We have another poll up right now. It is Dan Schneider, creepy or pedo? Pedo is at 698, creepy is at 50. So, yes, it's this one. It's actually this one. Yeah, so I guess we'll go ahead and play that. Oh, God. Not planning on seeing this.
Dude, I heard Crusader Kings is coming out with like a infinite random world generator where you no longer have to play on Earth. Yeah, I'm gonna pick that up and stop playing again. I love that game. I bought a bunch of the DLC like 4 months ago and played it and had fun, but haven't played it since. They come out with that, that'll be enough to get me back in. Dude, Jaeger, I'm in a match right now. There's 3 people on each team. My team has a carrier, me, and an Omaha. And they have a Ryujo, a Normandy, and an Emily Burton. How was that possible?
It's not on there. The Friday episodes, unless we've been taken off of the service,
and
still be up though.
It's a full-size map.
Tonight's will be up. God, I meant to record it, but now I'm gonna have to wait on the fucking archive, which that's my fault. I'm just not used to pressing record when I start the show, which is not really that big a deal at all. But I forgot to do it again tonight, so I'll have to wait till the archive to put up the podcast link. 2Kit says, sorry for calling retardation, man. Haven't slept for 2 days, severely unprepared. Oh no, I know how it goes, man. I've done whole shows like that before, so I know exactly how it goes. Loops says, look into the documentary Open Secret. It exposed DEN, the digital entertainment network set up by a convicted pedo to lure in boys from across the country and host pool parties.
Yeah, no, they do good work exposing Hollywood stuff. Remember when we were talking about, what was his name? James Gunn stuff.
Yes.
I actually talked to the Open Secret.
How do I know if the plane I have equipped on this is a fighter or a spotter? It shows like a 3 or 4 layered radar behind the plane consumable.
Over here says, didn't this guy say he was some kind of MIT/CIT dropout that was a part of some kind of MK Ultra experiment, basically a pedo test?
All right, so there's definitely a spotter.
That would surprise me. All right, I don't know. Have you guys heard of that?
Weird shit goes in Hollywood all the time.
Alright, let's hit play.
Does a spotter do anything against enemy bombers or torpedoes?
Special feature.
But it's susceptible to enemy fighters, obviously. This is weird, a 3-people game per team. They're together. I spawned on the opposite side, so I'm traveling over to them.
By the way, I'm gonna pause it. Somebody said that. Yeah, we don't have to see this. Let's skip to. Let's skip to 220.
Wow, our carrier didn't launch any fucking fighters, and they're coming with bombers and torpedoes. It's gonna end quick.
By the way, didn't Sargon say it depends on the age of the child? Depends on the child, that's what he said. I just wanted to point that out. I wasn't sure if I got the quote right. Alright, let's continue at 240. Imagine putting this out voluntarily.
Normandy, is that a fire ship? HE shells?
Look how close she is to him. This is disgusting.
Yeah, but it does specialize in HE. Can I out-brawl it in a banger? Oh, here come the planes for me. I'm probably fucked.
Dan definitely
I'm pretty sure I'm making a boyfriend off this tape.
Yes, I'm the executive producer and the head writer. Yes, actually, I wrote this whole conversation that we're having right now. And I see before sent you the executive producer. I see. Yes, he does. I see, now I'll send you the executive.
Hi, welcome to my booth. Today my special guest is the executive producer of the E-Man Show, Dan Schneider.
Making her stay in that hot tub as long as possible, huh? Where are his hands in this video?
You don't want to know.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think that wraps it up. Again, we watched all these back in the summer, but you know, just for those who are not familiar with Dan Schneider. By the way, we ran the poll: Dan Schneider, creepy or pedo? Pedo at 1,176, creepy at 84. So the chat has spoken. Let's see, super chats. Where am I at? Oh wow, a few rolled in before I could see. Let's see. Pharaoh says, Amanda, if your show is on a network, your cock of a jerk bonds. Watsaki says, Dear Ralph, please give a shout out to the Tane crew. They're a bunch of bastards. Shout out to the Tane crew. Bessamede says, have you seen Owen Benjamin's video about Leonardo DiCaprio? Holy shit. I actually have not. I'll put that on the list here and pull that up in another window so I'll remember. The Greedy Grappler says, fun. Dan, post-pubescent feet cannot compete. Schneider.
No.
Loop says,
but I took the cruiser with me.
Singer, director of
while every plane from the carrier, 2 waves whereas I survived right until the end.
Maybe Obama told him how good
and I dueled the battleship and cruiser simultaneously against just me. And brawled with both of them and ended up killing the cruiser and taking the battleship down by like 35%.
And the Amanda Show. The ending theme is literally Wizard Hill.
It was an epic death.
The Spyro games. It's the Hebrew bro. Think about it. Fuck these pedos. Pharaoh says, Amanda, put me on TV and I'll touch your PP bonds. Actually, sending these makes me feel gross, but no sacred cows. Blazerko says, would recommend people watch this. Posted link in chat. Where did it go? Okay. If you have kids, keep your eyes peeled. There are molesters out there. Brian Singer, X-Men director, is another huge piece of shit. That is true. If you have, honestly, you should keep your eyes peeled regardless, because fuck pedophiles. But yeah, especially if you have kids. Damn, that's an hour long. I don't think we can play that, but I'll look at it after. Lord Akira says, I need an adult that won't rape me, please. Amanda Bonds. Bodhi Harma says, dude, get Owen Benjamin on. He's been talking about a lot of pedos in Hollywood and the like lately. Also have him rant about Jordan B. Peterson. Noodle Fox says the wildfire in California needs to initiate scorched earth operation.
Wow, I'm still missing so much content. Holy shit.
Can you guys handle the calls for 1 sec while I step out?
Crusader Kings 2.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, cool. I'll be right back. You gentlemen handle it. 2/3 of the Christian trio, the best 2/3, if I do say so.
All right, that content I was telling you about is called Holy Fury. It comes out November 13th, which
you're
is
muted, Mario.
30 minutes for me. It's already there for you.
Oh, you're not muted.
Mario.
Oh, gentlemen. Hey, what's up?
Start your game on a fictional map of Europe as a small realm fighting for space or on a random map with historical analogs for the great kingdoms of yore. Then there's a hidden mode called Animal Mode, which makes all the sentient animals and races and animals with traits, and then you're like animal kingdoms against like dragons against fucking horses, shit like that.
Jews, man, but do you guys hear what's going on in Israel right now?
Yeah, I heard. They're gearing up for another war, apparently.
Right now, they're actually being bombed right now. I was looking at this Twitter of
I can't afford any of this. Jesus.
I think that's what her name is. Yeah, she has footage of the
more head skulls
in South Israel right now.
Kill you.
Yeah, I saw a New York Times article about it.
I am mighty.
Hey, man. Well, I'm a boring motherfucker, so you can sunset me, man.
No problem. Thank you.
I don't need that shit.
Yeah, we do have that. I did link that to Ralph a little earlier ago, so probably pull it up in a little bit. Let's see. Barry O's Big Iron. What's up?
What's up, guys?
Nothing much.
So, this whole shit with Sargon just fucking melding down. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Do you have any thoughts on it?
It cost me $135 to get this new DLC and all the other ones I don't have, excluding the unit packs,
You blew it!
the music packs, and the fucking
Oh,
ebooks,
God, step
and the
up.
EU
Oh,
full
my God.
converter.
Go ahead.
Oh well.
Now I'll wait
Look
for some
out for
kind of
my
big ass
video
sale.
coming up on
I
this
got Red
crazy
Dead
bitch who
to
thinks
play
she's gonna
anyway.
be the next Hitler. You'll love it.
What, she literally thinks she's gonna be the next Hitler?
Yeah, she started, basically she started really hot and just ended up completely fucked. There's this other thing with this male to female that turned into a male.
You lost. By the way, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Same. But it doesn't matter. It's a woman, so it's gonna fail regardless.
Fucked up tranny shit,
All right.
basically.
I have heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in, sir. I'll be on the lookout for that. If I don't see it, DM it to me or something.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Peace out. All right. Still here. Made it back. Let's see. Bones on Collar in the super chat, which is initiated with the donation button, says, "I don't co-sign
Tier
Collins, but I hope our
9s,
Messiah, the Lord
man.
Jesus, comes back to save us from this wicked debauchery and degeneracy with a high caliber fire." Oh, he actually says a high caliber rifle, a bigger caliber than any heretofore seen by mankind. Inshallah. I disavow. Well, he did disavow violence, I guess. So, Smugly Chuckle says, "Dan, get out your feet so I can beat my meat. Schneider needs to sunset himself." I feel like a lot of people agree with that. So, oh, somebody linked me this story in the chat. It's the Ohio State University football coach, and I hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen it before now.
He's in trouble. He's been in trouble for a couple weeks. What is his fucking name again?
It's Mike Gundy. He's the one who said, "I'm a man, I'm 40," but that was like 8 years ago, so he's a little bit older now. During his post-game press conference after a 48-47 loss to Oklahoma University on Saturday, Oklahoma State University football coach Mike Gundy took a moment to slam all those snowflake student transfers who are too non-committal. Gundy also said the liberalism of the system gives the players the option of not having to fight through it. By the way, there's a video. Oh man, it's 29 minutes long. What the fuck? About 8.5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So you guys see the video? Go to 8:28. Are you there? Yeah. All right, let's play it right now.
A lot easier for guys to do than maybe it was back in the day.
Well, I think we live in a world where people are non-committal. We allow liberalism to say, hey, I can just do what I want and I don't have to really be tough and fight through it. And you see that with young people because it's an option they're given. We weren't given that option when we were growing up. We were told what to do, we did it the right way, or you go figure it out on your own. In the world today, there's a lot of entitlement. I'm a firm believer in the snowflake. I think it's setting there, and I'm not talking about Tabo. Tabo and I have had multiple good talks. I'm talking about every millennial young person, Generation Z, I think is what they call them. That's the world we live in, because if they say, well, it's a little bit hard, then we say, okay, well, let's go try something else. Versus, hey, let's bear down and let's fight through this. So you see a lot of that nowadays, and that doesn't have anything to do with Tabo or McCleskey or anybody that's been on the portal here. That's just in general in society. Even if you're working down here at Walmart, if your boss gets after you and tells you that you're not doing a good job, you may go home and cry and tell your mom, and your mom may say it's okay. It's just kind of the facts of life, the world we live in today. Don't get me on politics.
Keep that in mind. What does it mean to you when a guy like Taylor Cornelius could have had the chance to leave and he doesn't?
Taylor, you know, we've talked about.
All right, I think he gets more into the nitty gritty of the football team after that, but
yeah,
just don't get me on politics after he just went on a political rant, basically. I actually hadn't seen that. Somebody in chat posted that, so good one. J Mac says, Dan, forget the hole. I want the soul, as in the sole of the foot. Snyder. I explained that just to make sure people got it. You couldn't see the spelling like I could. All right, let's take another caller. Let's see. Lewin, you're on the air on the kill stream. Go.
Oh, hey. Let me mute for a second.
So with the whole, with the whole quartering shit, the whole reason he deleted the stream is purely because after Jim and Keem left, he was a genius, the brainlet that he is, put text to speech on. He was fine taking my money and my hate speech until text to speech was on, and then he deleted the whole stream before I could clip it.
What kind of text to speeches were going on?
Gas Palestine, nuke the Jews. That's specifically the one that got him to, yeah, because turns out you can't write gas the Jews, nuke Palestine, but you can write the reverse, and they'll love to take your money for it. It's pretty great.
That's pretty good. By the way, we'll talk about this momentarily, but apparently the Israelis are going after, they're dropping some bombs there in Gaza. I heard that on the radio earlier too as well. So.
I guess they took my advice.
I think they did.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the whole Bryan Singer thing. Yeah, my friend was the one who spotted him at the Hawaii convention with Stan Lee before he died. Yeah, he's been accused.
Is that why Stan Lee decided to leave this earth, because of Bryan Singer?
Hopefully. But yeah, Bryan Singer, he's specifically been accused of like doing shit in Hawaii multiple times. Like, this isn't the first time. He's done some shit. Molested some kids, got them high in pools also, or hot tubs. I think it was a hot tub.
I've read about this show.
Yeah, it's yeah. They don't look into it here because we're just a little island paradise, so no one really pays attention to us and our hot dog stands.
So that was you in the super chat at the hot dog stand.
We don't have that's not a thing, and Obama is the one who said that, and he's from here. We do not have hot dog stands.
What about the banana stand? The money's in the banana stand.
See, that would make sense because at least that's a tropical fruit.
They do have bananas in Hawaii for sure.
This is true. But yeah, you can peacefully sunset me now. That was all I had.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you calling in. Speaking of Jews in Israel, we have a story here. I don't know if I'm logged in. Am I logged in? Yes, I am. Again, I got a free 5-year subscription to the New York Times because my alma mater hates me, apparently. They said, cost of botched Gaza spy mission, Israel's back at brink of war. On Sunday, Prime Minister of Israel, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi, piece of shit, assured Israelis wary of conflict with Palestinians in the Gaza Strip that he was doing everything I can in order to avoid an unnecessary war. 24 hours later, Israel appeared to be on the brink of just that. After a botched intelligence mission by undercover commandos left 7 Palestinian fighters dead, the militant group Hamas and other armed factions mounted an intense and escalating rocket and mortar barrage across much of southern Israel, with air raid sirens wailing from the Mediterranean up to the Dead Sea. And after a Palestinian anti-tank missile blew up an Israeli bus, seriously wounding a 19-year-old soldier, Israel retaliated with airstrikes and tank fire that grew steadily more destructive as the night wore on. Israel hit scores of military posts and weapons caches across Gaza, but also leveled a Hamas television station, radio station, and office building, and the group's military intelligence headquarters. It was the heaviest fighting between Israel and Gaza since their war in 2014. The fighting threatened to scuttle months of multilateral talks aimed at calming the Israel-Gaza border, where protests since March have been met with a lethal Israeli response. Some 170 Palestinians have been killed and thousands more wounded. The talks, mediated by Egypt, had already produced concrete steps to ease tensions in Gaza. Apparently, yes, I'm noticing those talks are going swell, aren't they? Yes, they're really on track here.
Fantastic.
Yes, great, good job. Including, like the talks always go over there, by the way, but including increased electrical power and the influx of millions of dollars in aid. So why some Israelis were asking Monday, with the Israeli government under pressure to ease tensions in Gaza and the talks showing progress, would the government risk it all for what officials described as a fairly routine surveillance mission? The answer, analysts said, may be that it was so routine, no one expected the Israeli commando squad to be exposed. So they got caught with their pants down, apparently, is what's being said.
They have to start a war.
Yeah, I guess it's time for another war, huh?
That's what they're gearing up for. This isn't the right, like, the response you would expect. They have, like, what, anti-tank rock RPGs, and these guys are just air raid bombing the fuck out of them.
It's like in Red Dead when you accidentally get on the wrong horse and everybody around you becomes Israel's just bombing everybody because they saw them do it.
By the way, no, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they're using this as an excuse to just level it at this point. They've wanted to level it for what? Since its inception? This is an excuse. They're just going to go in there.
I did a poll, Israel or Palestine. Somebody said I should have put neither on there, possibly, but you have to pick one in this poll. Or you could just not vote. I'm pretty sure neither would win. That's another reason I didn't put neither. So I wanted to force the question. We'll see how the poll goes. Palestine's winning so far, 120 to 89, fairly close. Let's Dong Wave, you're on there on the kill stream. Gator, do you have the clip?
Hold on, hold it. I got some other stuff before we get into that.
Wait, what?
I do have some other things.
Besides Italia?
Just a bit. Just a bit. I got a couple important things for you, and one after the Italy thing at the end, if you don't mind.
Okay, go.
It's been a bit. I got some stuff. First and foremost, I have an important public service announcement for a fellow Killstream guest, Mr. Mediker, who made a grave error in a recent tweet, and I want to keep him from quite literally looking like a bitch. He put out a poll for his new name between Boomer Groomer and Patio Furniture.
Yeah.
And he spelled Patty with 2 T's instead of 2 D's. And it's important to note that when you spell it with T's, it's referring to Patricia. So he's quite literally making himself look like a bitch, and I don't want to.
Well, I mean, Boomer Groomer won anyway. By the way, I was in favor of Patio Furniture, but anyway, go ahead.
Too.
Yeah, go ahead.
In addition to that, I sent you a video after the articles I sent. It's only a minute long. It's about California being on fire. I worked with the finer print to make that happen. I think it's kind of funny. If you want to play it later, I'd appreciate it. But otherwise, I think it's time we get into Italy.
All right, by the way, you have like 18. Oh, there we go. By the way, you have like 18 Italy stories. Pick 2.
I know I sent you quite a bit there. There's only one I really wanted to focus on. The other couple.
Let me guess which one it is. Is it the anti-migrant decree?
No, actually. Although I do love that picture of Salvini. He just looks like Pepe in that picture. It's great.
It does look pretty good.
But it's the last link I sent you is the one I'd want to focus on. But let me get through those first 3 first, just get
quickly. Not all. Don't do all 25. All right, just go quickly.
Yeah, I will go quickly. First of all, the Italian government has added a new program in their budget proposal to give land to any Italian family that has a 3rd child. It's intended to help boost the birth rate there. And the qualifications are Italian citizenship or residence for over 10 years, so none of the new migrants can apply. It's pretty great like that. Second is, of course, the anti-migrant decree. The article itself is fairly dry. It's just the government talking about migrants being bad, but that picture of Salvini is just beautiful. Next, we have Italy's relationship with Brazil looking up. For a number of years, the Brazilian left government was protecting a communist terrorist who escaped from a prison in Italy and hid out in Brazil. And now Bolsonaro, the new right-wing president there, is extraditing the fugitive Cesare Battisti as a gift to the new Italian
By the way, the leftists in Brazil said that wasn't going to happen. That even if he got to be president, that wasn't going to happen. So it looks like they're wrong.
Yeah, yep, they're wrong about a lot of things, and this especially. He's a communist terrorist, and I hope he either gets imprisoned or executed. I don't really care which. And finally, for the main focus of our Italian news tonight, Italy is loosening its gun law.
Alright. By the way, chat called you a spaghetti nigger.
That's fine.
Dude, I started dying when they said it.
Alright, so Matteo Salvini has pushed the Italian government to expand gun ownership laws and make it easier for Italian citizens to own guns. Overall, this may seem, compared to what we have here, like a small step. It's mainly about hunting and home defense. There's not a lot about concealed carry in there, but it's a step in the right direction.
Monarch any
worth
good?
Acknowledging and worth seeing that Italy is doing more than just kicking out migrants. Now giving their people land.
Does it have big caliber guns or small like Skyhorse?
And letting their people have guns.
Oh, it's an 8. All right.
Thank you for the
It looked tiny, but once I zoomed in, I'm like, all right, it's just a simple design.
Report. I think I like that better.
It's actually pretty massive.
Can we call it the Spaghetti Nigger Minute?
No.
Kind of the same setup as North Carolina in a way.
That might have a better ring to it for the chat. I'm not sure.
What's it do different? Like, what's it good at? Just
what's your video, by the way? It's just Italian. Italia. California burning to the ground, or?
Its secondaries look really big.
Yes, I know him well. Yeah, he did the Mundane Cash video. Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. I had an idea for a thing, and I'm cursed. I tend to have these pretty decent ideas for stuff, but I don't have the time or talent to really make them come.
All right, so this game's down to our Monarch versus their Kutuzov.
Supercut footage of California burning.
Oh, I'm dead. I died a while ago, but it was epic fight. It's one of the bullseye maps, and usually everybody camps on the islands, but like we did a big push against their big push and brawled it out in the middle. It was pretty fucking epic.
Yeah, I think so. It's only a minute long, so even if it's not good,
even if it sucks, it's only a minute lost. Okay. All right.
But I like
I'm not getting much damage with the Skyhorse though. Even like the games where I'm getting more action than usual, like I'm still only doing like 50,000 damage.
You're on the kill stream.
Very welcome.
Thank you.
Later, Dongo.
Ciao.
I got the flags reinforcing all the fire shit. And it's like between secondaries and HE, I still don't do many fires.
When they said that. Oh, it's too good.
I'm wondering if I should just start focusing AP and pen and superstructure at distance.
Let's
if that would add up to more.
Let's see. We might have to think up of a graphic for this. Part.
No, but like you'll do pens on the superstructure like up top, and you'll get like 1,000 per shot. I'm wondering if that would add up in AP more than the fires are doing. Because the fires seem to be shit.
A bunch of missiles dropping and shit. And I do have some. Also, I do know some.
I landed 43 main battery and 61 secondary shots, and I only got 5 fires the whole
game. We do have
game.
some listeners out there as well, so I don't know if we should celebrate too hard, but even some of the people actually in California were celebrating as well. So I don't know. It has killed a lot of people. I don't know. Maybe. Well, what do you think? Is it okay to laugh at California burning to the ground?
Hopefully everyone we like is okay. Yes, everyone we don't like, I just don't give a fuck.
Oh well. All right, let's hit it right now.
I call this one the campfire song. Let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song. Our CAMPFIRESONG song. And if you don't think that we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing along. CAMPFIRESONG song. CAMPFIRESONG song. And if you don't think that we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing along. CAMPFIRESONG song. That's it.
We won. What a great game that was.
Good. It'll help. It'll help if you just sing along. Oh yeah!
There you go. There's the campfire song.
Oh, I got a bunch of Honor to Hero stuff. That's when you get rewards during the match, right?
J-Rock says Owen Benjamin went in raw.
Ooh, some premium consumables.
CAA is
the
a
level 2 versions.
Agency out there in California. It's 20 minutes long.
Oh, I'm still just a couple credits short of my fucking
I do have it pulled up.
Oh, I got a container though.
YouTube says White Powerade, the official soft drink of the Ralph Retort kill stream. When a nigga is looking held down by thirst and white
I ain't played a new ship in a while.
Privilege that comes with it. Buy a nigga a White Powerade.
But I bought that, so that don't really
count. I'm not ignoring
count.
the video. I haven't had time to watch it. It's like 20 minutes long, but I will look through it. We'll play some of it tomorrow night.
I think I got it.
Let's see. Not applicable says my name is Ralph and I want to dig Hitler up and eat
Do I
skeleton.
keep the Farragut or do I
Today,
sell it?
Gorski referred to Asians as pinball.
Because I already have
how they sound when they talk.
a tier 6 battleship, so I got a tier 6 ship. I feel like I don't need the Farragut. I don't really like the Farragut.
Good old United States of America.
Let's sell the Farragut.
Actually, we have another video.
You sell the modules first, then the ship, or same price to sell it all together?
Tweets, Tucker Carlson and Antifa from our good friend Zentrax. I was gonna play this the whole time. Do you guys already have that pulled up?
Ooh, almost 2 million. I could do
the poll is over.
upgrades.
Palestine with 561, Israel. Actually,
Whoa, $1 million for the modules. I get 3 million for this fucking thing. Do I gotta buy the other ship before I sell this ship?
All right, let's go ahead and hit this video right now.
No, I mean like, if I sell the Farragut, am I still eligible to buy?
I can remember. I met my wife at one in New York.
Holy shit!
Ooh, there's a clan discount in effect.
And maybe people won't show up at your
That's
house
nice.
with gas, drums, and Ono chants.
Wonder how much it is.
Can't believe Tucker Carlson is making a fuss about some late trick-or-treater.
Alright, getting a Mahan.
Tucker Carlson got...
Oh shit, Jaeger!
Tucker Carlson's targets get their doors knocked in.
Sorry, Tucker.
Oh, it's still letting me. I thought it was gonna get rid of all the experience that was on the Farragut.
To you.
I agree that
Still letting me use it towards the next ship, even though I sold the Farragut.
with the fear of the Carlson family rather than with the fear of his victims, then you should take a moment to reflect on why that is. I honestly cannot empathize with Tucker Carlson's wife at all. I agree that protesting at her house was tactically unwise and shouldn't be done, but I am utterly unable to identify with her plight on any level.
Tucker Carlson on a mere daily basis uses his platform to push for white supremacy, which involves the liquidation and death of non-white people in America. So, save the tone policing.
I wonder why all of these things happened to Tucker. I thought he was supposed to be able to spew his hate on national television without any repercussions.
No, you should definitely terrorize Tucker Carlson at least as long as Christine Blasser Oy Ford has to keep moving because of death threats.
Every blood-sucking media talking head upset
I have a 10-point American captain, and it says he's in a level 1 cruiser called the Erie, which I don't own.
And the number 1!
Look, Tucker Carlson can save his family from this harassment at any time by surrendering himself to his local Antifa for re-education.
Wow. That was quite the litany there. Also, there was another. I guess this is just going to be the video segment. But yeah, go ahead, Zidane.
I was gonna say, it was so good. I saw it.
Retrain the commander to enable their progress on ship.
He's always killing it with these.
Now, what kind of points does he get that puts his bar up?
Zentrax is like a man of all trades.
Like captain points? Is there a flag that enhances it?
Talents. Not only does he does the killstream.com where you can find out where we're at currently and info and stuff. Makes awesome videos.
Instant retraining without any penalty
on this channel
to
last
affects the skills.
the Alaska
500
implosion stream that kind of blew us up in the first place. I didn't realize that he was on there for an extended period. Yeah,
I can pay 200,000 and get him halfway
I was watching
retrained.
it when he jumped on, and I was like, "Oh fuck, Zentrax!"
Really?
Blast from the past. We'll be doing some other classic episodes. I think I'm going to set up a special classic channel, like I said, though, with Warski,
Alright.
Warski Lives mixed in with kill streams and perhaps some original content, commercials and stuff like that mixed in. We're still trying to figure out the...
Now I need a talent build.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. I don't want to put it on this channel because I didn't realize that every time we start live on this channel, it sends out a fucking notification blast. So
Incoming fire alert.
there were a lot
No.
of people that jumped in and were like, what is this not live? What's going on?
Expert
That's why I had the
loader.
rerun written in big letters
Probably
up top.
not.
But yeah, we do want to set that up.
Preventative
All right,
maintenance.
Jordan Peterson's daughter.
What do you think? I
Chad
think
Singh
preventative
was,
maintenance
Zidane said it was
for the
interesting.
destroyer.
No more comment on that, Zidane? Just
Good idea.
That is
Get
it.
the wiki.
You don't want to go any further with it, or?
I'm good. I'm literally trying to get.
I'm excited to have a new ship, especially a new destroyer.
You know, agree with that. What do you think about it, Gator? Have you seen it yet?
I have not actually watched it yet.
Developed from the Farragut class, Mahan carried a more powerful torpedo.
What has piqued his interest here? I agree. All right, let's hit it. Roosh Via originally tweeted it out. Let's pull it up
127
and play it.
millimeter main guns, 15 rounds a minute. 5% chance of fire. I don't know if that's good or bad.
What's she doing?
Is that good?
So this is no tensing?
Well, I don't know. It's a destroyer with way faster firing guns. I know in the battleship's like 20 to 30, where 30's way better. I'm not sure how it scales down for the faster, smaller ships, you know?
Is this a sumptuous video?
It's amazing. It's amazing. And it'd be dramatically better if I was actually...
Whoa,
6.4 stock torpedo range. That's pretty decent.
Before, because my ankle was shit because of the replacement, and I was, you know, trying to not...
All right, that's the video. Gator, your thoughts while I set up the obvious poll.
Mahana's a fairly well-rounded destroyer.
Go ahead.
She is the first American destroyer to have the capability to fire torpedoes from beyond her detection range. That's pretty sweet. Via the upgraded torpedo she has access to upon equipping hull B.
Apparently, Jordan Peterson and her...
Solid pool of hit points and fast-firing guns that turn quickly.
Peterson talked about it on Joe Rogan, and she's been talking about it now.
Overall, Mahana is good at almost anything her enemies can throw at her, with the possible exception of aircraft. She is able to defend herself from enemy destroyers adequately.
So we got the JBP.
Her upgraded torpedoes are somewhat slow, but hit decently hard and can be fired from stealth.
It tightened up?
Yeah, no tensing there. Smash as at 621 passes at 120.
She has 3 torpedo launches, 1 port, 1 starboard, 1 centerline. She can put 8 fish into the water on either side. However, many opponents forget about the odd launcher on the opposite side of the ship. It can make for a nasty surprise at close range if they believe she's launched all her torpedoes. That's interesting. I never knew it could do that.
They're just bombing the fuck out of them.
Holy shit! That was a big boy bomb there, wasn't it?
Fast turret rotation speed under pros, outstanding main battery rate of fire, 3 torpedo launches,
Remu armpits,
large health pool for a destroyer, long-range torpedoes that reach out to 9.2 km. Holy shit!
The one where
that's fully
makes a
upgraded.
one-armed woman cry and the pit bull.
Has access to the defensive AA fire consumable when the sea hull is equipped.
That's the unfortunate thing. Some of the episodes are.
I usually don't like making the destroyer into the AA variant hull. It seems to gimp them.
I said play it again. Should we play it again?
Very weak armor. Anti-aircraft guns are mainly for show, even with the upgraded hull. Large silhouette, fairly large detection range. Shorter main battery range compared to Faraday. Slowest tier 7 destroyer at 35.4 knots.
Shit's popping off over there. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it.
That's the way to put it. All right, let's see. Let's take another caller. Are We Not Men? You're live on the air on the Kill Stream, formerly the #1 late night show on YouTube, now the #1 late night show on stream.me. How you doing? Oh, you didn't say anything. After all that, I was saving that the whole show, and you're not saying anything. You have nothing for that? Oh, God. Gave you everything. Oh, there he is. There. I was just about to kick you. Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. I can hear you. Let me try this. Can you hear me? I gave him all that. Slank Blate says, fuck your humble brags, Ralph. Well, I was just trying to make a joke, actually, about us getting kicked off YouTube. That was what you call self-deprecation there. That's what I was going for anyway. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a brag. But
yeah, level 1's best choice is preventative
maintenance. Let's see if I can get them all. I think I read some of these.
Last Stand.
Louis Filet, Hate Crime Chan, White,
Concealment Expert for 4.
Spector. New subscribers to the channel. Thank you very much for subscribing. Oh, We do have a couple more super chats. I didn't see these till just now. Lorga Aurelian said, Lorgar Aurelian says, pull up the picture of Jordan Peterson and drag on her Instagram. Also, what is your favorite Primarch and why is it the 16th? I'm not really, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not.
Should be the first
These
level
guys might be
3
able to talk about
chosen
Primarchs better than
because a dead Mahan does no damage after all.
Yeah. Warhammer 40k is not.
I'd
really
probably be a team
nothing
player
against
with
it, I
my
just never got
second
into
level
it.
3 and pick Vigilance.
Yeah, I'm not over it.
Yeah. Gator, what's your favorite Primarch?
It helps you acquire torpedoes from you and your allies can see torpedoes from an even farther range.
Press F for Gator right now. All right. Blizzerko says, playing Red Dead Redemption 2, got 3 horses, SJP, Sarah Jessica Parker, Hillary, Stormy. Pick a name for my 4th. What should be the name for his 4th horse?
Corinne.
Yeah, it's obvious, isn't it? And then put the bitch in front of a train. And forget your horse revive. Just lose that shit. Now the poll, JBP's daughter, smash or pass. 1,094 for smash, 249 for pass. The Dan's gonna abstain from this poll. I'm a married man. If Gator was here, I don't know what he would vote. If he comes back, I'll ask him. Hopefully, they didn't get him. All right, let's take another caller. Zerk, you're on the air on the kill stream. Go.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
Let me pause the stream real quick.
Let me also turn you down. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say I live in California and do not feel bad about laughing at these fires. Everybody out there. Like, not only does this state deserve to burn, it's damn good fun for anybody with a normal head around here. I mean, to see these fucking liberals.
Is inertia fuse for HE shells good for a destroyer?
Oh, I love it. Their whole
Improves the armor penetration capacity of HE shells, so probably not.
comes tumbling down and they don't know what to do about it.
Would you roast marshmallows on the fire from a safe distance if that was possible?
30% more armor pen for the HE shells up to 139
I was
millimeter.
driving around in it, so I didn't have any marshmallows, but
If you had marshmallows, would you have toasted them?
21?
oh, absolutely.
Check.
Just check.
It
What
is
about
sad.
what
to
about
see people.
s'more? What about
So it
s'mores?
could be worth having.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, well, it suggests concealment
The end
expert
product, man. It's good shit.
for the tier 4.
If you don't screw it up, though. That's
But I'm wondering if
Yeah,
inertia
you can't
fuse would
toast
be
them too
more
long and
powerful.
then they're all burnt and shit. Actually, you know, a marshmallow.
Yeah, I
kinda
know.
like
I'm just wondering for my first one because I have 10 points, so I can pick one to start off with.
little bit of char
Just a
isn't
little
bad.
bit. Just a little
but
char.
the-
You don't want it all black, of course. Then.
I guess concealment expert's anything because now that I have 9-kilometer torpedoes, if I stealth and can fire from stealth range,
else, sir?
I can kill shit without having to get in with my guns, you know. So I think maybe focus on that and go with the concealment expert for now,
He's sunsetted.
like the wiki
Also, I had to take a
suggests.
piss, but the answer is Dorn because punch everything.
What about the poll answer? Smash or pass? JBP's daughter.
Check her ID first.
She's I believe she's overage, of course.
Yeah, she's like 20.
Oh, I don't have enough
It's not
XP
a,
for
skeptic
fucking
stream. I wouldn't want her told She
upgrades.
wasn't of age.
I think she's married and has a kid too.
Has a kid? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm impressed. What would you say now, Gator?
Smash.
Without question. This is no brainer, isn't it? Alright. I also have a short clip here. Shit Rat, he did a debate apparently, or some type of discussion discussing ethics and the culture war with the distributist. And he was on there. Should we play this? Very short clip. I don't know if you've all heard it yet, but I think it's interesting.
100% we should play this.
I agree. All right, let's play it. You guys got it pulled up? Gator, do you have it pulled up?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's play it right now.
I got to go for a couple minutes. I'll come back and I'll explain what my position.
Wait, what was that in the background? Hold on. Let's hear that again. Let's start that again.
I got to go for a couple minutes. I'll come back and I'll explain what my position.
Oh no, his mom! Oh Oh, his mom called him out of the stream again.
Oi, damn it, bitch! You pissed the seat again.
Oh no, Mom! Why do you keep embarrassing me in front of my friends, Mom? Oh my God, Mom! You know I'm gonna be doing the show. Maybe you should just for an hour or two, just kind of.
I had enough money to get all the upgrade modules that are just cost credits, not the ones that cost
Perhaps he
XP.
doesn't have that type of stroke with his mom. You know, looking at some of her tweets, I think.
So that's fully upgraded. And then I'm like 3,000 more.
Detestable. I almost feel sorry for him actually after reading that, listening to that. It's just like, wow, this is bad. You fool! Check your Twitter. I'm looking through the Twitter. What is this? Let's see. Cody Croner sent me this with the caption "All beef." Let me pull this up. I'm not sure if that's what they wanted me to see on Twitter, but that's what I happened to see. All beef. 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. Of course, a fat fuck like me would know the Big Mac song. I never actually liked Big Mac stuff. That's the thing. Like Big Macs, I never really ate them. Double quarter pounders, yes. Big Macs were never really my thing, but that's a Big Mac attack right there. Let's take another call. Let's pull somebody in. Pull somebody in here. The beef cast. The beef stream. Race car Johnny, you're on the air on the kill stream. Vroom vroom.
Can I get a quick S for California? Quick
Press
S in the chat
S
for
to spit on California.
because we need all the water. Because we are on fire. I would like to disavow all Californians who do not care. They're all incels. Part of the problem is some, especially in the last fires, it hit mostly red areas. I know it's easy to forget that outside of LA and San Francisco, California is like deep red in a lot of places.
That's true. There are a lot of red areas in California, no doubt. I mean, they're deep red. They're just surrounded, you know, the big urban centers, you know, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, places like that, San Diego. Even San Diego, though.
Does destroyers post-battle service cost more than battleships?
By the way, go ahead, finish up your call real quick. Go ahead.
Is it you just use the flags on whatever you're playing then?
My Israel comments or my Sargon comments?
Why not both?
Oh, okay. Well, listen up, Goy. Here's the reason why you should support Israel. It's because they're gonna build the third temple, and then the world's gonna end. And if you can't get on board with that,
I've heard this.
All right, I'm gonna do a battle. I'm gonna go smoke and heat up dinner. What the hell are you playing?
It's a little. It bugs me out a little bit that they're like one of the.
Which one? There's like a million different. Vermintide?
Like it kind of that rustles a few.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fuck this honest. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's a.
I want that Vermintide game. That looks like fun.
It's like it would be nice to put things in there. Like,
I want to say I can get it on Xbox One on a game store for free.
Go.
Yeah, speaking of all fuck. His wife 100% aborted the child.
At least there's some kind of persistency between the games, like you can level up and have skills and weapons and shit. It's not just like a flat kit, you know, that never changes.
Going to get some kind of redemption arc in the
That could be all a game really needs, because Left 4 Dead was great if it had like more in-depth shit that would carry over, like probably still play it.
Alright, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. By the way, just hang up yourself so I don't.
When that came out, that game was amazing to me. You like it?
Somebody just posted this in the chat. I'm not sure if I should pull this up or not. Replacing a good image with the cursed one. This was posted.
It's up to me. I'm the fucking big bad destroyer now.
Have you seen these at your? Of course, I haven't been at a.
The team relies on me.
So I'm not sure if they're available for purchase or not. Can you see this on the stream, Gator?
What the fuck?
That's what.
When does a destroyer want to use AP over HE?
I didn't make this. Somebody posted this in the chat.
When you're fighting other battleships?
Who fucking did that?
I disavow. I'm just saying this was posted in the chat. Not only that, there's different colors too. Like you see, there's another version. Hold on, I guess this is, you know, maybe that's the homosexual version. Maybe your wife or your friendly female wants one for herself. Here goes the other version. They have it in pink as well. These guys know their marketing. Woo! Final poll: JBP's daughter smash or pass? Smash. 1157 pass. 277. Me Malty says too far, motherfuckers. I didn't do this. This was posted in the chat. I had nothing to do with this. I had nothing to do with this. This is bad. I can't. Maybe we should take that off. Maybe we should take that off the screen. Memoji says delete this.
Consequences will never be the same.
I have nothing. I disavow all that. I'm just saying this is the type of stuff that's being, you know, passed around. So I completely disavow. I disavow the show as well.
Liberalist went through the effort of 3D printing that atrocity.
How am I spotted?
Was it quartering? Was it that fat fuck?
Are they actually selling these?
It wasn't enough to drink Sargon's jizz. Now he wants Sargon inside of him.
Whew. I disavow. I had nothing to do with that. I legitimately did have nothing to do with that, but I have to report on what's being, you know, what's being put in my DMs and spammed at me and stuff. So there you have it.
I just got back. I disavow. I don't even know what we're disavowing.
Just disavow. That's just.
I disavow.
Standard procedure. They call me Trip says, dude, check out @Mersh on Twitter. It's the revenge of the cis guy. I will check that out. Loops says, build the temple, sunset the planet, Book of Revelations now. I'm starting to think we should sunset the planet after that last image roll there. We probably should. What else do I have here? I thought there was another. Oh, here it goes. A group of Wisconsin high schoolers posed an apparent Nazi salute last spring. Now police are investigating. Police.
Fuck these faggots. I swear to God. They're 16. It was just a group photo. They were fucking around. And these fucking faggots, I've seen it all on Twitter. Blue fucking check marks. Post a picture with their faces unredacted. Do this. We're going to ruin their lives. Go fuck yourselves.
A photo showing a group of male, mostly white Wisconsin high school students with their arms raised in what appear to be Nazi salutes has sparked a district investigation and criticism from a Holocaust memorial group. The image of students in the Baraboo school district in Wisconsin was originally posted on the Go Baraboo parody account with the caption, "We even got the black kid to throw it up." Even the black kid is throwing up 88. Wow. But the picture, which was tagged #BarabooProud, has since been taken down, and school officials and police are now promising to look into it further. District Superintendent Lori Mueller. Oh, it's Mueller, isn't it? Tweeted Monday morning that the photo posted under the hashtag is not reflective of the educational values and beliefs of the school district of Baraboo. In a statement to parents, Mueller said the photo in which students appear to be making extremely inappropriate gestures was taken last spring. It was not taken on school property or at a school-sponsored event, Mueller said. Mueller. It's spelled Mueller. Why do I keep saying Mueller? Mueller! Probably related to that motherfucker. The school district is investigating the situation and is working with parents, staff, and local authorities. If the gesture is what it appears to be, the district will pursue any and all available and appropriate actions, including legal, to address the issue. Baraboo police tweeted that they are assisting the district's investigation as well after they were made aware
Oh
of
my
a
God, I just got hit by a
controversial
torpedo.
photo of a group of high school students. The Baraboo School District, located.
I was in a smoke cloud and it
west
just
of
appeared in
Madison,
front of me and
had
hit me.
just
I
over
didn't even have
3,000
time to
students
dodge
and
it.
a 17.6 minority population in 2015-2016 school year, its most recent year of statistics. Holocaust Goop also denounces the photo. The Auschwitz Memorial Twitter page was among a number of groups that have criticized the photo, with its group of smiling, well-dressed teenagers apparently making a gesture of hate. This is why every single day we work to educate, the organization posted. We need to explain what is the danger of hateful ideology rising. Auschwitz, with its gas chambers, was at the very end of a long process of normalizing and accommodating hatred. The group also attached a link to its website offering lessons on the history of Auschwitz. Baraboo SD wishes to know more about what can be the extreme result of normalization of hatred, and hatred is enrolled in this symbol. Please see some online lessons dedicated to the history of Auschwitz. The group tweeted. Should we watch one of these lessons, or there's a video here on the CNN page. Let's watch this video and see how it goes. Let's watch this right now. Oh God, I'm getting the spinning circle of doom. Good job, CNN, with your fucking billions of dollars. Oh wait, here we go. I can't hear the comment. Oh wait, do I have that website muted? I do. Okay. Let's restart it.
There's a saying that if we don't learn from history, we may be fated to repeat it. And I'm afraid we're on our way to doing just that.
What?
My name is Manfred.
My name is Frieda Weinman.
I am a Holocaust survivor. I was born in Germany in 1930.
I'm a survivor from France, actually.
What worries me tremendously is that in the name of freedom of speech, we appear to ignore this lesson of history.
I'm concerned. Because I always thought after this, what we went through, there will be a nice, happy future for the next coming generations.
The instant communication now means that any single person who wants to propagate his race hatred can do so much, much more effectively than the Nazis back then could ever do.
White Lives Matters? Oh my God.
You have to be aware there are some right-wing movements that have to be stopped and to have to be eliminated. They have to disappear.
What?
We mustn't let them come to the top because they are evil.
Glad they got the subtitles on here.
How can people deny that the Holocaust existed?
We have to eliminate hate and create tolerance and goodness and peace, that I would like to see. But we trust.
What?
That the generation that is coming, we have to trust them.
That was the video, courtesy of CNN. One student in the picture who wished to remain anonymous said the photographer had instructed the photographer had instructed the boys to raise their hand. The photography agency that took the photos of the Baraboo High School event in question, Wheel Memories is the name. Oh God, Wheel.
You talk. You can't make this shit up.
Wheel Memories is the name of the photography agency. Wheel Memories. Just let that sink in. They had originally posted thumbnails of all the photos, including the photo in question. The photos have since been removed, the photo agency wrote on its site in a message that blames jerks and online negativity. At first, when I saw that, I thought it blamed Jews and online negativity, but it's it's jerks. It's jerks, not Jews. Okay, let's go back. I'm losing my shit here. It is too bad that there are those in society who can and do take the time to be jerks, knowingly and willingly to be jerks. The internet can be a wonderful tool, but for some, there's an overwhelming urge to destroy. The destruction may not be physical, but instead it can be bullying that is intellectual or emotional, the photo agency wrote. Again, the photo agency's name is Wheel Memories. Wheel Memories here. To anyone that was hurt, I sincerely apologize. To those who have harmed them, we as a society often ignore them. I have chosen not to do that. You are jerks. Grow up, be kind, be gentle, be civil. CNN has reached out to several students in the photo as identified through social media and has also reached out to the photographer for comment. So on social media, they're going through doxing these kids, looking them up. CNN's trying to contact them for basically a high school type prank that was done at the initiation of the photography agency. Again, Wheel Memories told them to do this. Like something in their DNA there at Wheel Memories. What do you think about it, Gator?
I gotta go back to that fucking video. So they were sitting there like, the freedom of speech is so bad, you gotta get rid of your rights because bad things happen to us.
It did seem to be that, yeah.
I'm sick and tired of that shit. It's like, oh, you have to give up your rights because we feel bad. No, fuck you. I don't give a fuck.
By the way, Memology linked this. Is this from H3H3? I'm not sure where this is from.
Yes, he made a video about them actually.
Oh wow, that's problematic there. Maybe we should look them up. Of course, we already know who they are, but doxing kids over a high school prank photograph. I don't know. It's just that's where we're at right now.
Ruining their lives.
Sinema wins Arizona Senate race. The Democrat pulled out a come-from-behind victory to flip a formerly Republican seat. Democratic Representative Kirsten, I think is it Kristen? Kirsten. The Seaman Demon Sinema. Kirsten, this one. Seaman Demon Cinema. Fuck that up. Seaman Demon Cinema has defeated Republican Representative Martha McSally in the battle for the open Senate seat in Arizona, giving Democrats their second Senate pickup of the cycle. Cinema had 49.7% of the vote to McSally's 48% when the Associated Press called the race Monday evening. Though McSally led narrowly on Election Day, Cinema took the lead in the race 2 days later and continued to pad her edge as the state counted outstanding votes through the weekend and Monday. It's kind of strange how these votes popped up, isn't it, Goy?
Isn't it amazing how every time there's a close election and the Republican has the lead, suddenly 500,000 fucking Democrat ballots just show up out of nowhere? You know, it's amazing this happens every fucking time in every fucking county, in every fucking state, and then the GOP just says, oh, there's nothing wrong with this. Congratulations, Democrat Party. Congratulations on your totally legitimately won election.
Why aren't they
Go ahead,
Gator, sorry.
Or whoever.
No, I'm done.
Why didn't they fight harder in Arizona? And in Florida, you know, Scott's suing, they're doing stuff, they're getting the ballots, and they're going over them. In Arizona, she just didn't do anything. She didn't even raise any noise.
Yeah, and Hakira in the chat pointed out the gubernatorial vote. I think Ducey won by like 15% or something large.
Yeah. I think his vote total was 1.2 and hers is 1.0. So there's 200,000 votes that voted for a Republican governor, but not a Republican senator.
Well, that's what they do in these elections. Here's exactly what fucking happens. They get a bunch of ballots that have only marked the Senate race. They mysteriously appear as if they're the only person in the world. You know, all these 500,000 people are the only people in the entire world that just cared about this one race. And they're like, oh, these provisional ballots are clearly marked. You see right there? We're going to have to count them in fucking counts. The official told them. They just show up. They're in the back of somebody's car. They fished them out of a river.
Somebody said this, I think it was in a super chat the other day. Like, it's funny how all these Democrat votes just pop up out of nowhere all the time, but you don't see Republican votes, hundreds of thousands just pop up. You never see that, but always truckloads of Democrat votes just show up out of nowhere. Very strange, isn't it? All right, let's see, super chats. Where am I at? Oh, where am I at? Okay. No cyberbullying. Good message there. Says it depends on the fetus. They call me Trip. Says I can believe that the Holocaust happened. I just can't believe it ended. West Coast White says 6 minus 4 plus 1.5 equals 6. Auschwitz doesn't do math. Noodle Fox says those cops are obviously bored. Take a few hundred gangbangers from Baltimore for them to go play with. Mine 1001 says we need to show love and tolerance by ruining these evil subhuman boys' lives. Quote Jews. True Block says the Jews confirming Holocaust 2.0 to own the libs. Loops says Jews literally advocating for rights to be taken away. Horseshoe theory is a hell of a drug. Also, somebody linked me this video. I got linked this the other day. How long is this video? It's a little long. I kind of want to see it though. Have you guys seen this video? Hold on, let me post it in the chat. By the way, Jim Acosta's real name actually Abilio?
I don't know.
Have you not seen this? Somebody linked this to me the other day.
No, I've never seen this.
This wasn't on the agenda, but I have been linked it already, and I kind of want to play it. And it shits all over Jim Acosta, who I don't like. So
back.
Let's do it. I fucking hate Acosta too.
Yeah, fuck Jim Acosta.
Kind of thinking about just playing. All right. Let's play it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Challenge you on one of the statements that you made in the tail end of the campaign in midterms. Here we go.
This is former CNN White House correspondent Abilio Acosta. You, however, likely know this freshly minted female intern beater by his fake Americanized, but nobody can do hard about that, nickname, Jif. As the son of a Cuban communist operative, immigrant Raul Castro's favorite rent-a-bidet quickly buried his birth name on the Soetoro family plot and pursued attention so gropily that he quickly caught the left eye of and was subsequently hired by the global leaders of loving foreign operatives' attention and fake shit, CNN. The saga of the evolving publicity whoredom and once-in-a-geological era level retardation of Abilio Acosta deserves proper exposure and analysis, so this video will be part 1 of a serial documentary on just who exactly Abilio Acosta is and why he so ardently demands that President Donald Trump provide copious amounts of male reproductive organs for quote-unquote Jim's sucking pleasure. This video will cover the heroic, yes that's sarcasm, final episode of the canceled after one season children's program that is the tragicomic life and pandering career of Abilio Jim Acosta, after which we will delve more deeply into the weird and very probably infected details of discount George Clooney's comings and goings and comings with more videos. But for now, and as is always the recommended method of beginning an extended project, we're going to set the details aside, which should give us ample time to locate the appropriate antibiotics and just have some fun watching pretend champion of women's rights and failure enthusiast Jim Acosta finally fall victim to the infinite fame appetite of his inner Abilio.
In midterms.
Here we go.
If you don't mind, Mr. President,
this is President Donald Trump. In being a very stable genius whose mind operates at a pace that borderline cannot handle the slow stumbling syllables of the best journalist CNN was able to put forward, he impatiently encourages Abilio Acosta to hurry the fuck up and ask an actual fucking question. Though persons to whom the label not retarded can be applied understand Trump's impatience is the direct result of choices made exclusively by Jim Acosta, like, screaming at Kim Jong-un when he's signing a peace treaty. CNN slave corps, audience, just kidding, I meant slave corps, is currently eating up the narrative that for no reason whatsoever Trump is flipping out over Abilio Acosta's benign and well-intentioned question. We can, of course, pay this no never mind, because if the children of slaves so enjoy voting for the children of slave owners while watching a network currently being sued by hundreds of minority employees for racial discrimination, but definitely don't look that up, who are we to deny them their right to their own suicide? You see, I differ from what I perceive to be the average conservative in that I quite like watching liberals twerking on burning piles of their own money in a desperate sacrificial dance of appeasement to their plantation owners. If you have any understanding whatsoever of how utterly President Trump manipulates the liberal subspecies, you will see that he too derives much pleasure from awarding them a lifetime supply of Jim Jones' proprietary Kool-Aid blend. But even President Donald Trump has his limits, and just one day after the 2018 midterm elections, we learned that that limit is physically assaulting a young woman just trying to do her job.
This caravan was an invasion. As you know,
I consider it to be an invasion.
As you know, Mr. President, the caravan was not an invasion.
As the official selection of the media's ugliest people look on, except for the ancient obese she-moose who would not be denied a selfie, Abilio Acosta flawlessly exemplifies how to just say a bunch of liberal talking points under the pretense of asking a question. Donald Trump, of course, gets this, which is why he looks like he's internally debating whether a sitting president would be prosecuted for a murder on live television.
It's a group of migrants moving up from Central America towards the border.
Hey, remember that time Jim Acosta said he wanted to ask a question?
With the U.S.
Thank you for telling
and
me.
why
Trump does.
Why did you characterize it as such?
Because I consider it an invasion. You and I have a difference of opinion.
But do you think that you demonized immigrants in this
at all.
election
No, not
to
at all.
try to keep...
I want them to come into the country, but they have to come in legally. You know, they have to come in, Jim, through a process. I want it to be a process. And I want people to come in, and we need the people.
Your
You know,
campaign...
Wait.
After enduring multiple random statements, multiple questions, and the general cacophonous unbearability of Jim Acosta's learning disability cadence, Donald Trump is forced to parent CNN's high school newspaper talent through the answer to his own fucking question.
You know why we need the people? Because we have hundreds of companies moving in. We need the people.
Your campaign had an ad showing migrants climbing over walls and so on.
Well, that's true.
But
they weren't actors.
They're not going to be doing that.
They weren't actors. Well, no, it's true. Do you think they were actors? They weren't actors. They didn't come from Hollywood.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
These were people. This was an actual. You know, it happened a few days ago. And
quick time out to wonder where this smoke show dime piece supermodel reporter suddenly came from. I wonder who she works for. Anyway.
They're hundreds of miles away, though. They're hundreds and hundreds of miles away. That's not an invasion.
Headmaster Baphomet must have been on sabbatical because if I'm understanding Abilio correctly, which I may not be, I don't speak retard, he's making the argument that the definition of invasion is predicated on the arbitrary distance of the invading forces.
By the way, let me pause it at 5:39. What is the ding for exactly? Have we figured that out? Why the ding exists? I'm just not sure what the... I mean, I actually like the video a lot, but I'm just trying to figure out what does the ding mean?
It just happens every so often.
Can we ask him? Does anybody in the chat know what the ding means?
Maybe it's like his way of like adding bullet points where he's just like, okay, here's a new point.
Oh, apparently it's a BTFO counter, somebody said? Okay. All right, let's continue. 5:30.
This is like saying that the Nazis invading Belgium was not part of an invasion into France. In fact, if you think about it, this is categorically the exact argument liberals use to justify abortion.
Honestly, I think you should let me run the country, you run CNN, and if you did it well, your ratings will be
All right, it's cowboy time.
Imagine a more wonderful notion than the fact that CNN viewers are so devoid of self-awareness that they actually don't know there are more people watching Yogi Bear reruns than there are people who agree with
see you later.
politics.
If I may ask one other question, Mr. President, if I may ask one other question.
And now, at the denouement, the spectacular, and I do not mean that in a good way, last stand of Abilio Acosta, we see upwards of 10 other pretend journalists thirsty for a chance to defecate out of their mouths, and we learn that the only physically attractive person in the entire press pool actually works for Donald Trump. The young female intern is now going to, and entirely contrary to the fake news narrative, try to take Abilio Acosta's microphone gently, twice, before having to switch arms like yet another parent whose infant just vomited and shit themselves at the same time, which coincidentally is exactly what Jim Acosta is doing. But Jim, oops I mean Abilio, oops I mean who gives a shit because now his last name is perfect, Acosta prefers to project refuse out of his heavily used orifices with a steaming hot side of inappropriate contact with young women.
Are you worried?
That's enough. That's
Mr.
enough.
President,
That's enough.
That's one of the other folks.
That's enough.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Pardon me, ma'am. I'm using physical force to prevent you from doing your job. Wait, I want to ask more questions. Oh, you're actually letting me? Here, have some more monologue.
Mr. President,
that's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other
Peter,
question,
let's
if
go.
I may ask, on the Russia investigation. Are you concerned that you may have?
I'm not concerned
indictments-
about anything with
you
the
may have
Russian
indictments coming down?
investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
In one of the most incredible mushroom stamps in modern history, President Donald Trump removes all doubt about who's actually important by silently acting like he was ending the press conference. Several hilarious things happen at once here. First, the rest of the press corps, who are normally so enthralled by the exotic odors emanating from the Acosta's phallus storage unit that their noses audition for 127 hours to Ass Canyon, begin to panic that they won't get their turnsies. Second, upon sensing the tide turning against him, the Acosta instantly transforms from erect badass to flaccid loser and surrenders his multi-tool to the young woman so actually badass that she takes it even after being karate chopped and just keeps on, you know, doing her job. Third and finally, we have my new favorite moment of 2018 in which Jim Acosta, halfway through sitting down to pee, pauses to stare down the president, lasts a nanosecond, then collapses in defeat.
Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's not
You're a
fair.
very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible. And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead.
That's it for today. If you enjoyed this content, please like, share, and subscribe. And if you'd like to see more...
Stop treating people that way, Abilio fucker! What do you think of the video, John?
I like that. I didn't get the dings.
The dings I could do without, honestly. I don't think
Also, it was funny. Just needs to breathe a little bit.
I think that's kind of his thing, though, right?
Is it?
Oh my god. He said, "Oh no!" Sorry, I didn't know. He wants people to think he has some white heritage, maybe? I don't know. That's a good question. Who's the image? Let me go. You're on the air on the kill stream. Go.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, it's
Just for anyone who doesn't know what that the dings and also the way that he's delivering all of these things is he's aping the cinema sins bit, where basically he goes over in a deadpan way all the ways that like the movie is shit, or in this case how Jim Acosta's making an absolute ass out of himself. Yeah. So he actually does a really good job of it. Like that, like I kind of have to say that he was very committed to the bit. Did you guys hear about the journalist that's about to get deported? I think from Memphis.
I did not hear about that. Oh no, I didn't. If you have a link, I'll
Yeah, I'll send you the link in just a bit. The SPLC is very, very upset about it. So you know it's always something good.
It's legit, then obviously.
And the other thing is that multiple sources are saying that the next cabinet member to be out the door is Christian Nielsen, who is the Secretary of Homeland Security over at DHS.
Yeah, and I've been hearing that's been for a good while. So.
Yeah, she's had a very lackluster performance record after John Kelly left DHS to become chief of staff, and hopefully we get somebody good. Maybe Chris Kobach at DHS, but regardless, anybody would be better than this 50-year-old cat lady that has just the annoying uptalk and vocal fry, and oh, I don't know, these migrants are trying to flee violence to get a better life. I mean, that's what asylum's for.
So
Yeah.
losing the election in Kansas might be better.
I would actually like Kobach to get governorship. That would be a pretty good jumping off point for a possible presidential run in 2024. But I think that he would do really, really well at DHS. He would be in charge of ICE, and we would have a lot more. We would have a lot better results than Christian Nielsen. But regardless, anybody is better than Christian Nielsen at this point.
Yeah.
And also the acting attorney general right now is pretty fucking Chad. I don't know if you guys covered that or not.
Yes, we did.
Ooh. On his official profile page, he's got him lifting weights. It's
yeah, we did talk about him. I think it was last week. I want to say beginning of last week. No, not beginning of last week. I guess it was Wednesday or Thursday we talked about it, because Sessions quit after he was asked to quit. Asked to resign on Wednesday. I believe we talked about him on that day. So.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna see a lot of shakeups. To all the people blackpilling out there, Trump is now going to face. He's going to face a lot of pushback, but he's going to face the same kind of pushback that Obama faced in 2010. And Obama was able to get a lot of shit done by just executive fiat. So I have a feeling that Trump is going to do that, especially since he actually still has the Senate to make all the confirmations that he wants for these positions, and also federal judgeships. So black pillars need to calm down. It's not all over yet.
Well, the Senate's very important, obviously, for the reason you just stated, the judgeships and the cabinet appointments. That being said, the wall is not going to get built. I mean, that's never going to happen.
There is a funding deadline quickly approaching. Never say never. I wouldn't put it past Trump to, now that the midterms are over, to threaten a shutdown over this if there's not wall funding. So hopefully Trump finds his balls now, but yeah, if not, then it's going to be quite a while and possibly never that we get a wall. So everyone do your due diligence. Call your local representative. Tell them that you want wall funding.
Right, here's the problem.
Go ahead, guys.
The problem is that it would take immense political courage by the GOP to make this happen. Because Trump can do it. There are vehicles by which he could start construction on the wall. But how long is it going to be before those feckless cucks in the halls of the Senate start crying out for him to stop doing? You're wrecking our chances in 2020. Didn't you see what happened in 2018? Didn't you see what happened? They are just begging for a defeat because they suck. They don't know how to win. Trump nailed it.
What do you think, Zidane?
So we'll have to see. I know there's a couple people I follow on Twitter that are pretty in tune with what he's thinking. He wants wall funding, but at what cost?
Yeah, look, I'm just gonna tell you guys, the wall's not gonna happen. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. The time for the wall to happen was the first 6 months of 2017. Now they don't have the House. There's just absolutely no way the wall's gonna happen. I call that a black pill, whatever you want to call it. It's just not gonna happen. So I will gladly eat those words. But if it ends up happening, but I don't think that it is. So
they're gonna send out these fucking fundraising letters. We want to build the wall, but the Democrats have the House. We just can't do it. We can't do it unless you give us $20 today. You can take my $20 and you can shove it up your ass.
By the way, I absolutely want the wall to happen. I think that they blew it. I always have said that the wall and getting that up is not only a big deal, it's just optics-wise of having that wall on the border. saying we're gonna fucking enforce our border, but just for 2020 re-election wise, I think a lot of it's gonna be, wow, you promised the wall, you didn't bring it. I don't know. I think if there was some way to get it up, it would absolutely juice the turnout. But look, I just don't see how it's gonna happen. So
They want to push immigration laws and the wall funding in the lame duck session because they still have control of it, right? Until January. That's when they want to push it. Now, they're gonna have to do more funding, do this, do that. They're going to have to trade stuff out. Because it's not going to get passed in the House since they lost the House.
they only have a very slim majority in the Senate. What, you think Susan Collins, Jeff Flake are going to vote for the wall? No, they're not going to. I mean, look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just don't see that happening. So, if it happens, I'll gladly eat those words. I would be shocked. And then after the lame duck, yeah, they did add some seats in the Senate, but you have to pass it in the House as well, and there's just no way that's going to happen. And the Democrats know, yeah, Flake is out, but he's not out in the lame duck. He'll still be in there. And that's when you'll need him to vote for it. And I don't see that happening. Now, you could say, well, maybe there'll be some type of compromise with the Dems in the House once they get in there. The Dems know that they cannot let that wall get built, period. Like, they cannot give that up. First off, it's going to drive down their numbers for 2020. A lot of people, basically La Raza type activist faggots are going to be just enraged if they cut any type of deal on that. They were raging at them when they were in the minority, completely in the minority. Would you think that they're going to cut them some slack if they're in the majority in the House and they cut that deal? It's just not going to, I just don't see from their own, party coalition standpoint how they could ever cut a deal that allows the wall to be built. So the only way I could see it possibly happening is Trump pulling some type of boss maneuver and trying to claim national security and just, telling the army to do it. But even then, the House controls the purse string. I don't know. It's going to be a very tough.
By the way, to all you La Raza fucks, Hispanic isn't a real race. You guys are fucking Native American happas. Get fucked. La Raza, the race. Go fuck yourselves.
I see somebody said, you're fucking depressing. Well, it might be depressing. I'm just telling you. Hopefully I'm wrong, but just being honest. Let's bring in a caller. Mimology 101, you're on the air on the kill stream. What are you doing? You eating?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to talk about the caravan and the people going to the United States from my country.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah. I consider you guys friends.
I would say.
Friends to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know a lot of you have a wrong misconceptions or whatever from the people going over there. Not funded by anyone in the United States. Actually, I will tell you about that later, but let me tell you this. I don't blame those people going to the United States, searching for the American dream or whatever. No, that is not the right way to do it.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we let in a lot of legal immigrants as it is, and there's a lot of legal immigrants who sit here and say, wait, these guys think they can just march right in and come into the country? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not the right way to do it, but why they are doing it?
Well, you're cutting out a little bit. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. I want to tell you why they're doing that.
Well, I mean, I could understand why they want to be here, but yeah, go ahead.
Basically, freedom of speech and everything here is fucked right now. You can get killed for posting on Facebook anything against the president right now. Fucked.
So what would your answer be?
I mean, the first thing first, the president that we have right now, we have to take him down.
You're talking about in Mexico?
Honduras.
Oh, in Honduras. Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
The first caravan went from Honduras, which is my country, and my president is stealing the money that Trump is sending to this country. So that's why, everything's fucked here.
Is he making swimming pools using that money? Is that what's happening?
Even Trump said that.
Yes, yes.
He's pocketing the money.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of our foreign aid gets pocketed by corrupt presidents and dictators. But yeah, go ahead, Zidane.
I was gonna say, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what the reason is they want to come. It's not, you can't just walk over into a country and expect them to owe you anything. That's not how it works. They shouldn't be doing it. There's no way we should let them in. We should turn them back around and send them right back. You can't do it that way, and the United States can't stand for it. We can't just be an airport. You can't just, oh, well, I want to be here. Okay, that's not how it works. It's not how the world works. It's not how anything works. I don't care what their reasoning is. Yeah, there's tons of countries that are fucked. Most countries are fucked, to be quite honest.
Oh yeah, that's fine. And I know the United States has its own set of problems right now.
Yeah, we do.
No, I just wanted
We
to tell you the
definitely do.
reasoning.
Okay.
Most people are not doing it out of spite, but I know it's not the right way to do it. It's not. And people are just doing that out of desperation because the jobs in my country are only being given to people out of connections.
Yes,
by
it's like a
personal
patronage type
Yeah.
system. So
I have a lot of people out of college with graduated from college, and they are not getting the jobs. The people that are getting the jobs are not even working in the fields and they are enforcing.
By the way, Karen D's in the chat. I believe she's a Latina. She says, so many human rights violations that are being ignored still, but they need to stay and fight. Go full French Revolution. What do you think about that? That don't abandon your country. Maybe you need to stay there and overthrow these fuckers.
Yeah, exactly. We have to go directly to the Congress and fuck him up. The president and the senators that we have here, we have to fuck them up. Yeah, that's what we have to do.
What are you
The
working
United
on?
States,
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
that's what I wanted to say.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in. What are you working on your channel there at the end? No, it's off topic, but.
Oh, well, right now, no, just the recent post that I made about Boogie
Those
going
were-
crazy on TikTok and H3H3 deleting comments.
Yeah, we did watch some of the Boogie stuff, and it was fucking hilarious. So good work on that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for calling in, man. I appreciate it. So I'll see chats have some thoughts. Beef Peterson intern or Jess Southern. The polling results have come in. Jess won the poll 382. Intern 254. Beef Peterson 124. Dude, should we take other callers? Oh, why not? Mike Nolan, you're on the air on the kill stream.
Hello, hello. Jesus Christ. That was a... Well, he's really going to overthrow the government, isn't he?
I don't know. Is he? He sounds. Just go ahead. Just give your
Sounds
take. I don't
convicted.
want to.
I believe in him.
All right, go ahead.
No, it's I haven't got much to say, to be honest.
Then why did you call in? What are you doing?
No, I was just sitting. I was doing what all the popular kids were doing and sitting in the green room like a good boy. I
Well,
know.
We don't even have
I
the
guess
radio
H3H3
thing. We don't have the radio thing in there anymore. So why sit in there if you're not going to call? Anyway, go ahead.
Nostalgia. I guess H3H3. What do you expect? They've been underhanded since day one. They admitted that to get to where they were, to get the money, they were just selling drugs, just straight up, to actually like get the equipment and stuff like that.
Wait, I didn't see that. They were selling drugs.
Yeah, they used to sell drugs. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look at their little like story when they talk about, they met at a Holocaust museum.
Oh wow.
Not even joking. And they used to sell drugs. I mean, they're fucking one. You know, they're people of the tribe, so you know you can expect as much. But also, like you know, they're just generally shitty people on top of that as well. So you know. No,
So H3H3 sold drugs. I didn't realize. Chat saying they sold weed. Yeah, okay. So I guess they did. All right. I mean, that is a drug.
Oh, they
sure.
sold other shit as well. They sold like N-Bomine or something like that, like the fucking cheap discount version of LSD.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, that's some deep kike lore right there. No way, get me out of here.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's see. Is there anything I'm missing? Is there a topic I haven't brought up on this show, Zidane?
Let's see. Did
Oh,
we...
hold on. I know what it is. I know what it is. I got it. Like the kid in class, I'm gonna raise his hand because I got it, and I meant to bring it up earlier. Former Clinton advisor says Hillary will run in 2020. Two-time Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton will mount a third bid for the White House. Longtime Clinton advisor Mark Penn wrote in an op-ed published Sunday by the Wall Street Journal, predicting that the former First Lady and Secretary of State is readying a Hillary 4.0 campaign for 2020. In the Journal op-ed, by the way, fuck the Wall Street Journal. Every time I fucking hear that name, fuck the Wall Street Journal. Hashtag WSJ kills kids. In the Journal op-ed, Penn, an advisor and pollster to the Clintons from 1995 through 2008, and former New York City politician Andrew Stein wrote that in a 2020 run, Clinton would reinvent herself as a liberalist firebrand. The twice-failed presidential candidate would not let a little thing like 2 stunning defeats stand in the way of her claim to the White House, they wrote. Although she has routinely shot down talk of a 2020 run, Clinton said in an interview earlier this month that, quote, "I'd like to be president," after answering no when asked whether she wanted to run for president. What do you think of Hillary possibly running for president?
Please do it. For the love of God, please do it.
Yeah, I saw
also,
that.
I think.
No, go ahead.
I think. Did you say liberalist?
I
thought I heard.
Did I? I said liberal firebrand. That's what I meant. Liberalist firebrand. Either way, same difference at this point. But
no, it'd be fantastic if she runs. I want her to run.
I'm so used to saying liberalist. Yeah, I saw Kellyanne Conway quote tweeted and said, "Please, please let this happen. This would be great." I mean, I would say the same thing if I was her. It'd be a gift for President Trump.
You know, there's another way of referring to a 2-time presidential candidate, right?
A loser.
2-time loser.
Yes, I would agree. Fucking loser. So please let it happen. Chat, what do you think? I don't even think I have to run. I don't have to run a poll on this though.
She's going for the 3 feet.
By the way, somebody just linked me the Owen Benjamin video on DiCaprio. This was not on the agenda either. We're getting a lot of non-agenda items, but I like it. Should I run a poll? But what should the poll be? All right, I got it. Let's do it. Also, I try to make sure to read out the results for the people listening on the podcast. Okay, sorry, I know this is really exciting, you typing out the poll.
What is this poll?
It's just basic. Should Hillary run for president again? That's the poll. Let's see. I see some super chats. Loop says, "Stop undermining our democracy by suggesting voter fraud." Also, Russia hacked the election, and racist white men suppress votes by wanting voter IDs. Loops then says, "I don't hate you because you're Jewish. You're Jewish because I hate you. Hashtag I wouldn't even gas you." Loop says, "Imagine the wall gets built and NPCs unironically quote Reagan's tear down this wall. The irony would be sumptuous." Border Catapult Company says, "My company charges $10 per person with multi-person discounts. We can post up at the border." Ranger says, "Gator, I'm Native American, and I like to believe we're not too bad compared to other minorities." What do you say to that, Gator?
Need more fire water.
Compared to the others. Donga's bringing it down a little bit lately, but Loop says, "Remember when a literal Muslim compound was kidnapping and grooming children to wear peace vests? What a simpler time." God, that shit's been memory hold like a motherfucker, hasn't it? God damn. The fuck happened there? Media just talked about that one day and then gone. Where are the stories on that? Luke says, "Imagine if Trump gets pulled with Hillary, everyone begging her to run for the lulz and ends up winning. P.S. Women are video games. Hashtag gay Margate too." Yeah, that I do see. So I think the obvious answer would be yes, but that is the danger that somehow she steals it. You know, the Clintons are pretty crafty usually, but should Hillary run for president again? 441 for yes. No, which I fucked up, made lowercase, is at 114. This video is 7 minutes. I'm gonna play it just cause. Hopefully it's good. If it's not good, I'll stop it. I haven't seen it. So Dan, you're doing the postmortem tonight, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, just want to get that cheap promo there. Stream.me or me. Stream.me/thedan. Video, why are you buffering? Okay, here we go.
Are you drawing bees? Are you a honey bear? Whoa. I'm gonna get an arsenal, just this whole legendary arsenal of guns. I'm stocking up. All right, so this is some footage from back in the day of Leonardo DiCaprio. Here we go. Let's analyze this.
Tell you that much. But you know, I had some teen following.
Who do I look like?
Little Ricky Schroeder, I think.
Oh, yeah, Ricky Schroeder.
This one. Then we can.
Young River Phoenix.
Stardom started early for Leonardo. By the time he was hired at 16 to star with TV's biggest teen star, Kirk Cameron, on the hit show Growing Pains in 1991, he'd already been acting for more than 10 years. He starred in commercials and the kids show Romper before landing on the sitcom. And he was an on-the-set cut-up from the start.
I know we can show them our little drawings.
All right, look at how touchy and weird he is with this dude. Watch this.
You see, we draw drawings of each other. Brian is the famous artist, and we always make fun of each other and portray each other in silly, satirical ways.
Leo's job on this set, for some reason, to make fun of me all day long.
Okay, so here we have Robert De Niro, right there. See Robert?
From the beginning, Leonardo Wilhelm DiCaprio was destined to be a spirited boy. He received his first name after swiftly kicking his mother from her.
Okay, do you guys know that De Niro was just linked to a child sex ring in France? Anyway, so who is that guy that DiCaprio was just with?
Like I just dropped that in.
Let's get to know Brian Peck. So, you might think, yeah, sometimes people are affectionate or whatever. No. Who's Brian Peck? Disney hired convicted child molester to work on 2006 kids show. This is Brian Peck. Okay, let's... Peck was originally charged with 11 counts, including lewd act upon a child, sodomy of a person under 16, attempted sodomy of a person under 16, sexual penetration by a foreign object, 4 counts of oral copulation of a person under 16, oral copulation with anesthesia or controlled substance, sending harmful matter, and using a minor for sex acts. He pled guilty and no contest to lewd act against a child and oral copulation. Court found him guilty of both. The remaining counts were dismissed. So Disney then hired him even after this. So this is happening right here. This is Brian Peck right there. That guy is a vicious and vile serial offender of having sex with children. So does that change how you feel about this little interaction?
We draw drawings of each other. Brian is the famous artist, and we always make fun of each other and portray each other in silly, satirical ways.
Leo's job on this set, for some reason, to make fun of me all day long.
Okay,
You sick fuck.
Her womb as she admired a Leonardo.
And so he doesn't have a father. He just has a sick mother who just fed him to the wolves.
Da Vinci painting. Born in Los Angeles on November 11, 1974,
Reset that
Leonardo was the only child of George and Ermeline DiCaprio, who divorced when he was just a year old.
Leo says he was raised in Compton. He likes to make us think that he's straight out of Compton. Mr. Pale as a dead fish belly and blonde hair.
That guy sodomizes children.
Hair is straight out of Compton.
He didn't grow up in Compton, but he did grow up in Hollywood. And he admits he wasn't much of a student, preferring...
Do you see how he's acting? He's acting like, you'll see.
To entertain his classmates rather than do his homework.
Look at him.
I was sort of a class clown.
His publicist he's referring to right now is a convicted sexual predator of children. And his manager. All pedophiles. All convicted. All... And they still work.
Put that. Sarcastic jerk. It sounds well.
That's what you want.
Yeah. Sarcastic jerk. Is it right in now? There it goes. See, you like it?
Leo, as you know, is the latest, hottest, hunkiest teen idol there is.
Yeah, muscles.
Look, speaking of hunky, huh?
Leo, what's it like to be a teen idol?
Ask Kirk Cameron. I don't. Well, I see my.
All right, I can't watch any more of that shit. It's just so disturbing. So Kirk Cameron becomes a born-again Christian and gets out of it, but DiCaprio doesn't. So what is DiCaprio now? He's unable to have a family, can't get married, can't have children. He's a mouthpiece of globalist desires. That's why you don't hear about Kirk Cameron, because he got out. DiCaprio stands up there, even though he owns a yacht and a private jet and 5 mansions, and says that we're the problem because of our carbon footprint and that we should submit and give in to the globalist agenda. Why? Because he's owned. He's owned. They raped him into submission, and now he's a mouthpiece for whatever they want him to be. And it's really, really sad, but now there's no way out for him. He can't have a family. Think about all that money, all that fame, all of it. None of it matters. He had no childhood. He was raped constantly by these people with no one to protect him. That's why family's the most important thing. That's why they want single moms. These people are predators, financially, sexually, spiritually, everything. They want to take your shit. They want to fuck your kids. They want to take your money, take your freedom, and they want you to sit there with shame because what? You're white, you're cis, you're whatever it is. You're male. You have national pride. You believe in freedom. You like your guns. They're going to use that to fuck your kids because it's worse than you even want to believe. And a lot of you won't accept it, and that's fine. You're dead weight. It's fine. I know that's going to be out there. But that Brian Peck guy was convicted of sodomizing children, and Nickelodeon still hired him after. Why do you think we reacted so viciously to James Gunn? James Gunn is a pedophile. He's a pedophile. Right. And the fact that ABC fired him because of the backlash, and people were like, oh, Big Bear, how you're such a hypocrite. No, fuck these people. They serve these kids up to these monsters. You don't get to those positions in Hollywood unless you're part of the open secret, because they need to have dirt on you. They need to trust you with their plans. And you can think it sounds paranoid. I just showed you a video where a kid was being treated like a sex object as a child on set by a man who has control. That man was convicted of raping a child, and they rehired him. You just watched it. So you can sit there and think like, oh, you're exaggerating. You've gone crazy, big. No, I haven't. You're crazy to me because you don't protect your own kids. You don't protect the future of your country. You don't protect the future of anything. That's crazy. And Sidekick Bear here will back me up any day of the week. I mean, he's a full-blown racist. He doesn't think we should allow anybody except for white males that own property to vote. That's what he says all the time. But I can't go down that road. That's Sidekick Bear.
Well, you know what? I'm glad I played that video because it was excellent. And not the subject matter of it was completely disgusting, but I think that is one of the better videos I've seen in a while. People in chat saying we should get him on the show. That's been suggested to me before, and I would agree with that. So
yeah, I'd like him on the show as well.
The Dan post show?
Yeah, give me like 20, 25 minutes.
Give him 25 minutes at the bottom of the hour, 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. You will have the postmortem. Stream.me/the Dan.
We're going to talk about plantations.
Oh, wow.
A Japanese ghost ship. And Chris Hansen.
That is quite the mix there. Should Hillary run for president again? 606 say yes, 195 no. The yeses have it. Gator, thank you as well, sir. You gonna start streaming on Stream Me pretty soon? Stream Me/Gator.
Gonna try to.
All right.
It's been crazy the past couple of days with all the stuff that's been going on. So
I agree. Go subscribe to Gator as well. You gonna drop by the post stream, or are you done for the night?
I might stop in for a couple of minutes, but I gotta get some sleep tonight.
I feel you on that. Thank you, gentlemen. Once again, 2/3 of the Killstream Trio. I appreciate you guys helping me anchor the show.
Thank you, Ralph.
All right, farewell.
As always, man.
All right, it's just me now. It is just me Let's see. Loop says Brian Peck is friends with Dan Snyder and Bryan Singer. He was Pickle Boy on Amanda's show and cameoed on X-Men and did the director's commentary with Singer because they're such good friends, aka pedo pals. Wow, did not realize that. IT Weeb, and it's just when you start digging into these people, we need to get Jay Dyer on here again too because he's deep into this investigation as well. It's hard to imagine the levels of debauchery and pedophilia in Hollywood. It's just like the regular mind can't even comprehend it. See, Expand Donk says, call Cleo. She's in the other room. I can't call her right now. IT Weeb says, I'm with Dick Masterson. Celebrities literally aren't people. They gave up their humanity for fame. Loops says, imagine how many spirits Leonardo Retardo had to cook in order to finally get that Oscar. Unstable Anomaly says, Ralph, can we get one or both of these as channel emotes? We need it. What is it that you pulled up here? I don't think they might let the oy vey. They probably won't let the hand rubbing. I don't know. I don't know if they'll let those go through, actually. Maybe one of them, but let's see. Subscribers. I think there was a couple new subscribers. Spectror and West Coast Whites subscribed. Thank you for your subscriptions. We're going to try to figure out some stuff to do on Patreon. I know some patrons are like, can I figure out how to get an emote in here for patrons? I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but I'll look into it. But yeah, we're also going to do the patron stream this weekend on Saturday, most likely Saturday afternoon. So if you're looking for that, now we have a lot more patrons now, so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do it with like 200 people, but I'm going to figure it out. Might have to rotate people in.
Bring me Neferata's head. What would you have of me? Never! My will. You fool!
Danger. Face off.
Chanik skink. Chanik skink.
Was Izar.
Chanik skink. Master. It's a lot skink. Dok.
Teacher Sword. Tak.
Rinkas utopia.
Exhaustion.
Palakmas.
sick.
Tonic skink. It's that skink.
Calquasuras. Hasura steak. Goraxoras. Jalcom. Zetibok Vals. Croxical. Croxical.
Hello and welcome to the Kill Stream Postmortem. Thank you guys for waiting. I had to take care of something a little earlier, so got finished quicker, so I started early. I like doing that. I guess tonight I have a couple different things. Yes, Chris Hansen is still alive. He's still doing his shit. Apparently he's doing To Catch a Predator Online. Still, he's a little older, a little fatter, but he's still catching pedophiles. And I do have a clip of him catching somebody he actually knows. Not even kidding. He caught a dude he actually knows. It was sort of crazy. There are also ghost ships in Japan. It was from the New York Post. I saw it across my Twitter feed this morning, and I was like, what the fuck is this? It's sort of creepy and strange, but we'll get into that too. There's some other stuff. I've got, I got Uncle Ruckus talking about the plantation and his time on the plantation, I think. Yeah, that's just some crazy shit that we didn't, some crazy shit that we didn't get to talk to on the kill stream that doesn't really fit into the kill stream sometimes. Yeah, spooky ghost ship. Yeah, they're spooky ghost ships. Let me jump in and say hi to Gator. What's up, Gator? We are here.
What's going on?
Nothing much, doing the postmortem. You know how it is. It's Monday night. It's late. Finish the kill stream, which, since there's not a stream on there right now, it should be archiving, so you might be able to catch it by the time we finish here. So if you missed the kill stream, hop back in there after we're finished, and the archive should be up on stream.me/theralphreport.
Approach and talk to me.
Yeah, and Gator, what about you, man? You said you were gonna stream forever.
I don't know, dude. I've been doing so many streams and so much shit just keeps happening that it just like discourages me from doing it.
You definitely should. Just do one of your morning streams. I mean, there's nothing entertaining in the morning, right? There's a block of time right before
there's
Andy
this
goes.
vacant block of time that nothing good happens.
Right before Andy goes on.
And then after that, yeah, then Andy comes on. Like, there's nothing in between. I'm sitting there waiting for Andy's stream to start, and I'm just, bored out of my mind. Maybe I'll do something in the morning.
You should. It'll be good. Black Oni says you should do a Destiny raid.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, it should be good.
Probably not like in the next week or so, but definitely sometime in the future.
Yeah, you guys have a thing on there, right? Like a group. What is it called?
Ralph Club.
Ralph Club. It's for PC, right? I do have it. I should join one of these days. It should be fun.
Yeah, they bring up Wild Smile sometimes has a morning show, but
oh yeah, the morning squad. But that's his time. So it's 8 to 10. But right after he finishes, because it's not an everyday thing, because he does the midnight show, which is his thing. Like, he likes to do that midnight Pacific time, which is like 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern. So
that's very true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
So we'll figure out a spot for you.
Mostly, I've just been trying to get my sleep schedule back on track because it got really fucked up the last week.
Oh, mine's fucked, and it's going to be completely fucked for a while. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Dark V streams. Dark V streams? Oh yeah, I did see him on here. I gotta follow him. Man, I gotta follow a bunch of people on here. I'm lazy about that, but yeah. Let's hop into it. We talked a little bit about the Young Turks. I don't know if you have seen this, Gator, but I'm gonna pull it up. It's a quick, 40-second clip. I saw it today because I was looking through some stuff about the Young Turks, and did we play that clip from Cenk actually on the kill stream?
I don't think we did.
We didn't. Oh well, hold on. You're gonna hear me scrolling. Give me a sec. I'll play that too. Fuck it. We'll play it all. I fucking hate Cenk. I fucking hate that dude. Like, he's a complete cunt. Here, let me see if I can pull this up. I'll pull this up live. Oh, did it get deleted? It got deleted.
Wait,
no.
Really?
Yeah, it's gone. Hold on. What the fuck? Yeah, it's gone. All right, well, I can't pull up the video, but I think I still might be able to play the audio. Let me see if I can do that. So this is Cenk.
Wait, was it the...
Yeah, the Twitter thing. Here, I'll link it again so you can see it. But it's gone. Like, I have it pulled up.
Okay, I see it, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. All right, let me...
Three Thin Thorns. Holy shit, yeah, I got deleted. Fuck. I wonder if I can play it.
Well, I think we can if you scroll up in our chat. Up to the top.
Oh, it says no video with supported format
Hey,
and
Al.
mime type found because Firefox is gay.
Oh, I can play it. Here we go. So
I'm just listening to the other stream.
Yeah, so you can hear it, but you won't be able to see it. But this is Cenk from the Young Turks. It's 8 seconds. I'm going to play it right now.
Hey, Al Green, we've got an impeachment for you. It's going to be yours. It's actually going to give you a short trial before we hang your nigger ass.
Yeah, and that was Cenk. That was him. Damn you, Chunk. Yeah, you guys heard it. That was his voice. That's literally the clip I wanted to pull up, and that wasn't deleted. We'll have to figure out why it's gone. The guy who posted did nothing. He posted somebody else saying it. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. Napalm Son wants that as his ringtone. It is real. It is 100% real. And I'm glad that we have that chat where it saves it. And when we were talking about that, we clipped, that was from earlier today. We talk about, you know, what we're going to do on the kill stream and different things we find, whatever. And I saw that somebody tweeted that at me, Ralph, and I think you too, Gator. And so I threw it in our chat. And I thought that we have to play this. I didn't get a chance to. But after that, I started looking up some stuff on the Young Turks. And did you know, this was from last year at a live taping of, I guess, the Young Turks at USC. Anna Kasparian and a guy who I guess goes to that college got into a little argument about the Armenian genocide. And Kasparian's mom is in the audience as well. It gets a little spicy. She starts yelling. Everyone starts yelling. So I'm going to, if you have the link, let me know. If not, I'll drop it in the chat.
I do.
Hold it up. I'm gonna play it. It's only 41 seconds, but it's really funny. I'm gonna play it right now. Mom, please! Mom, stop! Mom, you're embarrassing me.
If you're not going to listen to anything that she said and just keep repeating the same thing, she called it a genocide. She said she believes it and said that the show has nothing to do with it. You just think it's genocide?
I don't deny genocide. I don't deny it.
That's it. They just get into a shouting match about it, and Mama Kasparian has to be in the audience and she starts yelling as well. She just supports it. Yeah, she was so mad. Oh. See, I didn't see that before, and I came across it and I went, I have to play this somehow. I've got to do this. This is too good. Anytime to dunk on the fucking Young Turks is a good time.
Even if we assume that she's telling the truth and that she believes it happened, she works for a guy who doesn't.
Yeah, Cenk doesn't. And if you know anything about the Young Turks, yeah. If you look in the history of who the Young Turks actually were, where they got that name from, not very good at all.
In the words of Nick Fuentes, not a good look. Not a good look.
Yeah, they don't realize that's where it came from, and they're just, it's just a name. Okay.
Oh, it was intentional.
Oh, 100%.
That's the thing about leftists, is that everything that they do is intentional. When they say, oh, that doesn't mean what you think it means, or tries to play that word salad game. No, they're just lying to you. It's dimmy.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Fuentes.
Dimmy too.
So, Florida, man. What can you say about it? Their elections are fucked up. They're always cheating. And Florida, man, is always doing crazy fucking shit. This is from Tampa Bay. Naked Florida man revealed on video sneaking into restaurant and munching on ramen. There is a picture of him Thank God he is covering himself up enough. We don't see anything.
Naruto let himself go.
Where you don't see anything. But here it is. It all started with chicken wings, a beer, and a burger. It went downhill from there. A St. Petersburg police officer was investigating a November 6th break-in at the Chataway restaurant, reviewing a surveillance video that shows a burglar devouring a plate of chicken wings and enjoying a beer inside the kitchen. But then the officers stumbled across another incident from the night before. The video shows a man riding his bike up to the restaurant at 358 22nd Ave South, pedaling around the parking lot for 10 minutes, then slipping in through the back gate. Of course, he went to the back door. After wandering around for a bit, he opens the door to a shed for storing odds and ends, and moves them one by one. And then the man gains access to a restaurant bathroom and exits without his clothes. So he went to the bathroom and just stripped naked. He proceeds to sit naked at one of the restaurant's picnic tables and digs into a meal he brought with him. Holy fuck, he didn't even steal it from the restaurant. He brought his own food, stripped naked, sat there and ate instant ramen. Oh, there's more. The video also shows him playing bongos while naked. He came in with pants on, but he rode off on the bike without pants. Chataway server Chad Pearson said.
Who the fuck rides a bike without pants?
I don't know. I don't know what this dude was doing. What the fuck? He goes there, strips down, brings his own food. Doesn't even breaks in to get the food. Holy fuck. I'm not sure if he took his pants with him, but we didn't find them. We still don't know where the pants are. They can't find his pants. Oh god. He spray painted a few chairs, the bongos, and a pickle jar, but his handiwork was barely noticeable, manager Amanda Keto said. Everything was put back so neatly. In fact, it was 4 hours before anyone noticed he had been there. We would not have known about the naked guy without the cop finding that video, Keto said. Police identified the man, who is homeless, but did not release his name publicly. Keto declined to give his name and said the restaurant will not press charges because he caused no harm. His goal was not to break in, his goal was just to hang out at the Chataway. What about the first guy? Police are still trying to catch him. He enjoyed the plate of chicken wings and some beer and stole an estimated $500 worth of stuff, including cash, tips, a laptop, a tablet, and a grocery bag he filled with beer. Wait, they left the laptop and a tablet in it? So, who do we think it was the second guy that broke in? I mean, he had chicken wings and a beer. Sort of narrows it down for me. Sort of narrowed it down. Mandy in the chat. No harm.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
Whoops! Accidentally hit a button.
I think that summed it up quite well. But I saw Mandy in the chat. No harm. He rubbed his ding dong everywhere. Yes, the first guy. Yes, the first guy did probably rub his ding dong everywhere. Oh man, Florida. Every time there's something from Florida, man, like it's always crazy. There is like no chill in Florida. And that's also where that dude went full fucking bath salt and was eating a guy's face off in on like the freeway or whatever. Like Florida is just nuts. There's giant alligators everywhere. I guess that makes you feel at home, but the rest of us are freaked out about giant alligators roaming around, and I don't know, they just do crazy shit in Florida. Florida is, yeah, Ralph is Memphis, man. All right, let's move on. All right. So, I have a clip from Joe Rogan where they talk about Trump. And Joe Rogan is sort of up and down on Trump, but this Michael Malice guy, he actually has like, I want to say a radio show. That he has a radio show, a conservative radio show or a podcast or something. And if I'm not mistaken, Sargon was supposed to go on it, but no-showed. I might be wrong. I might be confusing with another one. There's a couple of these conservative radio guys that sort of look the same, and they sort of do the same similar things. So this was a while ago. Yeah. And they talk about Trump trolling. I thought it was a little funny. So I'm going to play that real quick. It's a couple minutes long. We'll stop it and see how it goes. I'm going to start it right now.
Set asides that are for people who are actual suffering minorities to be like, no, this is not cool. Yeah,
so
but
she's
I'm
gotten
only
pushback.
seeing this from small blogs. I'm not seeing this from anything mainstream.
Well, yeah, correct. Because mainstream, they're always going to cover for the establishment.
Right, that's what I'm
100% of the time. Yeah, they're going to cover their
The
own.
thing about those blogs is like a lot of them are basically like Ari Shafir refers to them as like college papers.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of these blogs are like college student written.
Yeah, but they're often speaking truth.
Oh yeah. Well, I would hope more would come out and say, "Hey, you can't say you're Native American." It's just like imagine the outrage if I just started calling myself African American.
Well, did you see what Trump said? He said, well, I can't call her Pocahontas anymore because she's not an Indian. And I'm just like, oh my God, we're not worthy.
He says some hilarious shit, man.
Oh, yeah.
He really does. He really does. He's fucking funny off the cuff.
Oh, yeah.
Really is, you know, and the way he goes after people, like even though he's the president, like he still calls people fucking losers. I mean, he still calls them losers on Twitter and goes after them.
Horseface?
Horseface. He called Stormy
Horseface.
Daniels horseface.
So good.
Just think of how repulsive he is physically. He's fat. His face is all fucking hanging off of his bones. He's got white raccoon eyes and orange skin, and yet he still will mock Stormy Daniels and call her horseface.
Someone tweeted out, I forget who, and I apologize. The thing he said, they go, imagine what happens that Trump's the first person who fucked a porn star and she had to brag about it. And then she paid him.
She has to pay him now.
Yeah.
Well, he did pay her, right? But what he paid her, what she's going to have to pay him, is probably like a factor of 3 or 4.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, how much more? She's going to wind up paying him.
He asked for $350K.
That's all he asked for?
Yeah.
Oh. That's very reasonable.
Yeah, that doesn't even cover her book advance.
Yeah, that's probably like he just wants
to be done with
to
it.
Get it. Just
Yeah.
give me that paper.
Yeah.
Just give me a little something. I need a little something from you. Let this slide. I want 300,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably her whole book. That's probably all the money.
No, she got more than 350.
Do you think so?
I'm positive.
How much do you think she got for that book?
750, I would guess.
Yeah, but she's got to pay taxes.
Sure, and her
So-
agent's getting 15.
Yeah, she's probably not even bringing 3 home.
Refund from a hooker.
So-
Out of the
'cause
deal,
all that
folks.
money's gone.
Oh yeah, it's all gone. Yeah.
All gone. 100%
My
gone.
dick in
And
the
no one's
chat.
buying that book. That
No,
book's not a
it's
successful
stiffed.
book.
It's stiffed. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody gives a shit. She said it all already. Like, I fucked the president. That's your book. Your book is I fucked the president.
Well, here's the funny part with her. Do you remember this? She was making fun of his dick. Like, he had a mushroom dick, whatever. And people were like,
Mushroom dick?
That's what she said. And then people were like, that, you know what? As fucked up as he is, that's body shaming. You really shouldn't make fun of someone. And she's like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. And then he goes, hey, horseface. She goes, his fucking mushroom dick. Like the next day, she's back on it. It was amazing.
The fact that he can call her horse face and he's the
But she doesn't
president
even
on
have a horse
Twitter.
face.
No, it doesn't matter.
I know, but it's just
Doesn't
so
matter.
weird.
I mean, Ted Cruz really isn't the Unabomber or whatever the fuck he said he was.
Zodiac
The
killer. He didn't
killer.
say that. That's the meme. He said his dad shot JFK.
Yes.
Did you see
even that? That's fucking. It's all so crazy.
That was the best part. So Ted Cruz was known as like the best debater in the Senate. He had this Harvard or Yale, whatever, debating team. Great debater. Everyone recognized him for this. How the fuck do you prep for a debate? Be like, oh yeah, well your dad shot JFK. It's like, what the fuck? Wait, what? The fuck are you supposed to say?
Well, it didn't have to make sense.
Right.
The people that are Trump supporters don't want it to make sense. They just want him to win.
Right. Exactly, and it works.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he's just out to get zingers in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like roast battle more than
Right.
anything.
And they don't get that. There was this my favorite tweet of his, where he goes, whenever I speak of the losers and the haters, I do so with great affection. It's not their fault they were born fucked up! Exclamation point. That's a real Trump tweet. It's the best one. And he's straight.
Oh, yeah. You know, one of my favorite things was him at a speech where he was talking. It was 2015, before he even talked about running for president. Or he was even, I don't think he was 100% open about running for president. And he said there's 2 ways to talk to China. You could propose things, you could propose things, and he says it like, normally, and then he says, or you could say, listen, motherfuckers.
He said that?
Yeah, you ever heard that?
No.
Oh my God, it's great.
Fuck yeah.
Pull it. It's fucking great. Because everybody starts cheering.
Yeah.
Because it's so forbidden in this environment, wearing an expensive suit, standing in front of a podium. He says, or you could say, listen, motherfuckers, like, this is what we're going to do. And everybody's like, yeah! Yeah, it's so exciting. It's so much more exciting than Marco Rubio or someone boring.
Jeb is a waste. Jeb is a big fat mistake.
Please
the
clap.
way he did it with the fingers too.
Yeah,
You doing that?
I watched those videos.
Which speech? Because he
Jeb is a
announced
waste.
it in June of 2015.
No, when he said motherfuckers.
Yeah, when he just not speech. When he's talking about China, and he said, "Listen,
China.
motherfuckers."
China.
China. Yeah, that was the thing. Puerto Rico. When he pronounced
Muslims.
Puerto Rico.
I'm announcing a ban on all Muslim immigration.
Muslim. Here, this is a great. Listen to this, because it's.
Leadership. This time, instead of with his name in gold, it's with his words.
Is this it?
Discussing Iraq.
We build a school. We build a road. They blow up the road. They blow up the school. We build another school. We build another road. They blow them up. We build again. In the meantime, we can't get a school built in Brooklyn.
To the audience's approval, talking oil.
We have nobody in Washington that sits back and said, "You're not going to raise that price." You understand me?
This is
And
a
finally,
long time ago.
taxing Chinese goods.
Here it
Listen,
is.
you mother. We're going to tax you 25%.
While polls have
Hold on,
Trump
hold
in
on.
a
So
very
this is 2011, is that what it says over there?
Yeah, it's at least when this was posted.
But
so.
here's what's interesting. Notice the person who posted it, their name is Say No to Racists.
Yeah, they probably put it up as a negative thing.
Well, no, 2011, he would have been considered a Democrat.
Right.
Oh, no, he's endorsed Romney. He endorsed Romney. I'm wrong. So he'd be a Republican, but isn't regarded as a racist.
He was a Democrat until what, 2010?
Probably around then, because he was going to run as an independent at some point.
Trump 2012. Look at that. This is the guy we've been looking for.
Wow, 7 years ago.
But it says deplorable.
They could have changed it.
Wow. They probably changed it. They probably changed it.
Oh, damn, that would have been
Probably
good.
changed it in the future because it says 7 years ago.
Yeah, fuck. Time traveler.
Deplorable.
That's the time travel that hacked Joy and Reed.
Yeah, someone did it. Someone definitely hacked it.
Yeah.
So just hilarious. They didn't give the good version of that either.
'Cause they
he
bleeped
said-
it.
Well, not just that. Because he also, see if you can find the better version. Because he basically prefaces it like,
Jay,
people
pull
have been
that up.
saying it like this.
Right.
You can say it like this, or you can say, "Listen, you motherfuckers," and that's when everybody starts cheering.
He actually gave an example of how.
Well, what would you do?
Yeah, here.
He actually.
What can you do?
Yeah.
So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And I said to somebody that is really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, "We're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, "Listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
That's like this is a Bruder film.
I know it's shaky.
Footage.
I know.
But here's
someone
how
in
the press
audience.
lies. On the campaign trail, he said a point. I don't remember what it was. The sentence, but he goes, "You better shut your mouth." So he didn't say the word. They bleeped it.
Oh,
And they bleeped it to make it look like he was cursing. And he's
Right.
like, "You guys are fucking shady as hell."
That's very shady. Yeah, that's shady. You can't just bleep a pause and
Right.
pretend
Fake
that there's
news.
some sort
Right.
of an offensive word in there.
Right.
That's really, that's just deceptive.
Right. And it's pervasive. They do it
Yeah.
all the fucking time.
Well, who's good out there to challenge him?
They're fucked.
Oh, here,
Are
this
they?
is a good part.
Fuck. You know why they're fucked?
Why?
Because we've never had this happen before. The whole time all those Democrats are fighting each other for the primary, for the nomination, he's going to be tweeting the shit out of those debates. He's going to be live tweeting the debates.
Right.
And they're not going to, they have to worry about the attacks from their colleagues, but also from the sitting president who's like, look at this dope.
And he's going to come up with nicknames for them and they stick.
Da Nang Dick, he
Yeah.
already did. Oh my, it's amazing.
Da Nang Dick?
Dick Blumenthal, senator from Connecticut, lied about his Vietnam service.
Oh, no,
And
he
Trump
didn't.
has started calling him Da Nang Dick.
He lied about his Vietnam service?
Still got elected. Yep.
Whoa.
Shameless, yeah.
How did he lie? What did he say?
He said he served and he didn't. Look it up. Yeah, I mean, it was brazen. It wasn't some ambiguous area. I think he's like he never left America, is my understanding. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he didn't serve in fucking Vietnam. He always lied about that. But that last part is the best. And I see somebody in the chat. Not a Russian bot says, he knows he's a Jew, but Malice would be a decent guest on Killstream. Would he survive the chat, though? The best chat. I don't know if he would survive the chat. The chat would rip him apart just for that. We'll see. How do you get away with that? Get away with what? Oh, lying about fucking Vietnam. I don't know, because Democrats don't have any standards and they're not held to any sort of accountability at all ever. I mean, look what they're doing look what they did in Arizona. They literally stole a fucking election. No one's talking about it. They're like, yeah, this is exactly what should happen, man. This 500,000 votes just appear the day after the fucking election's over. We have to count them all, and they all go the Democrats' way. Count me skeptical on that. They're trying the same thing in Florida, but at least in Florida they're fighting back. I have no idea what the fuck McSally was doing. She's a complete cuck. And if I was her, I would have fucking sued the shit out of people. Who cares? Just tie it up in the courts. Do something. She didn't do anything. Fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. And you can... I don't even know if you can defend McSally at all. People like that, like, have no backbone, who don't fight back, they sort of deserve to lose, right? If you're not gonna fight back, like, what am I supposed to do? You didn't do anything for yourself. I don't know. It just fucking makes me, it makes me mad. There was another one, Tester, what was it, North Dakota or somewhere? He also won randomly too, when it looked like the other guy was supposed to. I don't know. It's just, these elections, these Democrats are just, they're openly cheating every fucking time, and no one's doing anything about it. At a certain point, you get sick and tired of hearing these fuckers and what they get away with. Something needs to be done soon. So yeah, I can't. Like, McSally just sat there. She sent out a video with her and her dog. And the dog even like, bitch, get away from me. You're a loser. That's how it came out to be. Yeah, Rat Warren in the chat. If you're too weak to stand by for yourself, don't become a politician. Yeah. Fight back, for fuck's sake. You can't just give away a win, especially when you were slated to win election night. They gave you that fucking win. It was taken away from you. Why would you just sit there and be like, oh yeah, it's okay, we'll count all these ballots that mysteriously appeared. We'll let this happen. It's fine. It's a quote-unquote democratic process. No, it's them cheating, you fucking cunt. Fucking do something. Fight. But no, you're just gonna take it like a bitch. Alright, fine. I have no sympathy for you for losing. All these cucks need to fucking go. Every single one of them. She didn't do anything. She did nothing. She literally did nothing. Yeah, she took the L on the fucking chin like a bitch. That's what she did. Yeah, I did. That's why I brought it up, the concession video. The fucking dog didn't even want to be there. And they were like, oh, she's an Air Force pilot. Oh, she's so fucking strong and brave and this and bullshit. Where'd that come in? Nope, nothing. None of it came in. She didn't do anything about it. I don't get these people. You fight tooth and nail. You claw back. You don't let yourself just get cupped by a fucking bot. Like, what is it? Cinema? She's like the openly bisexual senator. Great. Great, Arizona. Congratulations. Good job. Good fucking job.
Boy, I have some fucking thoughts on that one.
Oh, please do.
Sorry, I was just busy blowing V the fuck out again, as I always do. So this is what happens when you have a close election and the Republicans in the lead, is the Democrats magically find more than enough votes to get their person in. And the Republicans, as always, fucking concede, because that's what they do. They just roll over and show their belly, and they're just like, oh, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. It's gonna happen in Florida. We're gonna lose that race. Because at some point, the GOP are going to get scared. They're going to get smeared by the media. They're going to be like, oh no, the media's talking bad about us. I guess we better let the Democrats fucking win. And we're going to have, well, I was about to say, and we're going to have 53 Senate seats, but that runoff in Mississippi is not guaranteed either. If that turns out to be close, they'll just steal that one too.
Exactly, that's what they're fucking doing. They're just stealing these fucking seats. And they're getting
just
away with
rolling
it.
in with provisional ballots. Nobody knows whose ballots they are. They've got, like, someone's, like, drawn shit on them. You don't know half of... You have no way to prove that a real person actually fucking voted. You don't know. You don't know if somebody took a fucking pile of ink, put it on a cat's paw, and had the cat just fucking paw the damn ballots. You have no idea.
No, they had all their diversity hires in the back room fucking filling them out. Barely speaking English. They probably had somebody speak Spanish to them.
Once the ballot leaves the precinct, it should be completely invalidated. Fuck it, it's not legitimate.
Yeah, you know what? Who's that Gillum guy in Florida who's the Democratic Socialist who's running for governor? He conceded, right? He unconceded. He came out and said, basically, I unconcede. I'm gonna fight this. Why don't fucking Republicans actually grow some fucking balls and do the same thing? These Democrats fucking do it all the fucking time. Every fucking time.
Because I've had to come to the stark realization, and it's unfortunate that I keep having to re-realize this point, because every fucking time I get just a glimmer of hope that the Republicans have finally grown some gonads. But the simple fact is that the Republican Party is a feckless, cuckold party that gets fucked in the ass by the Democrats at every fucking corner.
Yeah.
Republicans just bend over and fucking take it because they're pussies.
Every fucking time. Like the one time this is the time to do it, to not do it. This is the time to stand up. Trump's gonna back you up if you fight for yourself. He will back you up 100%. He won't back you up if you're a little bitch. I do have that clip of her Mixed Sally conceding. I have it in our chat if you want to pull it up. Her dog is like, get me the fuck out of here, bitch. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to be seen with you. It's a Twitter video, so I might start playing like don't play.
I just called Kirsten.
No, don't play. Look at this. This dog's like, please leave me alone, bitch. I don't want to be here. Let me know when you have it pulled up. Cause then I'll play it.
Yeah, I've got it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna play it right now.
Hey everybody, I just called Kirsten Sinema and congratulated her on becoming Arizona's first female senator after a hard-fought battle. I wish her all success as she represents Arizona in the Senate. And I also want to say thank you to everybody who supported me in this campaign.
Dog's like, nope.
My staff and volunteers and everybody who voted for me. I'm so grateful for you as my wingman and my wingwomen in this journey. We sure wish it came out with a different result, but I'm so thankful for you. As I traveled around this state, I was so inspired by the many people that I met. And I am convinced Arizona is the best state in the country, and our best days are still yet to come, and I'm going to continue to pray for our success. Thank you so much.
Even that dog knows she's full of shit.
Yeah, look at the dog. The dog, as soon as he said, I concede, and he was like, nah, bitch, get away from me. Fuck off. I don't want to be next to a fucking complete cuck loser. It's just, this is how.
And this is what happens. This is what fucking happens. And they're not gonna. They're focusing on Florida, and I guess they just decided, well, we'll just let Arizona go because we still have the Senate, but we're gonna make Florida a big deal. And then they're just gonna lose in Florida. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna end up overturning the gubernatorial and the Senate race. It's gonna fucking happen, and the Republicans are just gonna roll over and take it. Trump might not. But state Republicans are just going to be like, whatever, we don't care,
It's so fucking dumb that they do this. I don't get it. I don't.
Because Republicans care more about being invited to the cocaine-fueled parties than they do about winning. They just want to be loved, they want power, and they want money, and the way to do it is to sell your soul.
There's only one thing matters in elections. Just win. That's all you have to do. I don't cuck. Fuck integrity. Sue the fuck out of them. These ballots are invalid. They shipped them from somewhere. They used, what is it? Didn't they just get like Enterprise trucks with fucking ballots stuffed inside them? They're like, oh, we found these. The fuck did you find these?
Yes, they did. There's a story of a guy in Broward County that used Avis to basically rented a vehicle with Avis and turned it back in, forgot the ballots were in the fucking trunk. And then somebody apparently at Avis called up Laura Loomer, and she went in there and took pictures of the fucking ballots because he left them in there.
Like, once it's unsupervised, once you take it out, they should all be counted before you take anything out, in my opinion. You should never take out a ballot.
Yeah, they called the bomb squad they called the fucking bomb squad to the airport so the ballots could get turned over to the FBI, because that's not suspicious.
Oh, no, that's not right. Nope. Doesn't make you think a little bit. These are the people. They leave these ballots everywhere. They put them in their private cars. They use Avis or Enterprise to put them in. Then they forget them in the fucking truck that they rented. How do you forget that you have ballots in there? Unless, you know, you made those ballots up, people put them in there, and you were supposed to drive them to get fucking scanned, and you forgot.
Exactly.
I don't know, man.
And this is what's happening. And the Republicans are just letting it happen. They don't care. They don't care.
You know, the only people I've been seeing talking about it, Florida Republicans are actually trying something. Marco Rubio was talking about it. Trump was, of course, talking about it. The governor, Rick Scott, was talking about it. I mean, he has power to do stuff. And he did file some lawsuits. So, at least you're fighting back. You're using, you know, the wrong methods. I don't think a legal suit is going to actually do as much as saying, listen, you can't, there needs to be some decorum. You need to do something. You can't just let ballots be left in the school basement and a teacher come walk in and be like, why are there stacks of ballots here? Why is there a fucking one of those big fucking clothes containers full of ballots sitting here? Who left them in the fucking basement?
And not only that, but we saw in 2008 this model used really for the first time, and they bragged about how they stole the election. Never forget that the lawyer that helped Al Franken steal the Minnesota Senate seat from Norm Coleman bragged about how they stole the election.
Weren't there discrepancies?
Just on the felon vote, there were 531 felons that illegally voted during that election. And when they did the recount, Al Franken won by like 500 or so votes. That seat should have gone to Norm Coleman. They fucking bragged about stealing that election. And they're going to brag about stealing this one too, because they don't care. Because they know the Republicans don't do anything about it.
They're not going to. They're not. Look at McSally. She fucking just gave up. She just gave up. She rolled over and fucking gave up. It's infuriating. If you're on the right and you weigh, it's just infuriating to see these people and see what they do and be like, yeah, these are the people we want elected. These are the people we need elected. This is all they gave us. These are the people they're giving us. Why do you think Republicans are more president? They're really not. There's actually a minority of Republicans are Republican elected officials. Anyway, they're actually with him. The rest of them don't give a fuck. They're more, what do they? Commercial Republicans, they care more about corporate shit and taxes and shit that, you know, can get them money from their donors and crap. That's all they care about. The ones who actually give a fuck about the people, that are Republicans, there's not that many. You know, the ones that actually want to build the wall, they want to force immigration to the forefront. They want to do something to basically save the country. There's not that many of them. That's the problem. They're a minority of the Republican Party, elected officials. They're not even just neocons. They're like corporate cons. Yeah, Trump is popular with the people. He's not popular with the elected. That's it. It's depressing, but it's the truth. I mean, I don't have to tell you that it's the truth. You can see it. How many of them are cucking? How many of them flake? McCain, he's dead. Thank God. He's fucking finally gone. Thank you, base tuner. Now you have, in Utah, you have, what's his fucking face? Mitt Romney. Of course, he's gonna cuck at every fucking opportunity. Every opportunity he's gonna get to chime against Trump, he's gonna fucking do it every single time. You know it, I know it, everyone fucking knows it. Yeah, global homos. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Zyocons. Yeah. That's exactly. Yeah, we voted. Yeah, exactly. But you have, if he doesn't have any Republicans there to back him up, if the Republicans aren't helping him out in the Senate and the House, or anything, then he can't get anything done. A president, sadly, isn't the king. He can't rule by royal decree. You can do some things through executive, of course. Can you do everything? No. And even the things you can do gets challenged in the courts, in the Ninth Circuit, in California, in Hawaii, in these places that are run by fucking leftists, that have been run to the ground by leftists the entire fucking time. Why don't they challenge it in fucking Texas? Oh yeah, they're right. They wouldn't get the ruling they want. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Stringfellow Hawk. The establishment has been working against him since day one. They've been working against him before that. They were working against him during the campaign. They're still working against him. They're trying to make him cut to different things, and sometimes it actually works because he has no other option. And that's the bad part. We need the Trump that was running, not the Trump that we got the first year. We need campaign Trump. That's who we need. We need the guy who's going to say motherfucker and tell him to fuck off and do what he wants. That's what we need. Not whatever. He needs to go back to that, and hopefully he gets it through his head that he needs to go back to that. He's been saying the right things. Now, saying and doing are two different things. He needs to start doing the right thing. Ann Coulter tweeted out today, where is that birthright citizenship executive order? You were talking about it. Was that just for the elections? What happened to it? Where is it? He should sign that today. It should be drafted. He should be signing that shit today. But he's not. And that's a problem. Yeah, I know he was in France for a little while doing the World War I stuff, which he got shit for because Marine One couldn't fly to one of the places, so he didn't go because driving 3 hours on roads that aren't secured, probably a bad idea for a sitting president. Not gonna lie. Yeah. He's got to do something, and that's we're at that point. If he doesn't get anything done, Ralph is probably right. If he can't get anything done now, stuff isn't gonna happen. It's just gonna get worse. And he'll probably lose 2020. He needs to start doing something. Ginsburg I guess either she should probably go down. Let's be honest. When she does finally peacefully sunset herself, she's gonna go down, right? I would think that. Yeah, that could help boost his numbers. Yeah, of course, Supreme Court seats do improve your favorability, whatever. But it's not gonna. That's not enough. You can't just be like, "Oh, well, I got the Supreme Court," but you didn't do anything else. What the fuck? The tax cuts. I mean, yeah, I benefited from it a little bit. I think a lot of people benefited a little bit from it. Yeah, it's fine, but it's not something that you can be like, "Yeah, this is what we did. This is the only thing we did." Who cares? Now, if it was part of something else, part of some other move, yeah, you could be like, yeah, we did this, this, and this, but he didn't. The Republican message for the midterms was we did tax cuts, which was a completely wrong message to go on. It should have been immigration. That's what it should have been. It should have been a referendum on fucking immigration. They would have won in Arizona and all these southern states with no problem if they did that, but they didn't. And Trump was the only one doing it, and he was doing it, 2 weeks out. You gotta start hammering on that shit. You gotta start hammering on the economy. The two things people care about are the economy and immigration. That's basically it. All the other things come second. It's immigration and the economy. You gotta hammer in those points. That's what you have to do. Yeah, demographics are much more important. You can't give tax cuts when everybody's on fucking Gibbs. You can't. Because the only people working are who? The middle class. That's the problem. Tax cuts are definitely never going to be enough. And Dems, yeah, they're definitely scared of immigration because they need to keep bringing in voters. That's what they do. All these people coming in, all these these caravans, they're just Democratic voters in disguise. That's all they are. And that's why they're so gung-ho and bring them into the country. That is it. And it's true. You can just see minorities overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. That's just how it is. It's just how it's always going to be. So him touting out, unemployment for blacks, they don't care. That doesn't mean anything to them. It means nothing. In the grand scheme of things, it means nothing. Maybe to the 5% that already vote Republican, it's 5% is probably high. Maybe for the 1 to 5%, there we go, that actually vote Republican, yeah, okay, it may mean something to them. But for the rest of them, they don't give a fuck. Same thing with Hispanics. They don't give a fuck. They don't care that, unemployment for them is at a 20-year low. They don't care. That means nothing to them. And people keep harping on it. But look at this. No, they don't give a shit. They don't. If you look at how people vote, Republicans need white voters. That's what they need. They need their white base. It's in the numbers don't lie. They don't lie. And just touting unemployment for people who give no shits about unemployment means nothing. That's it. Man, I've been ranting for a little bit. Holy fuck.
Meanwhile, I'm just busy just blowing V the fuck out.
We're like doing two different things, but it's all good. Huh. All right. I need a drink.
I was gonna go to bed like fucking 30 minutes ago. But V's just being retarded on Twitter.
He's always retarded. Yeah. It's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just, all this shit bothers me. And yeah, you know, I'm not white. I'm Bhutanese. It's not like a, you know, it's not something that no one knows. But if you see the white base keep diminishing, this country's gonna go to shit. And you know that, I know that. It's just gonna be a land of Gibbs. It's gonna be Canada Junior, and Canada's fucked. Can't just keep letting people in willy-nilly. There has to be standards. Even the migrant camps, even if they have fill out paperwork, they shouldn't be here. Regardless, you need standards. That's my thing. You have to have set basis of standards, and you can't let everyone in. No country can do that. Even if you fill out the correct paperwork, you have to say no to some people. You have to say no to a lot of people, actually. That's just how the world works. I don't understand how these people can't get it through their head. That's how the world works. You can't just let everyone in, regardless if they want to be there or not. It just doesn't work that way. Every country has a right to defend their borders and to allow people in that they want. Period. And no one has a right to anything else. You don't have a right to go to a different country. You don't have a right to go here or there. Yeah, elect more nationalists. Yeah, just elect all nationalists. That's what you have to do. I did like Trump's face when Macron was shitting on nationalists. He was like, fuck off. There we go. All right, I think I'm a little done ranting. That was quite a rant. We still have to talk about the ghost ship, which we'll get to. But first, Chris Hansen. All right, so I think we all. I have a right to swim in your pool and shit in your toilet, Zidane. No, you don't. First of all, I don't have a pool, so can't swim in something I don't have. There you go. But yes, everyone knows who Chris Hansen is, right? I don't have to explain Chris Hansen. I'm like Ghost. Oh no, where are my cans?
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. Why don't you have a seat right there, please?
Yeah, the Hansen is back. I didn't know he was doing this again. I don't know if you have the clip gator. I'll throw it in the chat. I know you're busy dunking on V, but if you want to watch along, I dropped it in our chat. So he's still doing the Dateline stuff without Dateline to catch a predator stuff. He's still working with these people to catch pedophiles and shit. And I saw this clip earlier today, and it's actually him catching somebody he actually knows, who I guess this pedophile considers Chris Hansen a friend of his. I'm not even kidding. He considers him a friend. I'm gonna play it. It's about 10 minutes long. A little background is this sting is they were pretending to be a 13-year-old boy, and this 60-year-old man goes to this house to meet this boy. No, this isn't 3 years old. This is published from October 28th. So is it a replay? I'm not sure, but this is newish. Why is Chris Hansen hanging out with pedos? He's not hanging out with them. He's getting them arrested. So Hansen has no time for pedos. No, he does not. I'm gonna play this right now.
The predators I catch come in all shapes, all sizes, and all ages. Like this creep pushing 60. But Charles Lawrence isn't looking to hook up with a 13-year-old girl. He's looking for a boy.
He says I live alone. Okay, I'm alone.
Lawrence doesn't know it, but he's the latest guy I've caught in our all-new investigative series, Hansen vs. Predator.
We have to have just at least one more communication.
We're working with the cooperation of Fairfield, Connecticut Police and Tetrad Corps, an online predator watchdog group.
So that's it.
In our sting house, we've hidden more than a dozen cameras. We've even placed a microphone underneath a leaf. Lawrence is well educated and apparently very well off. He lives in Fairfield, a jewel of Connecticut's Gold Coast. He's an accountant. He works as a commercial real estate broker. And get this, he lives only 2,000 feet away from our sting house, a quarter mile he probably wishes he never traveled.
Hopefully Lori can get this guy back on the feed. I don't care what she says.
Lori from Tetrad is texting Lawrence as our on-site decoy looks on. On social media, Lawrence calls himself an 8x6 guy. The decoy clearly tells Lawrence his age.
How old are you?
Swear you won't report me?
Of course not.
13.
But when the decoy reveals his supposed age, Lawrence immediately follows up with what seems to be either concern or some unrecognized intuition.
Are you a cop or involved in law enforcement?
LOL. Really?
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, man, I get it.
The conversation quickly becomes sexually charged.
I had sex with my ex-girlfriend, nothing with a guy.
Gotcha. But you like guys better now?
Never tried it, but being with my girlfriend was really awkward.
Maybe you need a good teacher.
Yeah, you know one?
You're talking to him. LOL. School is in session.
Then the lesson turns even naughtier as Lawrence talks to our decoy about hardcore gay
These people
porn.
are fucking dumb. Do you watch porn?
Yeah.
What do you like to watch?
Yeah, what do you like?
Mostly gay porn and some bi porn.
But the exchange gets so graphic, we can't
He likes to watch
reveal the
Sargon
remaining
of the Cod
text.
videos.
Finally, Lawrence arrives, and the sting is on.
How you doing? Good. Just come in.
Oh, the lights on.
I know, it's getting dark out. It's supposed to rain, it's a hurricane. You want something to eat?
No.
I know. You can take a seat. Well, you want a drink? You want some water?
Yeah, that'd be great.
You want water?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's your day been so far?
Good.
Yeah. There you go.
Some water, Doc.
So did you bring anything?
Oh, I have it in the car.
You have it in the car?
But before he can retrieve something from his car, Lawrence is about to get a big surprise.
No, Chris.
And if he thinks he's in for a shock, so am I.
What are you doing here?
Something strikes me. It looks familiar. And what cops say they found in his car that will turn your stomach.
Oh, no.
Charles
Zach
Lawrence
Groomer
is a
Jeep.
well-to-do real estate broker in the Connecticut suburbs.
How you doing?
The Boomer Groomer Jeep.
Just come in.
He believes he's come to this house to meet a 13-year-old boy after exchanging salacious text messages like these.
Just got out of the shower.
How was your shower? About to do the same.
Hot and wet, LOL.
And hopefully soapy. LOL.
But for this agent, there is no open house. And his best sales pitch is
Oh my
about
God, the
to strike
voiceovers.
out.
They're so
I've
full.
caught more than 300 predators
Made
in the
my
last
soul-
decade, and
made my
some of
soul
them
just
even know
quiver
me from
here.
TV.
No, Chris. What are you doing here?
But this is the first time I've caught anyone who I know. The second Charles Lawrence walked in the door, I thought, I swear I know this guy from somewhere. And I'm watching from the monitor the other day as he walks in. Something strikes me. It looks familiar. I couldn't put my finger on it. And it dawns on me that this is a fellow I had met on the commuter train years ago. Knew his name. He was in real estate. And here he is in our kitchen trying to hook up with a 13-year-old boy. When Lawrence sees me, he bolts, gripped in sheer panic.
What are you doing here? Chris, please. I know, but you have to explain this to me.
Come here, man. He runs out the door. Now the man I know from the train is about to be derailed. The Fairfield cops nab him in the driveway. They slap the cuffs on him and take him into the garage.
Do you have any weapons? No. Anything that's gonna hurt us? No. A needle? No.
He's put into the back seat of an unmarked car and taken to police headquarters. At the station, he tries to hide his face with a hoodie, but there's no escape from our cameras. The Fairfield police chief gave us rare access in the back rooms of the station, so you can see the booking process up close.
Anything you say or statements you make may be used against you.
Lawrence empties his pockets and cops frisk him. They take his mugshot. He's fingerprinted, and he gives his consent to allow cops to search his SUV.
Want me to, I'll do this side? Yeah, that's fine.
Cops find cigarettes, condoms, and a gay porn video called Seattle Bareback Boys. Lawrence is taken into the interrogation room. He signs away his right to remain silent.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Hansen's actually, I know him, he's a friend of mine.
Gay porn.
I commuted on the train for years. And that's more of an embarrassment than anything. I've seen Chris's show before, so
I understand you've seen Chris's show before, and unfortunately, this is the way this is played out. No, Chris.
When you meet Chris Hansen in the kitchen, there's no way.
Is it your understanding you were going there to see and talk to a 13-year-old?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that's kind of why. That's kind of
my intention at all. I would never do that.
But the detective tells him he had to know he was doing something wrong.
There would be no reason for you to ask this then. Right. Are you a cop or involved in law enforcement? They respond back, laugh out loud, really? And you write back, gotta be careful.
Right. I would never.
They write back, yeah, man, I get it. So the problem you're gonna have with your explanation is if you thought legitimately that the person was 18 and you thought that you read the number 18, at that point, from what you just said in your mind, you're really alleviated of any concerns about dealing with a minor or anything like that.
Not true, because again, people could say they're 18 and they're not.
But you didn't say that. You just asked after finding out, after the age was written, which was 13, you're claiming 18. After that number was written, you move forward with some other back and forth, which I can read. I'm looking to get away from that. Okay. But then you clearly are right.
But I do
Are you
that
law enforcement or a cop?
I do that with everybody because I don't understand why be in trouble with anybody.
I don't understand why you would write that or be concerned about that if in fact you thought you read the number 18.
13, I would have shut it right down. I would have blocked him right then and there.
Charles Lawrence is old enough to be this kid's grandfather.
Oh,
He
God.
exchanged some raunchy text messages offering to teach the young boy about sex.
I had sex with my ex-girlfriend, nothing with a guy.
Gotcha. But you like guys better now?
Never tried it, but being with my girlfriend was really awkward.
Maybe you need a good teacher.
Yeah, you know one?
You're talking to him. LOL. School
God,
is in
no.
session.
And you won't believe his explanation for trying to hook up with a 13-year-old.
No.
He blames it all on his eyesight.
I thought he told me he was 18.
Okay. Okay, so you thought you were meeting an 18-year-old.
My eye got scratched, so I can't wear my contacts, so I'm wearing these glasses. And I was downstairs having a cup of coffee, and my glasses were upstairs. And I'm looking. I thought he said 18. I swear to God, I would never, ever in my entire life meet a 13-year-old. That I could say to my own self, it's disgusting.
Okay.
All right, that's not.
Sounds like a plausible.
Consenting adults, different story.
Uh-huh.
I could show you that I was at my ophthalmologist yesterday, an eye doctor, that I have a scratch on my eye as to why I'm wearing these glasses and why I didn't see that correctly.
I can show you. I can show you if you want to see. It says 13.
I can't even read that.
Okay.
I thought it said 18.
It says 13.
Okay.
And that's fine.
Some people, they say they're 18 and they're not.
The detective's not buying it and explains the charges.
The charges are criminal attempt to commit risk of injury to a minor, criminal attempt to commit sexual assault in the second degree, and enticing a minor.
The bail is set at $75,000. Lawrence decides not to fight the charges. He pleads guilty. When Crime Watch Daily went to his sentencing at the Fairfield County Court, Lawrence entered through the employee entrance in order to avoid our cameras. Inside, he reportedly told the judge, "I am not a pedophile. I use poor judgment, but I have never seen, used, or downloaded child pornography in my life." He got 8 years, suspended after serving 2 years in prison, and he has to register as a sex offender when he's released.
You've been in jail forever.
That tough sentence is just fine with Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara, who is working hard to keep predators out of his city.
That's a pretty stiff sentence for a first-time offender.
Well, yeah. Well, some would say it's not stiff enough, Chris.
Yeah, I would be
Some
one of
would
those
say
people.
it's not stiff enough.
Gary.
But certainly that should send the message out that we all know what the intent was, what the reason for the visit was, and he's held accountable for it.
No, Chris.
We got another predator off the streets. It's still hard to believe it's an acquaintance of mine from the commuter train. Charles Lawrence is now taking a one-way ride to prison.
Yeah, he should have been in there for a lot longer. How does he get out after 2 years? The fuck? How's
Because our system is fucking broken.
Stupid. Hansen actually caught one. Hansen actually caught somebody he actually knew. I saw this earlier. So people are saying it's an old video. I didn't know. It says it's from, a couple weeks ago. If it's old, I haven't seen it. Sorry. So, yeah. But he pleaded guilty, so it didn't even go into there. Oh man, these people fucking. Ugh. You know what should happen to them?
Peaceful sunsets.
Exactly. Peaceful sunsets. Nothing but the most peaceful of sunsets.
Like with a rope or something.
Yeah. Alright. Here's another thing from that to ghost boats. This is from the New York Post. Just some crazy stories once in a while. Ghost boats with skeletonized bodies wash ashore in Japan. Tokyo, scores of dilapidated wooden boats believed to be from North Korea have washed ashore in northern Japan in a season influx. The Coast Guard said Monday that 95 rickety boats, sometimes carrying skeletonized bodies, have arrived so far this year, a pace that is likely to exceed last year's record of 104 arrivals. 12 bodies have been found on the boats. Winds and water currents push dozens of ghost boats onto Japan's northern coast annually. Rickety North Korea fishing boats are particularly vulnerable because they lack the sturdiness and equipment to return home. Japanese authorities have stepped up patrols as the number of ships arrivals has soared in recent years. The increase may be related to a North Korean campaign to boost fish harvest and increase sources of protein for the nation, which is struggling to achieve food self-sufficiency and to overcome health problems caused by poor diets, experts say. To reach their quotas in North Korea, fishermen may be taking more risks and venturing further from their usual waters, possibly violating Japan's 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, they say. More than 1/3 of the boats this year have arrived in Japan's northern main island of Hokkaido, possibly because of attempts to travel further further north to evade patrols by Japan's Coast Guard. The influx of ghost boats have also raised security concerns. Last year, the Coast Guard found about 30 bodies on boats, while 40 others were alive. Spooky. This is a very common problem in the year 1100. Of course, Gator knows.
Yeah, of course I fucking do.
No, it's all good. No, it's from the chat. So here is an image of them fishing out one of these boats. I mean, this boat just does look like, look at these boats. They look like they're from, what, 90, 200 years ago? They're wooden boats that you go fishing on. Nothing, not like the boats that we have today that are made of aluminum or whatever. But they're finding dead bodies because the North Koreans are going further than these boats can handle. And they're just getting lost at sea, getting stuck in the storm and dying. 200 years ago. Yeah, they're North Korean. I mean, it's probably right. This is probably technologically sound for them. Yeah. I don't know. It's just a weird story. There's nothing really more to say than these boats are appearing. And there's shit there. Yeah, it's a terrible way to go. Yeah, you die in a boat. No one knows where you are. Your family doesn't know where you are. You just either are at the bottom of the fucking ocean, crab food, or you get stuck on this boat and you just decompose until you wash ashore. I see that on the side, man. The New York Post. Sometimes, man, on the side they give no fucks. They literally give no fucks.
And see, the problem with these fishing boats is that they have absolutely no nautical equipment at all.
Exactly.
So, and they're not taught how to use it anyway, so they have no idea how to use the stars, star charts, positioning, how to get back, basically, how to determine your latitude and longitude. So they're essentially just kind of fucked.
Yeah, once they get too far away from the shore, they probably just get lost. And they don't have computers on these boats, let's be quite honest. They don't have GPS or anything to tell them, okay, you gotta go this way to get back home. Nah, they just get lost. And that's the end of the North Koreans on the water. sad way to go.
I mean, to be fair though, if you put some random like person in a boat and just like set them out to sea, they'd probably be screwed too.
Oh yeah, I would be fucked too. I'm not gonna lie. If you give me one of these boats, be like, go off somewhere, and be like, what the fuck? I'd get lost at sea easily in this. There's nothing there that you could use. Maybe a map, but even then, it's just water everywhere. Okay, well that's not helping that much. North Koreans should stick to land. North Korean expedition. Oh man, I guess the last thing for today on this ranty Monday is my guy.
Someone's like, all they need is a compass. North Korea is west.
Use a compass. Here, go die.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's true.
You don't need a sextant when you just literally just go west and you're back.
We got a quick clip. It's only a couple minutes long from Uncle Ruckus Peterson. I think so. I didn't hear this whole thing, but I think he's either talking about himself on a plantation or his friend who lived on a plantation. And the title of this video is called "Killing Hogs and Chickens as a Boy on a Plantation." It's a deep dive.
That's amazing.
It's a deep dive in that Peterson lore. So I'm gonna play it right now. It's in the chat if you want to pull it up.
Couple things I want to tell you. Oh, I got to tell you this. Yesterday evening, a friend of mine is a cook, and he made some cabbage and put a whole bunch of big fat
ham hocks.
Ham hocks in it. And he put it in this crock pot thing. You know how you have that pot, you put it in, you leave home, and it just cooked by itself. And when it comes back, Bill, this thing is about to fall. If Joel hit the thing and almost knocked the screen down. But anyway, so he made these ham hocks, and he's a cook, and he's always bragging about his little cooking, right? And so he called me over. He said, "Hey man, would you like to try some of my ham hocks and cabbage?" He was like, "It's so good, right?" I said, "All right, I'll go over and try it." And I have to tell you, and the thing I like about it, has a whole bunch of meat in it, and then the fat back of the ham hock just fell off the bones, and the lean meat fell off the bones, and the bones in there, and it just really just happening, right? I have to tell you, it was so good. The ham hock with the collard greens was so good. I woke up this morning and I thought, I gotta call them and let them know I want some more of that. It was delicious. It reminded me of what my grandmother used to cook in the wintertime in Alabama. It was so good. It really was good. It was good.
Good shit.
So I like ham hock. At the end of like in December, we would kill the hogs. And the way that we killed them is like we would put them in the hog pen, right? We fat them up all year. And then we store up this food for the winter. We would store up syrup. We would make our own syrup from sugar cane.
Syrup.
We would pick the peanuts and put them away. We would preserve, my grandmother would preserve peaches and apples and things like that in the bottle, in the jar. But we would pick sweet potatoes and store them up, make these little dirt hole hills and put them in. And then we would kill the hogs for the winter.
Like that.
And chickens and all kind of stuff. And so in order to kill the hog, you're gonna love this. The animal rights people are gonna go nuts. We would put the hog in the pen, and then we would take the axe and go out there and hit the hog in the head with the axe.
Stun him.
And knock him out with the back of the axe.
Yep.
Remember that,
You're
Bill?
exactly right, Gator.
He said no. He grew up in the city, huh? And then when the hog fall out, like that, his neck would be up and we would slash his throat. And then he would go, and then he'd die. The city boys, y'all don't think that's funny, huh? You don't think that's funny?
That gave me a little pain.
Why you get pain from that?
Reenactment.
Could you just you imagine?
Beta.
you imagine that the pig get knocked out and you slash his throat and he starts squealing.
If it was a fat hog, he would go. Because he's throwing up the blood.
You don't see that every day.
We did every year. And then another thing, Joe, you're gonna love this. And then we invite the Muslims over for dinner. I'm joking. That part is a joke. I didn't even know the Muslims growing up. But anyway, you're gonna love that, Joe. If you think that's bad, we had to kill the chicken because we raised chickens, right?
Right.
And my grandmother said, Party, go out there and kill one of those chickens for breakfast. All right, Mama. So I would go out to the chicken house and I'll pick out a nice little hen, because you can't eat the male chicken, they're too tough. The roosters. So I'll pick out a female hen, a little hen that we raised for breakfast, and then I would take him and wring his neck, her neck.
Wow.
Just wring the neck until it comes off.
That's where you get the savage.
And then the chicken, once the neck comes off, the chicken like flop around on the ground.
It's crazy how just casual this is.
Peterson gives no fuck.
And the chicken would flop around on the ground, and then the chicken would die.
Wow.
And then we have to put the chicken in some boiling hot water and pull the feathers off the chicken. And then take them in there. My grandma would cut them open, cut the chicken open, and take all the guts out. And that was the best meal with some homemade biscuits, fried chicken, and grits.
Wow.
What do you think about all that, Joe?
What a life.
Joe is a city boy, and he's having pain from this. Are you having pain?
It's just crazy how casual this was. This is like normal thing, huh?
Yeah. It was like going out in the woods and chopping down a tree for firewood.
That's insane.
Huh?
That's something
amazing.
else.
Beta! Isn't that amazing?
That's something.
That was fun. Anyway, that's my life. Life on the plantation.
My God, that clip got better and better. I only watched the first 15, 20 seconds of it, and I was like, yeah, seems like it's a good clip. And then he throws a Muslims joke in there. God damn. Uncle Marcus Peterson is by far one of my favorite people. He gives no fucks. Literally gives no fucks. Just does not care. And we did get a That's Amazing from there. So it's always worth it for that.
That's amazing.
You gotta, yeah, hopefully. There'll be more Peterson. I like having clips of his show. I really want this fucker on the kill stream. Not even joking. Like, that'd be the best thing ever. He's so fucking good. No, I don't have a contact. I emailed his, like, business email, so, you know, business emails don't really work out that well. Sometimes they go into spam or whatever. Andy might actually, you know what? I should probably talk to Andy since Andy was supposed to go on his show. He might know who to talk to. And I would, oh God, that'd be amazing. I think he'd be great on the kill stream.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. I'm gonna try my best to make it happen.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
I'm gonna try my best to make it happen.
His show is so great.
It's so good. It's on early in the morning, but I try to catch a little bit of it. But these clips are what make it for me. Like when they clip it out, like they do their own clips. This is from his YouTube. You know what? I'll even drop the fucking clip in the chat. Give him a like, give him a sub.
I just love that fucking episode where he was just destroying Blair. That was so funny.
Well, that was an edit of it, but he did still destroy her.
I know that was an edit, but he does destroy Blair like constantly.
Yeah, he does.
He's not even trying to. Is the funny part. It just happens.
Yeah, because he doesn't think trannies are a thing, which is he's right. I agree with him on that. But Gator, I want to thank you for joining me tonight. I'm gonna go look at what you did to V.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
After this, I'm gonna make some. I'm I'm gonna get actually I bought ham. I'm gonna actually go make fucking ham because I haven't eaten.
You got yourself some ham hock.
I'm gonna make some fucking ham. And tweet at Justin Lee Peterson.
That's amazing.
Well, thank you very much for joining me tonight. Today's been a little ranty. It's been fun though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you streaming tomorrow? Are you gonna try?
I will try to.
Alright. You can catch Gator at stream.me/Gator. You can catch Ralph at stream.me/The Ralph Report. And me right here. I'll be back tomorrow night at 10:05 p.m. with Gator and Ralph for the kill stream. After that, we'll have one of these. Until then. Hope you guys enjoyed it. There it is. But yeah, thank you guys. Don't forget, what am I forgetting? Yes, I'm going. Well, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to make some food and then go to bed. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Again, kill stream tomorrow night, 10:05 p.m. at stream.me/The Ralph Report. Afterwards, this and earlier in the morning, you can catch Gator. Hopefully, make his debut at the stream. So yeah, catch you guys later.
Teal dear. Hi, Steve. Do you remember me, Steve? You gonna talk to me yet, Steve? Maybe acknowledge a few of my points, Steve? Maybe post some counter-arguments of your own, Steve? Perhaps address some of your critics, Steve? Steve? Steve?
Hey.
Hi.
So, I recently held a poll.
No, sorry, I'm being childish. Go on, Steve. You tell us all about that big poll that you took and how you worked really hard on it to get those delicious results that you wanted.
With my Patreon patrons to choose which previous 5 Stupid Things topics I should revisit, and first place was a tie. I covered the first half of the tie in the previous video in this series, so let's close this gimmick down with the second half of the first place tie. Here are 5 more stupid things about the men's rights movement.
I just hope that some neck-bearded, basement-dwelling, fedora-wearing perma-virgin doesn't come and spread his misogynistic euphoria all over it.
Selective acceptance. Men's rights activists don't typically exhibit terribly positive attitudes toward women.
Citation needed.
But there are exceptions.
So you just lied. Good start.
For example, women who agree with them that feminism is at best unnecessary and at worst oppressive and misandrist.
So men's rights activists are accepting of women who agree with their point of view. It's almost as if they don't arbitrarily hate and dismiss people based on their gender, but are instead inclusive of people who share similar thoughts. And somehow this is sexist.
Or, no, you know what? That's it. Women who reject feminism are highly favored by MRAs. They're held up as evidence that theirs is a legitimate ideology based on facts and reasonable assumptions, not a hate movement based on projection, fears of inadequacy, and unhinged misogyny.
Right, so let me see if I understand your thought process here. Historically and currently, you publish videos which makes the assertion that the men's rights movement and all men's rights activists are misogynistic. and that this is an essential characteristic to the movement and individuals therein. When men's rights activists and people within the men's rights movement actually then hold up the women within the movement and say, well, we have women within the movement, therefore how can we be misogynists, since misogyny is an unjustified and irrational hatred or mistrust of women, and you then point to this and say, aha! You are spending time with and talking to women and respecting their opinions, therefore you are a misogynist. Do you see why this is a very confusing thing? No, of course you don't. Also, can I just point out this?
Women who reject feminism are highly favored by MRAs. They're held up as evidence that theirs is a legitimate ideology.
Okay, now let's cut out some of the fluff.
Women who reject feminism is a legitimate ideology. Reject feminism. Legitimate ideology. Reject feminism. Ideology.
Is atheism a religion, Steve? Because not having an ideology is not an ideology. Also, observable facts and logic and empirical data is not an ideology. Also, I have not seen a men's rights activist ever hold up a woman and say, I have this, therefore my facts over here are true. The facts and empirical data used are separate from the women, except of course for when it's the women finding or presenting the empirical data. And rather interestingly, Steve, you seem to have neglected the fact that you just include all women who oppose feminism in this. You do realize that a woman can oppose feminism and not be a men's rights activist. And what about feminists who oppose the modern brands of feminism, who are frequently quite highly regarded within the men's rights movement? People such as Professor Christina Hoff Sommers and Camille Paglia. Just something to think about, Steve.
Anyway, if MRAs hate women so much, why are there women who agree with them? Funny how that same logic doesn't seem to apply to men who support feminism.
That's because the two are fundamentally very different. Men's rights activists tend to have objective goals to achieve. A few examples would be making it illegal to surgically alter the genitals of all infants below the age of majority outside of medical necessity, which is a specific legal right and protection afforded to females within the Western world, but not to males. Objective criteria for success. The concept that selective service, or the drop, should either be abolished for men or extended to include women. Again, objective criteria for success. Affording the same legal reproductive rights to both men and women in regards to parenthood. Usually phrased in regards to things such as consent to sex not being consent to reproduction. For example, a woman can have sex, become pregnant, and then either keep or abort the child. Post-coital rejection of parenthood is not an option afforded to the man. Again, there is an objective criteria for success, which is when a man at any time can walk away from a child and say, I do not want responsibility, and not have the state endlessly pursue him as a result. If a woman can opt out of parenthood, a man should have the same legal right. And don't just take my word for it. These very objective goals are actually laid out on A Voice for Men, which is a very popular men's rights website. Now, while there isn't certainly universal agreement amongst every men's rights activist as to what the exact goals of the movement are, there is still a large amount of agreement and overlap between all of them, and you can see this from simply watching any men's rights videos here on YouTube. The problem is, by comparison, when you ask feminists, what is your objective goal, you get the very wishy-washy answer of equality. And they then fail to lay out any objective terms for what they consider this equality to be, or to what objective standards every person needs to be held, or specific laws that they want to have changed, repealed, or enacted. And the worst part is that there is barely any consistency, as evidenced by modern feminists.
Yeah, I don't really care if Camille Paglia calls herself a feminist, any more than I give a shit if Christina Hoff Sommers calls herself a feminist. Okay, it's of no concern of mine. What she is someone with some ridiculous, completely incompatible philosophical and political views, and yeah, I just don't give a shit about them.
Yes, that is the example of a modern feminist telling another feminist that they are not a feminist. Notice the total lack of objective criteria. But while there may be agreement within some fields of feminism, it is certainly not universal throughout the movement.
Dishonest denial. One of the most interesting phenomena surrounding the men's rights movement is how many men will strenuously deny having any association with it, even while parroting its talking points. And really, who can blame them? The men's rights movement is so toxic, so obviously fueled by bigotry and male insecurity that even people who agree with everything MRAs typically say don't want to be taken for one.
You have a wonderful circle of logic going on here, and I'm going to unravel it for you. You see, Steve, when you say things like this...
For example, there are some in the MRM who have pointed out that it's unfair that men in the United States have to register with selective service when they turn 18, while women don't have to. I agree. Others have suggested that family courts might be unfairly biased in favor of mothers and against fathers when it comes time to deciding things like child custody. I think that's a serious issue. And again, I think we as a society should be just as intolerant of domestic abuse that victimizes men as we have become, relatively recently, I would like to point out, of domestic violence that victimizes women.
You have just advocated for the rights of men, and yet I get this very distinct feeling that you will deny that this would make you a men's rights activist. But why would you want to deny such a thing? Well, it's because people like you come along and say,
it's misogynistic. This is the one inescapable fact about the men's rights movement that makes it impossible for me to support.
Do you see the circle of logic yet? You support men's rights, but you don't want to be called a men's rights activist. You don't want to be called a men's rights activist because it has a negative connotation. A negative connotation of your own making, that you have presented with zero evidence. And because you inform other people of this with zero evidence, they then believe that it is true, which leads you right back round to the beginning of the circle where you support men's rights, but you don't want to be considered one because you have convinced other people that if you're a men's rights activist, you're a terrible person. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy, Steve.
Luckily, if you're a guy who is sick and tired of being called an MRA when you're not one, there's a real easy fix. Just stop being such a sexist crybaby. Try it. You might be surprised how well that works for you.
Well, Steve, we have video evidence of you advocating for men's rights, so I'm just going to call you a men's rights activist. Guess it's time you stood behind those beliefs and stopped being such a crybaby.
Harassment of critics. The men's rights movement is reactionary by its very nature.
Citation needed, because evidence points to the contrary. To be a reactionary means that you would want to either keep things as they are or roll the clock backwards. Wanting to ban male circumcision outside of exclusively medical reasons is not a reactionary viewpoint, it is a progressive viewpoint. Wanting selective service or the draft to either be abolished for men or extended to include women is not a reactionary viewpoint, it is a progressive viewpoint. Wanting paternity fraud to be punishable on the same level as any other kind of fraud is not a reactionary position, it is a progressive position. Are you noticing something in common with all of these? They are not reactionary, they're not trying to take things back to how they were, because none of these standards have existed in the past. They are in fact pushing to move the world forward. I'm getting very sick of people labeling others as reactionaries simply because they want to move things in a different direction from them. Different is not always backward. There is not one objective way forward. There are many, although some are better supported by empirical data than others. And just a point on this reactionaries versus progressives nonsense that keeps coming up. When you make the argument that we must do something because it will progress society, you're actually making a fallacious argument known as the appeal to novelty, basically stating that because something is new, it must be better than what currently exists, which is not always true. Also, consider your relentless push for progress. Now, this point isn't specifically aimed at Shives here, but it's aimed at pretty much most of these social justice or feminist people who will constantly advocate for social progress at the exclusion of caution. One day, when you get to your final end goal and you believe that you live in a utopian society where nothing can be made better, Someone will come along and want to try something new, and then you will be on the receiving end of being relentlessly called a reactionary because you are opposing progress, as if progress alone is the basis of a good argument. Food for thought.
It lashes out at women and feminists in particular. On a daily basis, feminist writers and activists are deluged with hate mail and death threats from outraged men. Some, like Lindy West or Anita Sarkeesian, are arguably better known for being victims of misogynist harassment than for their actual work.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that they publish and publicize this harassment more than they do their actual work.
Others have been driven from the public sphere altogether, which is understandable, but is also a terrible shame, because that's what the harassers want.
Okay, you want to talk about harassment. Let's talk about harassment. Isolated individual comments from individuals is not harassment. It might feel like it, especially when it comes at you on the daily as a sort of wall of noise. Hell, even I get individual hate comments and hate messages and hate emails from people. But they are just individual messages from individual people, and I don't really give a fuck about them. In fact, they give me something to laugh at. In order for something to be harassment, it needs to be sustained and it needs to be intentional, and designed to cause harm or fear. Critiquing someone's work is not harassment. But you know what is harassment? Blockading a lecture hall so that people cannot get in to attend a conference that is in session. Chanting outside a lecture hall and pulling a fire alarm specifically to disrupt a conference in session. Disrupting a conference and threatening a speaker because you disagree with their views. And sending individuals very lengthy, detailed threats of physical violence. Also, killing someone's dog and driving them out of the country even after they set up the first battered women's refuge in the country because they accidentally stated that women can be aggressors as well. All of these examples and more perpetrated by feminists.
Unable to intelligently answer their critics, they attempt to intimidate them into silence.
Citation needed. I've put my evidence up. Where's yours?
And when that doesn't work, when they are unable to overwhelm feminists with the sheer force of abuse, they resort to other equally vapid tactics.
Like blocking them on Twitter when they're unable to intelligently answer their critics, Steve.
Derailment and distraction. Many MRAs engage in a sort of troll guerrilla warfare, infiltrating the comment sections of articles and videos that deal with women's issues, posting responses designed to paralyze discussion with irrelevant bickering. Demands that feminists identify legal rights available to men but not to women are common.
Demands that people provide actual, objective, empirical evidence of their claims is irrelevant bickering. Is it, Steve? No. The demand for proof of a claim is not paralyzing a conversation or a discussion. It is facilitating a conversation or discussion. But of course, you're projecting here, Steve. In your last video, you confessed to maybe being ignorant on the rates of domestic violence between men and women. I gave a very comprehensive breakdown of several sources to do with domestic violence between men and women and the rates of perpetration and victimization. You then refused to watch said content and blocked any communication dealing with it. Not only myself, but from other users online. This combined with your confirmed and well-known deletion of comments and messages that disagree with you shows to everyone, Steve, that you are the person who has paralyzed the discussion on this issue. But as I said, you're projecting.
There's also the ever-popular appeal to bigger problems, in which the MRA will express his dismay that feminists aren't more concerned with the plight of women in developing countries or the Muslim world.
Because no feminist has ever done the same. Ever. Not even once. But again, we come to a very crucial difference here. The problems that feminists complain about in the first world tend to be very subjective issues of opinion, such as when they state ridiculous things like, catcalling is a problem and needs to be dealt with, and then a whole host of women come out of the woodwork and say, well, actually, no, I like being catcalled because it's a confidence booster, and other ones saying that they wish it happened to them. This is the sort of stuff that feminism in the first world is dealing with. Subjective interpretations of things that make a few people feel a little bit uncomfortable, and therefore the whole of society must change to accommodate them, because they have the legal right to not be offended, damn it.
It's not that he gives a shit about those women.
Citation needed. A lot of MRAs are actually concerned about the treatment of all people in third world countries, which is why many refer to themselves as the MHRM, Men's Human Rights Movement.
He just thinks that feminists should worry more about them and leave sexist American assholes like him alone.
Let's just go through that bit again, because there's a lot that I want to say there, and I thought it would break it up a little bit too much if I did it straight off the bat.
He just thinks that feminists should worry more about them.
Well, a little bit less of the me approach would be nice for a modern feminist.
And leave sexist...
Implying all men's rights activists are sexist with zero evidence.
American...
Implying all men's rights activists are American.
Assholes like him.
Implying all men's rights activists are male. Didn't even ask about their preferred pronouns. Steve, I am disappointed.
Still, this isn't the worst thing about the men's rights movement.
What you actually mean is that this isn't the biggest lie that you've told about them to date. But I sense that that's coming.
When it comes to that, it's hard to get more disgusting and inexcusable than rape apology. Men's rights activists attempt to minimize or dismiss concerns about rape in a variety of ways, ignoring the existence of acquaintance and spousal rape.
Please, Steve, citation needed. I have never heard a men's rights activist ever state that spousal rape and acquaintance rape don't exist. But please, Steve, find me a men's rights activist. Not a pickup artist, not a MGTOW, not an anti-feminist, an actual confirmed and prominent men's rights activist who says that spousal rape and acquaintance rape do not happen. And I promise you, Steve, I swear, right now, in front of all of the people who will ever watch this video, that if you find me a men's rights activist who says this, and truly, genuinely means it, I will make a video about it, and point out the stupidity of that individual.
Spreading fear and paranoia about a non-existent epidemic of false rape allegations.
Steve, Rolling Stone, have you heard of it? Good. They published a rape story. It was completely fictitious. In fact, there is so little evidence supporting the claims made in that article that UVA is now suing Rolling Stone. You didn't know about the suing part because that happened after the release of your video, but you damn well knew about the UVA case. Just like you damn well knew about the existence of Mattress Girl. That's right, Emma fuck me in the butt Salkowitz. The woman who made a false rape accusation, which was found to be false by both the university and the police and everyone presiding over the case, and yet she was permitted and supported in a sustained campaign of harassment against the man that she falsely accused. The Duke Lacrosse case, where even to this day, the falsely accused still faced social ostracism. And these are just a few of the high-profile examples. There are many more. How many examples do you need, Steve, before you are willing to accept that this is a problem?
And generally acting as though making rape an easier crime for men to get away with is their primary goal, which it is.
Citation needed, if you please.
This is not a civil rights movement as it claims to be. This is a hate group, populated by resentful failures too weak to carry their own baggage.
Speaking of failures who are too weak to carry their own baggage, isn't it funny, Steve, that by your own admission you had to beg for other people to give you their money so that you wouldn't be living below the poverty line? But yeah, you sure are in the position to be calling other people pathetic.
They're some of the most pathetic human beings known to me.
Whoa, hang on. Did anyone else notice that? The most pathetic humans known to me. That's a very odd turn of phrase, isn't it, Steve? Because normally in a situation like that, you'd say known to man, or known to mankind. But no, your opinion and your view is above that. Because in your sick, twisted little mind, you are the only good man, the only true man, and every other man is beneath you and to be judged by you.
And their only redeeming quality is that they're so much damn fun to smack around, which is fitting since most of them seem to think that's all women are good for.
Citation needed. Until then, I guess we can just all live comfortably in the knowledge that Steve Shives is a child molester. Oh, what's that, Steve? You're not? Well, I figured while we were just throwing out baseless accusations with no evidence to back them up, I might as well just go for the big hit.
The hardest part is only picking 5. Catch you next time.
No, the hardest part was keeping myself interested while editing this video, since you seem to have conveniently totally ignored any topic of objective reality this time, so that I couldn't even keep myself amused with lengthy studies and lots of numbers and evidence, and you have instead simply regressed down to subjective opinion and ad hominem attacks. Dear, let's talk about why men's rights activists have feelings. It sounds ridiculous, and it probably is, and yet this is the title of this academic feminist paper. Now, I read this paper through numerous times, and with some degree of confusion, because there is a lot written down in this paper, but really not very much that is actually said. So I kept reading it, and rereading it, and rereading it, and rereading it some more, and I was thinking there's got to be something that I'm missing here, some angle that I can think about this from, some little trick that I can use that will just unlock the entire thing and suddenly it'll start making sense, and it never did. It was never expansive in any capacity beyond its core message, and I can tell you what its core message is right now. Feels equals reals, except when men do it, and men's rights activists are scared of getting fucked in the arse. And that's why they're a bunch of crying man-babies. I wish I could say I was exaggerating, but that really is the cut and thrust of this paper. And it achieves this outcome, or this hypothesis, or this theory, as I'm sure they're going to try and term it, by listening to what feminists have said about the men's rights movement, what one person on an internet forum said somewhere that one time, and then just a load of mental gymnastics. So I'm going to be going through bits of this paper. I'm not going to be covering all of it, because as I said, it writes an awful lot, but there's not actually a whole lot that is said within. But I'll pick out all of the key points that this author tries to make, and it'll all fall into place, hopefully, just how ridiculous this is. So the abstract reads, the men's rights movement and its academic offshoot, new male studies, are considered in light of the turn to affect. I argue that affective utterances, I feel, become phallic in the men's rights movement and function in a defensive mode. Unlike the phallus as guarantor of masculinity, which is currently up for debate, the affective utterance cannot be denied. That is, affect is wholly subjective. However, we can, as theorists, ask questions about how and why affect is being used. So the paper starts by telling us that it's going to be going through a lot of affect theory. And affect theory is basically just the observation of how people express emotions. So you're happy, you smile, you're sad, you cry. Studying things like that would fall under the general umbrella of affect theory. So this paper claims that it's going to look at why men's rights activists behave the way they do by examining the supposed emotions behind the actions. And the part about affective utterance cannot be denied, that's quite a big part of this paper, because as we've repeatedly heard from feminists, feels equals reals. If you feel like you are a victim of something, then you must have been a victim of it. So in that framework, men's rights activists' feeling like there's some sort of injustice being done to men somewhere, somehow, can't be denied under the feminist feels equals reals rubric. And this paper will then go on to basically try and tell you that feels do not really equal reals, but only sometimes. Like when the men's rights movement does it, by very odd coincidence. And one final thing which I'd like to bring up in the abstract, just before we go any further, is this concept of phallus as guarantor of masculinity. Basically, if you have a penis, you will immediately be seen as a proper man. Now, I find this a very odd position for a feminist academic to take, especially in light of the whole feminist Twitter hashtag masculinity so fragile stuff, which is partially correct, but is horrendously misused by feminists, because they turn hashtag masculinity so fragile into an excuse to just bash and hate on men whenever they do things or express sentiments or emotions which are inconvenient to that feminist woman at that moment in time. But the reality is that the state of masculinity is quite fragile and is not guaranteed by your simply having a penis. The reality is that the concept of masculinity, of being a real man, is actually predicated on your actions, and it is actually specifically the actions that benefit others, but usually actions that benefit women. All you have to do is look around at general attitudes towards it and you'll see it. A real man takes care of other people. A real man is a provider. A real man knows how to fix things, because all of those things benefit other people, usually the woman in his life. And yet you'll never see the "you're a real man" thing being applied to men who are a bit more of the MGTOW bent. Men who are happy in their own company and simply look after themselves and their own interests. In fact, those men will normally be shamed for their life decision. If you want to know more about this, someone that I highly recommend you listen to is someone on YouTube by the name of Tom Golden. He runs a channel called Men Are Good. He's worked for 30 plus years as a therapist, written 3 books about men and their healing and emotional processes, and was also in the movie The Red Pill. So well worth checking out. So with all of that out of the way, let's move on with this paper, shall we? So the paper begins with a little bit of waffle about the first Canadian university to have a men's collective centre, which was supposed to deal with men's issues and how it was shut down, and how Toronto University tried to have some lectures given by some guest speakers who represented the men's rights movement, and how they were also shut down. And then they've got to get the cheap little potshot quip in that the word misandry is not recognised by Microsoft Word, because apparently that's an argument now. Too bad for this feminist scholar and the keywords for this paper. Microsoft Word also doesn't recognise the term anality, so I guess that invalidates your entire field of study then, doesn't it? Just as long as we're trying to be consistent and all that. The author then goes on to say, "I admit that I am utterly fascinated by the men's rights movement for a number of reasons, ranging from their seemingly sudden presence to the kinds of arguments that are made, the so-called villain of their ideological framework, and perhaps most especially because of how violent and aggressive its politics are, while simultaneously denying repeatedly that it is misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, phallocentric, and patriarchal." Now, I find this very interesting for a number of reasons. I've made no particular secret of the fact that I'm relatively indifferent to the existence of the men's rights movement as a whole, although by looking at certain social issues and empirical data surrounding it, I do find that in some cases a lot of my views actually align with theirs. And also for people who follow me everywhere on the internet, you probably know by now that I do occasionally guest over on Honey Badger Radio, which is a men's rights program. And the thing that a lot of people will know about that particular organization, since it is the largest men's rights platform on YouTube, it is basically run entirely by women. But of course, we all know the inevitable answer to that, and it goes something along the lines of internalized misogyny, or some other nonsense like that. But on the charge of homophobia, I decided to do a little bit of digging around some men's rights websites to see what I could find on the issue. Surely if the movement is openly homophobic, it should be very easy to find some gay-bashing rhetoric somewhere. And then I stumbled upon this article. Gays Against Feminism, because gay people are not your property feminists, written by Dean Esme. Let's see what he has to say on the subject. A gay friend online recently gave me this card, and it's a little picture of a gay card. Since I've stood up for gay rights since back in the early 1980s, I'll take it and use it. I'm a moral fag by nature anyway. Look it up. Back when there was an actual social and political cost to being gay-friendly, let alone being gay, I almost certainly would have been beaten up badly had I shown someone that card. That was back when it was socially acceptable to beat the fuck out of a gay man just for being gay, or suspected gay. It was when being friendly to faggots and dykes and trannies all by itself could also get you hurt or fired from your job. I do not want to make it out like I took a bullet for anybody. I did not, although I did once rescue a drunk gay man whose abusive boyfriend had gotten him liquored up and left him stranded miles from home with no money in a tough working-class blue-collar bar. He was sweet and affectionate and kept hitting on guys, so I literally took him under my arm, cuddled him a bit, told him to stop trying to kiss me and said, "Come on man, let's get you out of here," and took him home and put him on my couch where he promptly passed out. The next day we went to his boyfriend's house and, while the boyfriend was away, I helped him clear his shit out and find his car keys so he could go stay with friends he trusted. Well, that's just the start of the article. It does go on for a little bit, and unsurprisingly the rest of it follows very much in that tone. No homophobia, no gay bashing, nothing along those lines. But a fair old amount of sticking up for gay rights. But you know, that's just one author, just one man, even though he is quite a prominent voice within the movement, so let's see what someone else has to say. The Problem with Gay Rights by Paul Elam. Ooh, surely this one is a smoking gun, right? Well, let's see what he has to say about gay men. Gay men have invented new technology, built cities, researched cures for disease, made profound contributions to the arts, literature, and philosophy, excelled in athletics, and participated wholly in every aspect of the development of civilization as we know it. But of course, they did not do these things because they were gay. They did these things because they were men. Solving problems and making advances is what men do, and there is no evidence to suggest that gay men are any less proficient at this than straight men are. And herein, in my opinion, lies the problem. We live in a culture that doesn't regard gay men as men, so it would stand to reason that a movement of social awareness and enlightenment, proffering that men who are gay are no less men than men who are straight, would have been in order, and it would have served a purpose not dissimilar from what we see in the men's rights movement today. To wit, that holding men to standards and expectations based on sex while relieving women of their corresponding expectations has led directly to their systematic conscripted misuse as human beings. By embracing feminist ideology and misandry, gay men only buy into the myth that they are not, and shouldn't be, men, and by allowing themselves to be co-opted by a group of ideologues that hate men to the core, they have only further undermined solutions to their very real problems. And this leaves us with what we see in the gay rights movement today, a dissonant ideology that is designed to attack the very nature of who they are. For in the end, whether you are an avowed deconstructionalist of traditional masculinity, or an equally fervent traditionalist that thinks real men sit tall in the saddle and lay their coats in the mud for women to walk on, gay men will remain what they are, men. And to whatever extent they seek to include themselves in the rights of men in the modern zeitgeist, they will invariably suffer the consequences of that pursuit. Further on, he talks about other gay rights issues, such as gay marriage, and then the problem, as the title suggests, that he lays out, is that allowing gay people to marry then also allows them to divorce and go through those wonderful proceedings of having all of their stuff messed up. Because divorces, no matter how clean you think they are always very messy things indeed. That's the price you pay for getting the state involved in your love life. Which is why this is then said. Gay men are and always have been resented because they provide no utility to women. They are literally born free of the constraining and egregiously burdensome expectations that heterosexual men are still raised to fulfill. They are, in fact, the natural recipients of what many men in the men's movement clamour for every day: freedom from the control of women and from the control of the state on women's behalf. It is my hope that this movement comes to invite and include gay men within the ranks, not as gays, but as men, and I fear that this will take some real time. Time for the very few within our ranks that actually hate gays for being gay to either wise up or leave, and time for many gays to wake up and understand that ideologies like feminism based on hating men will only produce self-hatred and worse. Right now, the agenda for feminists includes sending men to the altar and ultimately family courts and to combat zones. Men should work together to avoid both. So that was just a few little excerpts from that article there, from Paul Elam, the founder of A Voice for Men. So that's the founder of what I believe is the biggest men's rights website on the internet, stating that homophobia is not welcome within the movement. So yeah, I'm not really seeing the supposed homophobia here. And on the issue of transphobia, well, there's an article written by a trans man on A Voice for Men, who documents their transition from female to male in the post called From Woman to Man to Red Pill, in which the author talks about how they went from being a woman, being praised and recognized as generally worth existing in society all the time, to becoming a man. And a brief excerpt of the author's description of that is, "Society either uses me or ignores me, because I'm not attractive enough to be a piece of meat. I'm instead just an ugly, hairy beast with a wallet and a pair of muscular arms. Or, might I say with some measure of irony, a piece of meat that doesn't even rate a catcall." So that's a trans author stepping into this supposed hotbed of transphobia. Can we call all of these accusations completely hollow and baseless yet? We can? Good. Moving on. The paper continues, "In the context of this article, I am chiefly interested in the young men who participate in these groups, the kind of discursive arguments put forward on campuses, and how we as scholars of gender can respond. I am not thus thinking about the particularities, for instance, of fathers' rights groups, which, while often aligned with the larger men's rights movement, are focused squarely on the issues of the father and the child. Likewise, another faction of the men's rights movement might include intactivist, which is broadly considered to be an anti-circumcision movement that began in the early 1980s around the time of Edward Wallerstein's Circumcision, an American Health Fallacy. In this movement, circumcision, especially routine neonatal circumcision, is framed as a violation of genital integrity, and thus the infant male's rights to that integrity. There are, of course, valuable discussions to be had about the common ground between various groups in the larger men's rights movement. However, this would require a much larger space that would be able to draw on a much larger body of knowledge. So I find it very interesting in this paper that this author is just outright stating, "I'm not going to address the fathers' rights movement, and I'm not going to address the protesting of circumcision in children." Presumably because, unfortunately for that author, these are both areas of the men's rights movement which have a lot of objective data backing them up. So moving on a little bit, the author tells us how they're going to be working at the intersection of affect theory and critical studies, otherwise known as Marxism. The author goes on to note, in this case correctly, that there is a journal of New Male Studies, which acts as an academic forum in which men's rights activists are welcome to publish their findings, and also notes that the website A Voice for Men has endorsed glowingly the works of writers like Warren Farrell, Paul Nathanson, Catherine K. Young, Janice Fiamengo, Miles Groth, and others, and that this is in essence creating a canon of works that ought to be read by men's rights activists. Something that seems very curious to me about this author is that they've clearly read a little bit at least of A Voice for Men, and yet they seem to have somehow completely missed the anti-homophobia on that website, among other things, to come to the bizarre conclusion that they did earlier about the homophobia, transphobia, herby-derpy-derp bunch of bigots. To me, that suggests that this author might be a little bit poor at doing a bit of light reading. So I'm now going to take a moment, if I may, to get down with all the hip kids and do what the popular song says and jump around, so that you can see the image of the men's rights movement that this author attempts to construct. And he does this by drawing quite heavily on the opinions of Michael Kimmel, the person who created that film, The Mask You Live In, which should tell you pretty much all you need to know about Kimmel's opinion of men and masculinity. And that is, of course, that masculinity is toxic. So let's see what this author considers the men's rights movement to be. Men's rights intellectuals, in their attempts to save maleness and masculinity, insist upon and deploy the language of affect, even though, more often than not, they are only capable of demonstrating that they are angry and fearful. And it would seem that other affects are simply not an option. Do men experience joy? Certainly not if one reads through men's rights writings. What one finds over and over again is anger. Michael Kimmel's recent book is aptly titled Angry White Men, American Men and the End of an Era. But what is certain is that we are surrounded by a great deal of angry men lamenting their loss of rights, how feminism has attacked their right to maleness, and so on. I'm a critical theorist of gender, so my intention here is not to outline the theoretical and methodological problems of the movement, but rather to work through what is happening, how we might theorize the men's rights movement, what is motivating this movement, and how we need to shift the dialogue to consider ideas of shame and humiliation, which I will demonstrate is intimately caught up in castration anxiety. So we've pretty much established the author's point here. Men's rights activists are just angry and afraid of losing their power, and are ultimately scared of being shamed or humiliated via the loss of their manhood. And I'm going to read a little paragraph now, and this is 3 pages in from the beginning. Now, you may notice a few paragraphs ago this author said that they are going to be working at the intersection of affect theory and critical studies, and further to this they then list that their work reads critically the rise of the movement and what it means for the critical studies of men and masculinities, since the discipline is committed to a pro-feminist, anti-homophobic, anti-racist pedagogy and practice. So this is the next page over, and the author basically repeats themselves. And hopefully this will start to show you why I found this paper really actually quite horrendous to read, because it writes a lot but says nothing. So the author verbosely repeats himself. This article holds to a pro-feminist angle of inquiry and embraces ideas of masculinity studies which are informed by feminist theory and which work to unpack ideas and ideologies surrounding masculinities. To study masculinity requires that the field must be informed and committed to a pro-feminist, or simply put, feminist agenda, including anti-racist and homophobic pedagogies. Declaring masculinity studies as such is important, especially today, living in rape culture, a culture that is witnessing the rise of misogynistic, transphobic, homophobic men's rights activists on university and college campuses, a culture of slut-shaming, continued violence against women, trans men and trans women, and genderqueer kids. Too many suicides of victims of bullying, and the faceless acts of violence committed on the internet each and every day whenever a woman dares to speak, whenever a feminist dares to demand an answer, and whenever a queer kid asks for justice. To study masculinity today requires we be cognizant of what is happening in these various spaces, and to once more reaffirm our commitment to feminist pedagogies, theories, and activisms. As such, what is politically at stake in this article is an argument about why scholars of masculinity studies, those of us who would be dismissed as pro-feminist scholars by the men's rights movement, need to pay attention to this movement and need to think carefully about what is happening on our campuses. Well, talk about wearing your allegiances on your sleeve. Any discussion about masculinity must be done in a pro-feminist framework because reasons. And this use of the feminist framework is actually then what begins causing this author so many problems. As I stated earlier, this author then finds the use of affect by the men's rights movement, that is specifically the expression of anger, to be very, very interesting, because as this author will go on to state, and we'll look at it when we get there, when someone says that they're feeling something, you can't deny it, because lived experience and feels equals reals. And it's very interesting watching this author try to square that circle, because they want to disagree with the men's rights movement, but the framework that they're operating in doesn't allow them to. So let's read a little bit more. What is so striking is how affective the men's rights movement has become, how it has co-opted the language of affect, emotion, feeling, and the personal being political to meet its own ends. The men's rights movement, we might say, has appropriated the language of feminist consciousness raising. The men's rights movement may well be a post-feminist strange stirring. I want to be very careful here, for I am not interested in advancing the men's rights movement's politics, but rather I am interested in exploring how affect informs these movements and what our responses to these affects might be. That is, I want to take seriously their claim of feeling and why someone like Dr. Warren Farrell would want men to speak about their feelings. Simon O'Sullivan notes, there is no denying or deferring affects, and that affects are the stuff that goes beneath, beyond, and even parallel to signification. And further that you cannot read affects, you can only experience them. If we admit that this is the case, then the declaring of affect is a remarkably powerful declaration, precisely because it cannot be denied. That is, by turning to affect, the men's rights activists do not need to prove the truth of their claims, because their affects, the feeling that it is true, trump the veracity of the thing causing the feeling. I do not believe it is an accident that white men are turning to affective utterances to mark their claims. Indeed, there is something remarkably political about these claims. These claims become indisputable precisely because affects cannot be read. One can only experience them. And in this regard, the men's rights activists become essentially phenomenological. My experiences are my experiences, and you cannot deny them because I believe them to be true. That is, even if quantitative, qualitative, and factual research demonstrates that the apparent cause of these effects is incorrect, wrong, misguided, we can still not deny the veracity of the effect. Indeed, I am going to accept the premise that we cannot deny effect, though I am willing to imagine that some would certainly be willing to mount this argument. And I'd imagine some would be successful, say, faking it crocodile tears and so on. But then, how do we think about affect in this very particular and very gendered scenario of the men's rights movement? For one, I think the answer is to position affect, feeling, and emotion alongside phallicism. That is, I will argue here that affects become phallic, insofar as it will carry on the symbolic role of the phallus, which stands in and up for men. More particularly, I will demonstrate that the turn to affect is provoked by a castration anxiety that has become central to men's rights, and the turn to affect thus reflects the phallus to male subjectivity. That is, castration is a loss that needs to be recuperated, and affective language and utterances will fill this void. Affect, thus, is a way to recuperate the castrated patriarchy in a way that cannot be denied. The turn to affect, thus, is practical, political, and phallic. So, we can't deny the men's rights activists' feels, because feels equals reals, but what the author is going to try to do is to invalidate the feels, even though they've just stated that that's not what they're going to try to do. It is in fact exactly what they try to do. And they do that by basically trying to turn to feeling, this expression of emotion that the men's rights movement supposedly is doing. The author turns it into a giant because penis statement. Since patriarchal and hegemonic masculinity's goal is to become larger, to take up more space and yield less of it, we can turn our attention to the correlation between transformation of the limp penis into the large, hard phallus. And I will argue the question of affect and masculine privilege. Affect in the men's rights movement is phallic insofar as it aims to make issues larger, hoping that their claims will somehow take up more space in our political, legal, cultural, and academic discourse, and ultimately will yield less room to competing discourses, precisely because one's claims to affect or feeling a given way cannot be denied. just as the phallus cannot, however much we try, be denied, it can be denied access, but its power and symbolism remain essential to a variety of discourses, either as a site of resistance or as a site of power and celebration. Such is the case of the men's rights movement. So here we go, men's rights activists only express emotions because emotions can't be ignored, and this is their way of man-spreading into the academic and political discourse. You remember how there was that hoax paper a few weeks ago that talked about men trying to rape the space around them? Well, this is a serious feminist academic paper, and it is putting out the exact same notion, but it's doing it seriously. So our author has supposedly established that men's rights activists are turning to feels equals reals because it's their way of continuing being patriarchal oppressive shitlords, and the only reason that they're doing this is because they're afraid of losing their power, basically metaphorically losing their dicks. Now let's get on to my favorite part about this particular academic discourse, the part where the author finally jumps the shark and says men's rights activists are just scared of being fucked in the arse. The author then goes on to talk about a gentleman named Patrick, who was one of Michael Kimmel's angry white men. Patrick further explains, they're everywhere. You know that ad, it's everywhere you want to be. That's like women. They're everywhere they want to be. There's nowhere you can go anymore. Factories, beer joints, military, even the goddamn firehouse. We working guys are just fucked. While we do not see the language of effective utterance, we certainly recognize the way anger is working here, and moreover, how the phallus, how a feminine phallus, since men have lost all power, so the argument of men's rights activists would go, rears its head. Working guys are just fucked. Now, to quickly address the feminine phallus part of that line, there is a point in this paper where this author asserts that all of this affect coming from men's rights organizations, all of these feels and whatnot, are only coming out because feminism has won, so basically women now hold the phallus of society. But we're going to move on from that and all of the hilarious jokes that it will inevitably spawn. The feeling of being just fucked. A not entirely uncommon sentiment among men, and especially in the men's rights movement, is enmeshed in castration and phallicism, and there is a great deal of work to be done surrounding the phallic nature of effective declarations. If it is not women in general who are fucking men, it is their failed mothers, who turned them into soft men, lacking in masculinity and virility, and turned them against their fathers. And if it is not women in general and mothers in particular, then it is the education system that has privileged girls and feminized education, and so on. I am not interested in attending to the veracity of these claims, because it is less about the realness of these claims and more about feeling that motivates these claims. Guys are just fucked becomes the mantra of a movement that declares that there is a war against boys or that masculinity is in crisis. The movement as a political agenda demanding that we pay attention to its claims, its concerns, its anxieties, seeks to return masculinity and virility to men to their rightful position on top. The issue, however, is not about being fucked, but rather about the shameful and humiliating position in which being fucked has put men. For a man to be fucked, he must submit, place himself beneath, and become the bottom in the hierarchical structure of a language of fucking. As a range of scholars have noted, for a man to be penetrated, which is to say, fucked, is to surrender his masculinity, to abdicate power. When Michael Kimmel's subject, Patrick, suggests guys are just fucked, his language is fully intentional, especially since fucking is not merely expressive, it is an argument. When Patrick uses the word, he is making a very real argument, especially since the word itself is not neutral or without value. To be fucked and to fuck are not the same as to make love, to have sex, to engage in coitus. We must admit that fucking contains the politically fraught complications of sexual violence. A violence that is